Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the reg, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So
We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out all day soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tunes underneath the stars and neon lights. Something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. Our fire won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying to catch a feeling underneath the stars and neon lights. Something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. Our fire won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. Our fire won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. Give me that summer feel. Give me that summer feel. Got the summer feeling, come on. Give me that summer feel. Got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling. Line up, get on the track, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's always lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands off my skin. Gotta get you, let you
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? Yeah. To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Yeah. It's just a Saturday night.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France, chess player.
3-time French chess champion, 5-time Biel Grandmaster winner, and 2-time European Blitz champion, crowned his achievements in 2021 by claiming the World Blitz title. An extraordinary journey that began at a young age.
I started, I think, around 5. My dad was like thinking I'm wasting my time doing all sorts of calculation, and he thought, what can I do to get this idiot kid to pass the time? And he thought chess is a good option.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, also known as MVL, studied mathematics as a result of his early passion for numbers and logical thinking.
In general, it was always about interesting problems, and I'm trying to find a solution. And to me, it feels really tightly connected to my chess, and I am a bit sad that I haven't spent that much time since I finished university.
With his aggressive but calculated playing style, he's one of the top players of the world. Now, his next challenge begins: freestyle chess.
Well, what's challenging with freestyle is, of course, the fact that you don't have a ground to rely on in the beginning of the game. And mistakes can happen very early, so it takes some time to figure it out.
With an ELO of 27-22, he stands among the elite, an undeniable force and a true threat to claim victory.
We live in a time period where chess has never been bigger. Getting chess into the big stages was always one of my dreams, and we are slowly getting there.
Jan, the first day of the finals is over, and what a day it was. 4 decisive results, action everywhere. I imagine you're a very happy man tonight.
I couldn't be more happy. It's just so exciting, and especially like when you have really not draws, boring, exciting games, decisive games with like a scene where all our commentators started to scream, you know, when I was in front of the door. I said, what happened? So I had to later understand what really happened. And so it's now tomorrow we are going to have 4 players. They all have to win. They all want to win. So it's going to be even more spectacular tomorrow.
What do you expect from tomorrow?
Well, I hope that everyone who did not win today or who lost today will win tomorrow, so that we're going to have an epic final day with a lot of rapid and blitz and maybe Armageddon decisive games.
This tournament is coming to a close now, but what an event it has been. So much has happened. So many announcements have been made by you and your team. How do you reflect on the time here in Paris?
Yeah, it's always when I'm here at the tournament. It's now the 3rd big tournament that we had. Of course, we had small events like Singapore, but the big events, it's always like it's 8-day events, and it's every day is like you get up, you're just in execution mode, and before you even notice it, it's already in the evening, in the dinner. You have some networking opportunities, talk to a lot of people, and then I fall into bed like at 10 o'clock and then getting up very early again. And so it's like you can't even cope with anything else than just doing the event. And so I'm ecstatic. It's perfect. Yeah.
Well, Jan, thank you very much for the show you've put on here, and I think we're all looking forward to a fantastic final day. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
Jan, congratulations, you won game 1 against Nordivec. It was a pretty wild game. Was that also your feeling?
Well, I mean, first of all, I just wanted the game to finish as quickly as possible, so I didn't really care about the result or what I was doing. I mean, I obviously could go for the full symmetrical approach and like it would be boring, but I mean, okay, instead of like blitz it out like some moves, and I think I got like a bad position, but with some counterplay. And I guess somehow when I have this h5, h4 ideas, it's not so hopeless for black, yeah, and then, I mean, it was a bit chaotic, so I thought like after rook e6 and rook f7 I'm nearly winning, but he came up with this brilliant knight d4, and I couldn't find anything like after knight d4, anything decisive, so I decided to grab the queen. And then, okay, it should have been a draw, of course, so if he would do some sensible move like, I don't know, like king g2 maybe, yeah, instead of rook a6, but rook a6 like bishop f5. I mean, maybe it's objectively still a draw, but he requires quite a bit of calculation, and it's not as easy as it was, as it used to be, and no wonder then in the time trouble he suffered, like he played a few incorrect moves and lost eventually.
I understand it's a little bit frustrating to play for those final places, but I imagine that for you it means then that it's good news, the announcements that have been made, which will give all the players a chance to fight for third place, even when they lose earlier.
Well, I mean, okay, I don't think it really matters, because, okay, I even have no idea if I'm playing in the next like tournament or not. But yeah, there are some good news that definitely that tomorrow is the last day of the tournament.
Will you try to qualify for Las Vegas?
Actually, no idea. So, well, let's see, like, if I'll get a direct invite or not. And I mean, I can't say that I'm like such like a big fan of like the tournament is fine, of course, yeah. But I also have like this year is qualification year for the candidates, and I have to consider if I still try my best at other tournaments, let's say, to collect some circuit points. So, okay, April was completely free, so that's fine, and was fun. Like, Not everything went according to the plan, but it was fun like to play here. But besides that, I mean, I'm not sure like what's my schedule. Yeah, of course, like the second half of the year is crucial, like World Cup, the Grand Swiss, but maybe during summer I'd focus on classical chess. But you know, it's still quite some time to find out.
We will see indeed. And just a final question. The final match is still happening between Magnus and Hikaru. Your assessment of that?
I didn't check the position for quite a bit, but when I saw it, I think like I would probably pick white, and this knight on h6 looked quite dangerous, and also white was a pawn up. I'm not sure what happened since then, because okay, I was a little bit you know, busy with my own game. But yeah, normally Magnus is like has nice score against Hikaru, especially in classical, and whatever the position is, I'd still pick him as a favorite.
Jan, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Congrats and good luck for the last day tomorrow.
Thank you.
This is Magnus for Freestyle Chess, take one.
The Norwegian Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, widely regarded as the greatest of all time, began his journey at an early age.
I learned the rules of chess at about 5 years old from my father, and then I got into it at the age of 8. One of my first goals starting out in chess was to beat my older sister. I generally wanted to beat her at everything.
Undeniably, the 5-time world champion, known for his dominance across all formats, also needs time to unwind.
I only started getting into golf a year and a half ago, but I'm loving it. It's good to get out in nature, get some fresh air, and hacking and whacking for a few hours.
The first ever winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge 2024 at the Weissenhaus. He co-founded Freestyle Chess alongside Jan Henrik Büttner, setting a new statement as a leading figure for a bold new chapter.
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from there.
With a peak ELO rating of 2,882, he's not just part of chess history, he's still writing it.
I have a goal here to learn even more, and most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
Magnus, congratulations. You just won game 1 of the big final. We saw you yesterday far from your best, but today you showed up. How does it feel to win the first game?
Yeah, it feels great to win, of course. I think the game honestly was a bit similar to the one yesterday, that I had some very good phases and some very weak phases as well. But I think, yeah, in the end he kind of made the last mistake, but it wasn't perfect, but it's a win.
I mean, everyone was wondering, can Magnus win this endgame? Will it be a draw? But then Bishop A2 appeared. What went through your mind when you saw the move?
Yeah, that was. I was first of all really upset that I'd missed just rook takes h2, and I thought it was a draw. And then he played Bishop A2, which was shocking. I think his mind was pretty fried there as well at that point. Just like the best explanation, but I mean it was relief, but it was mostly like there was a lot of just disgust with the way that I played the last few moves, because I really didn't need to get to that point. I'm not going to say for sure that I would have won the game, but I could have at least kept control while essentially I allowed him to draw within a few moves if he'd found the right move, which is not very good. But I mean, in the end, it led him to blunder, so that was okay. But yeah, a lot of tactical misses.
Fabiano Caruana mentioned very early into the game in the confessional that looking around, he feels like today everyone is playing disastrously, terribly in the early stages. Would you agree from what you saw with that assessment?
I don't know. I think Hikaru certainly messed up the opening in a pretty big way. But the thing about freestyle is that the positions are difficult and irrational, so you can often come back into the game because your opponent, in this case me, will make mistakes, and as long as you continue to play well, you will get chances. But I think. I don't know what it was, but something about it made people kind of. I don't know. I didn't look much at the other games, so I wouldn't really know.
All you need tomorrow is a draw to be the champion here in Paris. How are you feeling looking forward to possibly the last classical match?
Well, the last classical for sure. But yeah, I feel good about the win. I'll just try and get some more rest and hopefully get another decent night of sleep and give it all I got.
You're feeling a little bit better already?
Yeah, a little bit better today, but I mean, I'm still reeling a bit.
Magnus, congratulations once again. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Paris, the city of art, culture, and now freestyle chess. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howe and Tanya Sachin.
James, it's great to be back with you boys. Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history. From casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Roger, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. What makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial. And as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris.
Hello and welcome to the final day of chess action here in our beautiful host city of Paris, France. 7 days have brought us here to our final day and our final pairing of Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. We enter this final day, though, of course, with Magnus up 1-0 in that bout.
Yeah, what a week it's been. We were reminiscing earlier today. We were sad that it's about to come to an end, but still, of course, some intrigue. The big questions yet to be answered. Hikaru, he needs to bring his best today. It's that simple to have any chance of striking back against Magnus.
At the end of these tournaments, I always get a bit emotional because what a roller coaster it's been. But I think for Hikaru, it'll be extremely important to not let any of those emotions play out from yesterday. His task ahead of him, he has to go all out, give it his all. It's the final day. A draw as good as a loss. So come out all guns blazing.
Yeah, and of course, we will still have 4 boards in play today, as everything from 7th place all the way up to 1st place is still in play. And in kind of a very serendipitous way, every single one of those matchups somewhat mirrored that of the finals, ending in decisive fashion. So it's 1-0 score lines across the board in our tournament tree. But here you can see the fans are out in force. And lucky fans they are, because you can see all the way there at the back of the camera, Jan-Henrik Buechner, the one to usher them in for a bit of a tour around the venue, getting up close and personal with some of their heroes and seeing all of the chess action as it breaks down here today. Gotta wonder who they're fans of. Who are they going to be rooting for? Is it Magnus Carlsen? Is it Hikaru Nakamura? The fan base is definitely split, I can tell you that much.
I think both these players have I don't know, an equal number of people rooting for them, a bit of crossover. And we spoke about this yesterday, that you could either be a Magnus fan or a Hikaru fan. I think regardless of what happens, chess always wins. I am hoping that the final does go down to the wire. We get those playoffs between. Hikaru does make a comeback. Yesterday, he got so close to actually saving a very difficult game against Magnus.
It was just one move. Ultimately, it was just one kind of, well, slip of the mind. I don't know how to explain it. Just something, just in this incredible blunder that didn't have too much logic behind it, it seemed. It just felt like Hikaru, the moment got to him, the pressure of 3.5 hours of play. And yeah, Magnus, of course, will punish you for mistakes like that. But Hikaru has white. He's played great the last few days in general. There's many reasons to be optimistic.
Yeah, perhaps letting the game slip in uncharacteristic fashion, but I think that's why so many of us are wanting for him to strike back, because up until that point, it did feel in a number of ways like a very even matchup.
Absolutely. And Hikaru called that moment of slip, which cost him so dearly, insane.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only way to explain it, because the most natural move in that position was the saving one. I think for me, the most astonishing thing about the whole matchup, James, was that how when we had the players in the confession, both thought that they were doing well out of the opening. They liked their own position better than the other. And I think for all of us, we felt Magnus on the push there. But Hikaru thinking that he's the one who's got the upper hand. That was very interesting to watch.
Yeah, Hikaru, he will need to retain his optimism today. That's the one thing all the top players have in common. They always believe in themselves. Like when push comes to shove, they always think they're doing well. You turn the board around, they still think they're doing well.
Was it Magnus who said that the ideal mindset for a chess player is somewhere between optimistic and delusional? So delusional optimism is where you want to be at.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of right there with you. If you don't believe you can do it, then, I don't even know how you would begin to get it done, right?
You got to manifest it, right? I'm sure Hikaru overnight has been dreaming about how he's going to beat Magnus. And he just has to make it happen with that optimism, with that kind of mindset that he can go on the front foot and attack.
Exactly. Believing that he can do it is going to be only one piece of the puzzle here for Hikaru Nakamura as he tries to take down Magnus Carlsen. Let's pull up our tournament tree so we can take stock of the entire field. There you have it, our winners bracket that has brought us to this incredible final table. Just to walk it all the way back, Hikaru's journey, first taking down Arjun Erigaisi and then going through Vincent Keimer, our defending champion from Weisenhaus in 2025. For Magnus Carlsen, it was running through Noterbek Abdusattorov and then Fabiano Caruana to get his bid into that final bout. In the battle for third place, it is Keimer versus Caruana, the rematch from the finals of Weisenhaus in 2025. Playing for fifth place, it's Arjun Erigaisi who comes in one up over MVL in our final day of play. And then the battle for seventh place, Jan Nepomniachtchi recovering a little bit from his slip here in the tournament, up 1-0 over Noterbek Abdusattorov. Still plenty can happen though today, because as they all took wins yesterday, if it goes the other direction this time around, we're going to tie breaks across the board. Here's the result of the lower bracket. It's Pragnananda taking 9th place over Richard Rapport. That matchup concluded a couple of days ago.
Just thinking about all the action, the decisive chess that we saw in our main bracket right there, and just the road and the path that Magnus and Hikaru have had all the way through. For Hikaru, first taking down the Freestyle Friday, killer there in Arjun Erigaisi, and then the Giant Slayer in Vincent Keimer, and Magnus with an equally impressive path, first against Noterbek Abdusattorov, and then a convincing victory over a very in-shape Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, that's true. And maybe Hikaru does need to actually look at that match against Abdusattorov that Magnus had earlier in the event as a bit of inspiration. Magnus struck first there, very convincingly. But the second day, he was on the ropes, he was struggling. I think Hikaru, in the same shoes as Abdusattorov there, would have struck back, would have taken the match to tiebreak. So Magnus isn't infallible. Yeah. Magnus isn't kind of the perfect player in freestyle, at least. Hikaru definitely has a chance.
But it does feel that those human moments that Magnus has during the game are far fewer than the others. So when you do get that opportunity, you want to strike. We were discussing what kind of chess Hikaru needs to bring on, and I completely agree here. He needs to get Magnus out into that chaotic dogfight, sort of get him out of his comfort zone. Because David, if both of these players play to their strengths, which is the strategic positional battle, it's going to be hard to win against Magnus today.
That's Hikaru's one problem, I think, historically. His biggest strengths, Magnus' biggest strengths, they overlap slightly, but Magnus is just that tiny little bit better in those technical positions as he showed yesterday in that endgame.
I think in general there's going to have to be some risks taken today, right? Again, you don't want to go into a stock standard, very subdued game where you ultimately end up time trouble, endgame situation against Magnus, and maybe have a repeat of what happened yesterday when you're feeling the pressure of the moment at the very end.
High risk, high reward. When you're playing against the GOAT, you got to be the butcher there, right? You have to get those risks. You need to do that right now, and I think Hikaru knows it better than anyone.
Well, that's a mental image.
Yeah. I mean, there's literally no difference between a draw and a loss at this point. Zero difference. In prize money, in tour points, no difference at all. So at some point we will see Hikaru risk it. He'll go on the killing spree. I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to be slashing around with
Speaking of what's at stake, what's in play here today at the Paris Grand Slam, it's $200,000 and 25 circuit points for the top spot. Second place, still a massive purse of 140 grand and 18 points to your name. But even right there, a 7-point discrepancy, $60,000. That's a lot to play for. Please remember and consider that this is a year-long tour, and so these points will be cumulative across all of the events. Of course, a number of our players, the 6 of whom appeared in Waisenhaus, might already have some points to their name, and those will continue to tally as we make our way towards South Africa later in the year.
Yeah, so much to play for. Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keimer, that third, fourth battle, they have a few points to play for, a lot of money, of course, on the line, and come the end of the season, 2-3 points, tour points, they might not seem like much now, but they might be decisive in the in the final rankings, final standings.
It was an action-packed day yesterday as we kicked off the finals and the rest of our bouts for placement here across the board. Let's relive some of the top moments.
Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura, world number 1 versus world number 2, the ultimate dream final. And the first game delivered. Magnus Carlsen with early ambition, sacrificing a pawn for activity, for space, and trying to put pressure on Hikaru right from the start.
Oh, wow. Big move, big move.
Big move on the board. It's a pawn sacrifice from the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. I was talking about setting up this move with a pawn push first, but Magnus says, no, I'm going to blow open the flank.
But Hikaru is one of the best defenders out there. And for a long time, he held firm. It was tense, it was tactical, and it looked like Hikaru might just hold. But then, a fatal bishop move. One slip from Hikaru, and there was no way back. Calm, smooth, clinical. Carlsen converts, and he takes the lead.
An opening! No! I said it at just the wrong moment!
Oh my goodness!
He moves his bishop away. It's very unclear the point of that move.
What?
Does Magnus have an immediate knockout?
And now Hikaru needs to win to take it to tie breaks. In the match for third place, with a ticket to the next Grand Slam on the line, Fabiano Caruana made a huge step. Against Vincent Keimer, he enjoyed a tiny edge for a long time. Vincent defended with incredible resilience, but in time trouble, the game slipped away. Fabi had an extra piece, and with a checkmate incoming, Vincent resigned. Fabi leads 1-0, but it's not over yet. One game left for Keimer to come back and force tie breaks. Arjun continued his brilliant tournament, beating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to take the lead in the battle for 5th place. The fight for 7th place, Jan Nepomniachtchi caught Nodirbek Abdusattorov in a beautiful mating net to take the lead. 4 decisive matches, everything still on the line. Magnus leads, Fabi leads. Hikaru and Vincent have to strike back. It's the grand final in Paris. You stay tuned with us.
And an incredible recap of everything that took place just yesterday, and really what a beautiful day of chess it was. Decisive results across the board, as I mentioned earlier, sets us up for, I think, a blistering pace out of the gate here today, where risks are going to be taken left, right, and center. But all eyes are on that marquee matchup. It's what the fans wanted. It's the rivalry between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. But right now, it's Hikaru Nakamura who is wounded in this battle. He's going to have to show some tremendous fight to take down the the world number one.
Incredible mental fortitude is what is required from Hikaru. I mean, it's so hard to beat Magnus, to beat him when Magnus needs only a draw. Again, you know, this is freestyle chess. The one good thing about the situation with the player with his back against the wall is that there's no easy way to shut the opening down. You know, if Magnus wants to play solid, there is no easy way to get a solid position. So I'm just wondering, David, if it's so important for perhaps Hikaru to get, well, as freestyle of a starting position as it can be, rather than the ones which have those similar patterns to 5-1-8.
Yeah, I think Hikaru will hope that the position doesn't become too standardized early on. He'll hope that not all 4 bishops start in the corners, potentially, because then we'll just see a bunch of exchanges and Magnus will feel very comfortable, very safe. Hikaru, his success hasn't necessarily been built on the openings. Throughout the knockout stages, it was more about just surviving the opening, getting out into a very playable middle game, and only later outplaying his opponents. But of course, that's hard to do against Magnus. Hikaru needs a better opening. He needs to emerge with an advantage or some kind of attack in order to strike back here, it feels.
You know, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. I mean, to my eyes, it just feels like Hikaru has to put everything out there to make the position extremely complicated the first opportunity that he gets. Playing to his biggest strength, which we see right now at 96 defense, yes, he'll need to pull that card out when it comes to that. But perhaps stepping up that 87 today on the attack, you know, with that first chance on the board, I think it'll be absolutely critical for him to maximize every single opportunity to create a mess.
I think maybe one of the other places too is relying a bit more on his intuition, just having confidence in that, right? There was a couple times throughout a number of his matches in this tournament where we see him in deep calculation late into the game, and obviously you want to make sure you're checking all your boxes before you make a move, but at the end of the day, we've seen him also kind of creep down into time trouble, and Magnus is the kind of guy who will keep applying that pressure to you. So trust in yourself, right? And maybe play a little bit more to that intuition and really believe that you can bring, you know, your top level, and maybe that's going to be enough for him today. Hikaru always stopping to say hello to his adoring fans on his way in, even having the shuttle stop right there, you know, before taking him the rest of the way into the venue.
Yeah, not all of the players do that, we should mention. Hikaru always making a point every single day. Yeah, whatever the result today, he's won a lot of hearts here in Paris.
Without a doubt. I think he's also, I mean, to the point about just what he's going to need to have occur today. First, you pray to the lottery gods, right? That is the reality of freestyle chess. We have no idea what the starting position has in store for us, and so you got to make do with what you get. But to your point, you know, hoping for something that does allow for a little bit of ingenuity and maybe an imbalance, but also maybe taking a bit of a page out of Magnus's book from what we saw yesterday, right? That, you know, maybe engine-inspired early pawn push for compensation, saying, okay, maybe I've got to get rid of a piece somewhere just to create that kind of activity.
I think that was a Magnus-inspired move right there. You know, when he pushed that pawn early on, it was such inventive, innovative ideas on the board, getting his knight stuck at the corner right there, which, funnily enough, Hikaru thought would play out to his advantage, saying that, you know, having the knight there the way Magnus did should be better for him, but it was, in fact, Magnus's biggest strength. So exactly, you know, the way Magnus pushed that early pawn, getting the imbalance going, is what Hikaru needs to be aiming for today. But awesome to see those pictures with fans coming in. It just shows that Hikaru is in a good mood and hopefully in for a big fight today.
And to your point just now, obviously we had the benefit of the engine all day yesterday, as well as Magnus's own perspective on his opening. But we heard Hikaru say in those post-game interviews, I felt at many points that my position was better, or I was stronger and had winning chances in this game. We also had an opportunity to speak to Magnus as he came away from his game just yesterday. Let's take a look.
It was interesting, Magnus, because Hikaru seemed to feel that he was doing quite well out of the opening, but evaluation said that you were pressuring quite heavily. How did you feel about the game at that point?
Yeah, I felt great, honestly, from about 3-4 moves. I thought he would have to play quite precisely in order not to essentially get run over. Yeah, it felt after about 7 moves that I had such a good choice of continuations. It was hard to pick, really, and my original idea there, I think, was probably the best, which was just to exchange this bishop and go for total dark square control. And somehow I decided it wasn't quite enough, and I wanted something that won even more convincingly. And then, you know, he started, as he does, to started to defend and come back in the game. So I was really not happy about that. But I think as a chess player, you know, it's better to be optimistic than pessimistic. So I think maybe that kept him going. If he thought his position was good, it's better maybe to think that than that it was not good.
Just to summarize quickly, are you happy about what you create today, or disappointed that you let the position slip away?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. It's a bit like yesterday that I don't like. I just don't have the energy to play to play really good games. Like I can still be creative. Like I can still understand the position and like the dynamic and strategic ideas. But I cannot implement them without blundering, which is what happened today and yesterday. And it's also strong opponents that will take chances if you give it to them. So it's kind of what it is right now, that I shouldn't expect too much of myself. But I'm happy with the fact that I managed to solve some problems out of the opening at the very least. And essentially I had to win the game 3 times today. Like I got 3 winning positions and I gave them away, or at least I got 2 clearly winning positions, and both times sort of threw it away. Yeah, it worked out in the end. But you kind of want to play good games. Like I don't want to be too hard on myself, but I want to actually be able to finish some of what I created. So when it ends up like this, just, you know, I'm just winning because he made the last blunder. It's not as satisfying, of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Not as satisfying for Magnus Carlsen to win off of a blunder from Hikaru, but either way, he gets the result he wants and needs coming into today to set himself up, you know, really ahead of the pack here in Hikaru. But again, even somewhat aligning with what you talked about earlier, better to be optimistic than pessimistic, he says here, you know, and so maybe that was really what fed into Hikaru's evaluation of the position. I don't want to just tell myself I'm already in a dead loss position, then where's the fight going to come from?
I think it's really important to stay positive about what you have and believe in your resources, and I think that's exactly what makes Hikaru Nakamura such a fantastic defender in positions that so many of us would immediately give up on, that he sees these resources, he sees these chances, you know, that cliche of it's not over till it's over. It's really true when you're playing against these guys. And to Magnus's early point as well in that interview, that it's sometimes not about how you do it, but the fact that you get the job done, that you finish it, you know, especially in these mini matches of best of 2, he gets the lead. It's a dream position, and he might have been inaccurate in those couple of moments. But David, overall, still a very beautiful game by Magnus, start to finish.
Yeah, very creative, very energetic. He might not have sounded as energetic in the post-game interview, Magnus, but that's because he left everything on the board. He really wanted it. And that's what the best sports people, that's what the best sports teams do, right? Even when they're not quite at their best physically, mentally, they still find a way to get it done. And we see Magnus entering the arena today.
Yeah, look at that. Both of our finalists taking a pit stop alongside all of the fans. You can see the cameraman racing as well, trying to get the perfect angles as he makes his way down the road and into the playing hall through those beautiful country flags.
Are those jeans that he's got on?
Oh my goodness. Not again.
Not the same ones, though, probably. Yeah. Those were sold for what? For
nearly $40,000.
A
famous jeans.
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder if these ones will go on auction as well. Wow.
Look at that line of fans. Okay. Off to one of our other studios, maybe a quick interview with Chess Base India, or maybe just out onto the terrace there to get a little fresh air before he dives into the playing hall. Freestyle chess. It's just the second leg of 5, by the way, here in what promises to be an incredible tour in 2025, from Paris to the US, then over to India, and then South Africa to conclude it all.
Oh, we've had a fantastic start at Weissenhaus. Paris, I mean, honestly, I think most people, most fans wanted this dream final, this epic clash as it is, and it all comes down to today. It's judgment day for the players, and the tour only gets more exciting. It's Vegas, baby, after this.
Yeah, this is unlikely to be the last time they meet on the tour this season. Of course, Hikaru and Magnus, but Hikaru, he will want to make sure that Magnus doesn't get that first Grand Slam win. Magnus is such a momentum player. Once he gets one win under his belt, he's going to just try and win them all.
You know, it's interesting. Well, you mentioned, obviously, of course, it won't be, you know, the only time these players meet on the circuit. We talked about how it's been some time maybe since they met in classical, or that, you know, they don't play so often in this kind of classical time controls. We had a format change announcement already for Vegas. So even if they were to meet again in Vegas in the knockout stages, at most they're playing a 45-10 version of the game. It'll be a very different look at that point.
A different beast altogether, right? That's sort of like a slow, rapid format rather than a more classical, with just 45 minutes. I mean, you're cutting down the time to almost half, lesser bonus time every time you press the clock. So it just changes the dynamics completely. And I think if we talk about just these two players, perhaps Hikaru slightly happier here, you know, getting the time format to a shorter control against the others. Well, Magnus, of course, on level ground, if not more. But against others, perhaps that makes Hikaru even a bigger favorite.
Maybe. We'll see. The young guys are very fast, though, very tricky, and
how very political of you.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in
that. Talk with Vincent Kaimer.
Yeah. It'll be boring if I just say Magnus and Hikaru are going to win it all this season.
Hitting us with the maybe. But speaking of Vegas, I think as well, let's consider that Vegas is in play for our third place battle as well. Winner of that will book their ticket straight to Vegas, and it's a rematch of our finals from 2025 Weisenhaus in Vincent Kaimer against Fabiano Caruana. So maybe a quick touch on that matchup. Again, it was Fabiano this time around who came out on top through day one. That's the exact opposite picture of what happened in their final in Weisenhaus, where Vincent won on day one and then held him to a draw on day two to ultimately take it. Now, shoes on the other foot. Fabiano, that's all you need is a draw or better, my friend.
Yeah, Fabiano's looked great. Maybe one bad day against Magnus, but other than that, the last few days have been fantastic for him. Vincent, though, now 2 losses in a row, 2 consecutive days, both with the white pieces in the classical against Hikaru, then Fabiano. It's been a bit of a rough ride for him, the first real kind of hiccup for Vincent Kaimer, and it does feel like maybe a slight run out of steam here. He's given everything. He's done so well. It's hard to see him bouncing back, though, today with the black pieces.
And when you tend to have those spiraling results, you know, the strategy for a player is stop the bleeding. You want to just make sure you don't lose a game. But in this match format, a draw is as good as loss. So for Vincent to find all that he's got to give it to try to win this one, Fabi's completely flipped the script from Weisenhaus to this match. And not only just getting that win in, you know, it was Vincent Kaimer who dominated the gameplay in their Weisenhaus match. But yesterday with the black pieces, again, from the very start, Fabi had that slight edge. You know, he won the pawn, gave it back at the right moment, and then sort of converted that end position really nicely. So I think Vincent never really got a chance yesterday.
Yeah, Fabi finding his form here in just the right moments near the conclusion of the tournament. I will say as well, David, last night he came away with back-to-back board game victories. So if that's an indication of anything, then perhaps he will take it in pretty decisive fashion. By the same token, I did share an elevator ride with Vincent coming in from his evening walk, and he seemed in very high spirits regardless of the result that happened yesterday. So maybe there is still an opportunity for him to bounce back and end on that high note, while maybe sour in his mind just because it doesn't match his Weisenhaus performance.
Yeah, if he does recapture his Weisenhaus form, then he's got a great chance, of course, Vincent. He does look in good spirits here, looks very healthy these days. Yeah, just always fighting hard on the board. But yesterday, just some slightly uncharacteristic decisions, I would say, from Vincent. Strategy, those kind of technical decisions tend to be his big forte. But yesterday, even in a difficult position against Fabiano, unable to really kind of show his strengths. So yeah, we'll see. I do think Fabi starts as a big favorite, though, to clinch the match.
And despite being the winner, the champion at Weisenhaus, I think Kaimer came into this tournament still sort of looking a bit like the underdog, given the field that is. And then when you get that perspective, you realize he still had an incredible run in this, you know, in the round robin. defeating Jan Nepomniachtchi, eventually losing out in that semi-finals, to make it to the semi-finals bracket there. And for Kayma, you know, he's got Peter Lecco. We saw him right behind him. He's always got his back. I'm sure that he's given him a good pep talk. Just go out, do what you've been doing. And it's 40,000 on the lines, but I think more importantly also that Vegas spot.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to come out the other side of this event, regardless of whether or not he finishes third or fourth. And he's going to be near in lockstep in those overall standings when it comes to circuit points with whoever is the winner of this very event. So still an impressive run for him through 2 events and plenty more to come. Real quick hits on some of the other matchups. Our battle for 5th place, Arjun Erigaisi, of course, he started hot just yesterday. I got to wonder if he as well can kind of continue his form and terror as a Freestyle Friday master, but again, a few times throughout this tournament, maybe a winning position that he's let slip, and hopefully that's not eating at his mind today up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I had a very quick look, David, on that game by Arjun when he won against Maxime, and to me, just, you know, a quick run through, it felt like he completely crushed the French Grandmaster in that with the black pieces, and it was very, very impressive. So from a mindset perspective, for Maxime to even deal with just the narrative of that game, it's got to be tough.
Yeah, we should mention Arjun won very convincingly with black, as actually 3 black wins yesterday. It was only Magnus who won with the white pieces. So yeah, the fact that he gets white today, Arjun, the fact that he looks in great form, the fact that it was so one-sided yesterday's encounter means he starts as the favorite. And yeah, when Arjun wins, it tends to be in very, very nice fashion. I know we've got his biggest fan here in the studio, Tanya Sachdev, but I'm becoming more of an Arjun fan by the day. That being said, Maxime, we cannot understate the fact that all the home fans will be on his side. And yeah, egging him on.
Definitely cannot discount him on home turf and taking his turn to greet all of the Parisian locals. You love to see it. I do wonder, especially with those graphics in mind, right? Again, the highest score there for Arjun Erigaisi, his attacking score. We talk about flipping over to the white pieces. That, if anything, that to me bodes even better for him, considering that he played so well with black to begin with.
Absolutely. But again, you know, the good news for Maxime is that it's freestyle chess. So for Arjun to really even guide the play to the kind of positions he wants, it's not a given. It's not obvious. So much of it depends on those 10 minutes before the start of the round when we've got that lottery going on, what gets pulled out. So Maxime will get his chances. He's a player who doesn't back down when those opportunities arise. I think it's going to be a big fight. I wonder, what are our predictions? Does this match go into tie breaks? Arjun and Maxime?
No.
You think Arjun takes it?
I think Arjun takes it, yeah.
I love Maxime. I want to say yes, but I can't see him bouncing back. I think Arjun's just too in form right now.
He really is. I mean, despite his loss earlier on, I think just the consistent play he's had, whether it was faster play or rapid or classical, very impressive. I agree with you. I mean, we'd love to see this one fight it out because these 2 players, again, fearless chess by them on the board. But I think Arjun, just yesterday, it was awesome to watch that game, actually.
Yeah, one more battle for us to touch on before we reorient towards that marquee matchup and our final. This is, of course, the battle for 7th place between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Norbek Abdusattorov. It was Jan who took a win yesterday over Norbek, and what a necessary thing it almost feels like to put a stop to the slide that was kind of his performance following such an impressive round robin. Again, I'll remind everybody, 8.5 points scored in that round robin, #1 seed. He picks the poisoned player in Vincent Keimer. He chooses his own death by way of the defending champion, and from there it kind of went from bad to worse. But with a little bit of a recovery yesterday, I wonder if he's just going to be playing, continued fast, loose, put the pressure on Norbek. He ended the game yesterday, Tanya, with the win, still 30 minutes of time in his bank.
It was amazing, and it was again a very crushing victory. A similar storyline to Norbek, right? You talk about the slide through after the round robin. This guy's got something to say about that as well. Runs into Magnus, loses to him, gets the win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, eventually goes down to lose that match. It almost feels as if Jan Nepomniachtchi and Norbek Abdusattorov came into the match yesterday just wanting to vent out all their frustration that had been brewing up over the last few days, because that was an explosive game completely. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi to get it done with 30 minutes on the clock, a crushing sort of a checkmate on the board, a very difficult one to deal with. It was Yeah, another fiery match.
Yeah, and how about that? Abdusattorov, all business, straight, just beeline into the playing hall there out of the shuttle.
He wants it too. He's a fighter, he's a warrior. He has not been lucky, I'm going to say, throughout this run. Running into Magnus Carlsen, had chances there. Against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he was almost getting the job done. Maxime made a big comeback, and yesterday, just didn't go his way at all. So Abdusattorov, it feels like he's due a big breakthrough in his career.
Right.
Ever since 2021, winning the World Rapping Championship, he's always been thereabouts. He won the Olympiad, of course, in 22, but just that next step, it's eluded him.
To your point, it's hard to have that big breakthrough when you keep running into Magnus Carlsen. It's like, well, that's who I have to have my breakthrough against? Can't there be a ramp-up period? Can I go through somebody else first? Speaking of, there are the players going through the security check and making their way into the playing hall. Soon we'll have the opening ceremony and that position lottery for our final classical round of the entire tournament. Of course, still an opportunity for tiebreakers in which we would go rapid, blitz, Armageddon if we're forced to get there. But now I want to know where you guys stand when it comes to our marquee matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Yes, Magnus has the lead going into the second day, 1-0. Do you think Hikaru's got the fight in him to extend us into a tiebreaker and to keep delivering incredible games?
The world number 1 versus the world number 2. If anyone's got the fight in them to make that happen, it feels like almost a miracle in a chess world if you can pull that off. Down a point against Magnus in freestyle. The kind of form that Magnus has come into this tournament, anyone can do it. It's Hikaru. But again, I think it just comes down to if Hikaru can find a way to make this a tactical battle and make all of that happen with little time on the clock. I actually would argue that when the players are playing with the clock, when the clock ticks down on seconds, Hikaru might even be the better player.
All right, who's coming away? Our champion here in Paris. David, how are you going with Magnus? You going with Hikaru?
I think Magnus, but I do think Hikaru strikes back.
All right, here, Magnus Hikaru. Who's our champion?
I want to see a tie break.
You want to see a tie break. Well, who is the champion? I need a prediction.
Magnus Carlsen gets his slam.
There you have it. Either way, today, everything from 7th to 1st will be decided. There's a lot at stake as we've been through. All the stages set for our players, but at the end of the day, it's up for them to decide for themselves. Who will be your Paris Grand Slam champion? That is the question. And here, we dive into the playing hall for the opening ceremony.
Bonjour Paris, and welcome to the day 2 of the grand final of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris. I'm so happy to welcome you all here. It's been an amazing day. Unexpected turns in the games yesterday and unforgettable moments. So now we would like to watch the highlights of the first day of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam.
Paris becomes the stage for a freestyle chess showdown featuring epic semi-final clashes. Who make it to the finals? Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana, not at his sharpest, faced Magnus Carlsen, who maintained a slight edge for most of the game. As Caruana's clock ticked down, Carlsen seized his moment and secured.
One board. Brains collide and only brilliance will survive. And across the battlefield, other titans are clashing too. Vincent Keimer versus Fabiano Caruana. Arjun versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Norbert Abdusattorov. Who will win the games? Before we dive into the final day, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday in the first round of the finals. It was a day full of tension and spectacular moves. In a surprising turn, Hikaru Nakamura saw his winning chances vanish with a single move. An unexpected slip that opened the door for Magnus Carlsen to claim his first victory in the finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris.
Yeah, it feels great to win. Of course, I think the game honestly was a bit similar to the one yesterday. That I had some very good phases and some very weak phases as well. I thought it was a draw, and then he played bishop 8, which was shocking. I think his mind was pretty fried there as well at that point. A lot of tactical misses.
The action on the other boards was no less intense. Fabiano Caruana claimed victory over Vincent Keimer, offering him no opportunity to fight back.
Our game was probably pretty decent up to a point, and it might have been one of those like relatively high accuracy games if he hadn't gone for queen c7. Then of course probably we made some mistakes and time trouble, but I think it's also pretty normal.
Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi also secured victory with the black pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Jan Nepomniachtchi scored a win against Norbert Abdusattorov in the match for 7th place.
I hope that everyone who did not win today or who lost today will win tomorrow, so that we're going to have an epic final day with a lot of rapid and blitz and maybe Armageddon decisive games.
Now, let the final games begin. Stay tuned.
Now I would like to introduce the finalists to you again. He came in on a wave of success, going into the final completely on fire. So then he had yesterday the game where one mistake made him come under pressure. Today he has to win to go into the playoffs. But if we know one thing about him, is that he is more than capable of a comeback. Please welcome with me Hikaru Nakamura playing the white pieces from the USA. Then his opponent. He won an incredible game yesterday and seems to be the all-time favorite. The GOAT. Focused, calculated, and cold as ice under pressure. Today he has the black pieces. Will he prevail with a draw or with a win, or will it go into playoffs? Please welcome with me from Norway, Magnus Carlsen playing the black pieces. And just as yesterday, players, good luck and may the best one win. Now, before we can begin, we need to draw the position. We always have a surprise up our sleeves for our players, what they're going to play today. So, now I would like to invite 3 girls from Norway up onto the stage, 3 women chess players that are right now playing a tournament in Paris. And please, Mechtel, Hannah and Monica, come up on stage. Let's go. Is the position we're going to play. Thank you so much and good luck for your tournament as well. All the players will now have time to prepare on their side of the room, and thank you very much for your attention.
Very courage. Some like some
Which move? First
C4, no?
C4?
Always C4.
C4 and G6. Wait, the quality here now, but doesn't really help us. Right, to go G6.
If we get a normal position, it's
G6? Yeah, it's normal.
we can go E5, 97.
So F5 is not
Yeah,
stupid.
this looks kind of
We need to
playable position. Yeah, I mean,
yeah. But this is
bishop G7.
yeah, worst case.
Yeah.
Yeah, C4 looks. I mean, E5 looks more useful, no?
Yeah.
So maybe.
Okay, but E4
Then we play C5. Yeah, before C5.
Okay, D4.
D4, G6, yeah.
I mean,
Why not C5?
okay, let's start with this then. Yeah. Okay.
C5.
G3? Oh, and take.
Okay, knight F3.
Knight F3, Queen C7.
No, that's good.
This I don't mind. But B6, bishop D7.
No, but it's just great
Yeah,
for
yeah,
us,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But knight F3 is...
I mean, yeah, here, yeah, you mean.
Yeah, so it's not too horrible. Play, yeah.
D6, bishop B7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of
Could be worse.
playable. No?
I mean, knight on D1 is not.
B6,
Castle.
yeah, or castles. So.
E4 maybe, yeah. But if we make F6, bishop F6.
What about F5?
6.
We have to take some risk.
Yeah,
I'm not in like weird tempo.
No.
No, yeah, we stole the tempo.
You get white to move.
Okay, then it's worse.
Yeah, we are worse.
E6
but
is
okay.
too much.
Yeah.
I'm not sure C5 is not good. Maybe we should just do this immediately.
Yeah,
We
D5.
tend to win in one move.
That's a nice tempo. Bishop F4.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Probably.
No, but then why do we not do this here?
Because we didn't see it.
That's
Yeah, no, this is nice.
That's playable, I think.
Oh, I think C4.
I think this is quite.
C5.
C5.
Okay. I think you're gonna be happy with that, right? Must-win situations to play this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's imbalanced than normal
Knight
position.
F6, bishop H3. I don't know.
I really felt like
Looks fine.
actually with C4, of course, for all this B4 stuff, white is quite ready. So.
C4, G6. Yeah.
Move others change something.
Good thing is we can get simple no matter what.
Yeah, but again, then we have to go for this.
I mean, F5 is also not
We can
completely
also start with
unreasonable,
D6,
right?
I guess.
Yeah. D6.
Yeah, bishop G2.
Yeah, this is maybe smarter, yeah. To start with
I think
D6.
we will just
Okay.
get that same thing, yeah.
Bishop G2.
Or D3. Something.
Yeah.
Kind of like F5. Should go knight F7, knight F6, bishop 5.
Like after knight F3, there's also bishop H3. I mean, it's a bit concerning. Yeah, like
maybe D4. But
okay, he takes.
It takes a lot of time.
Takes knight C6.
Yeah,
no
D4.
Yeah, I think. Bishop F5 also comes with the tempo.
Okay, we can play bishop G2 this slow.
Yeah, but this is like very small.
What about like F4 or something again? Just try to attack right away. Yeah, actually, with the queen on B8, I feel like black is
No,
something
queen
should be
bit
won.
black is not enjoying. Yeah. Okay.
No, this I think this is probably the way. I mean, to get a game at least. So okay, let's just see. You thought A4 is just to understand how we actually play it. maybe bishop b2.
Or g3.
Generally should be happy with
g3, bishop b7, knight f3.
And let's say if knight c3, do we proc c6 or not?
Ah, knight c3 is nice.
But knight c3, c6 maybe is good for that, actually. Knight on c3 a little misplaced.
Yeah, but still, I mean, c6.
And he goes d5.
To which one? You mean, what about this? Something like this?
I mean, so g3, yeah.
X takes knight c3, something like this, maybe?
Knight c3 immediately.
Ah, knight c3. Okay, yeah, probably more logical. More logical.
I mean, we do have like take and c4, take queen h7, knight
Yeah,
c2.
I was thinking about that, but I thought the b pawn is probably weak.
But I think like h7 pawn is not so meaningful.
Well, it probably depends what happens here.
Maybe first bishop b2, bishop b7, knight c3.
Yeah.
Because now knight c3 is maybe forcing bishop c6 or something.
No, this looks like this looks playable.
It's a bit annoying.
Oh, we don't threaten the pawn, so it's kind of pointless.
No,
Yeah, that's true. Just choose knight of 6 or something.
I mean, I thought
take
it was...
d5 twice.
Yeah, we can.
Like, I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
there is
So
no
fine,
bishop
yeah.
c6, the bishop c6
Yeah.
so.
But there's nothing else to move around one, right? I mean, this has before.
I
Like,
just not that knight f3.
I think like all moves are maybe playable
Knight
here.
f3 is fine, like knight f3, knight f6 d4, I mean, it's solid.
no, it's just normal.
Yes, but we sort of, we intend to play c4, I think, yeah, that's a big difference. Knight f3, knight
Wait, so
f6.
this is d4?
So big here, I don't like c5.
Ah, yeah, c5, that's right. That's
I'm
the
not
problem.
sure if c5 is good.
Yeah, no,
If c5 maybe like d5.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just great for it.
Ah, you want to play this one? No, but actually it was g6 first. This was the
Then knight f3.
this is the one you want to.
So whenever you go c4,
Yeah.
okay, c4, so bishop b5 for example,
so
yeah, like
first-
d5, c4,
d5?
bishop b5, yeah. Would be the shortest game, yeah.
But no, but here also can you play knight e3 and c4 maybe or something, or knight c3 and c4.
But I'm not
And,
sure.
Like, what about
knight
this?
e3.
What about this?
Knight f6.
Bishop h6.
So c6, d4.
Bishop f4, or no, sorry, yeah, sorry, e4 or g3. Which okay, e4.
I just don't like doing this for a queen. But maybe it's good.
No, but you're also castling in one
Fine,
move.
it's
I mean,
super helpful. So let's say if he takes on 4, takes and so on.
knight f6, I guess.
I just think you can take on bishop h6, yeah?
Yeah, also, yeah.
So,
No, this
black
is
master.
yeah. This is
Bishop g4 here.
bishop g4 here. G3.
Oh, I don't know.
Takes and takes on d4, yeah?
Ah, you want to grab the pawn?
Yeah.
Probably it's safe to take this pawn.
Probably, yeah.
And if c3, then you take on the 3 and you
Yeah, this I don't like.
and you can
I mean, especially for us, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, for you guys it's crazy. No, but yeah, probably.
I like b4 first.
Yeah, I mean probably d4, b4, probably the two best moves.
Is b4 c5 possible?
Ah, you want to do the same line?
To take knight f3, I think we can. Or g3.
But also, I assume taking should
Takes, I mean.
take knight f3.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to believe that this should be good for black.
So the wall, I think, is way more important, no?
Normally it should be better for
Like
like
d4 maybe?
b6.
6.
Knight c3.
It's very tempting, yeah, but I don't see d4, knight d5.
Yeah.
Probably it's good, right?
Yeah,
And
should
c6
be good.
and c4 and something, right?
Whatever, like knight g5.
Yeah, I mean, you just
c4,
C4,
yeah, knight g5, g3, and
yeah, no, this should be great for white.
resolve quickly.
Yeah, no,
So
I
knight
mean,
c3, knight f6,
yeah.
but okay, probably is.
No, I mean I think it makes the most sense. Yeah, like,
Should be.
yeah, it should be the best move probably.
Best.
Yeah, best bet, yes.
Position 599 is the landscape of our battlefield here for the final classical game in Paris, France. And that man on your screens right now, Hikaru Nakamura, as he makes his way to his final table, he knows that it's nothing less than a victory required for him to keep his tournament hopes alive, extend it to a tiebreaker against the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen, and maybe vie for that all-important top spot. Directly into the chairs we go, and soon the games will be underway. How about those discussions, though, David? They initially all over the board in terms of where they're looking at initial best moves. I will say, though, there Hikaru with the white pieces, they did, or he at least in particular, seemed to land on 1 or 2 moves that he felt were the best setups for white overall.
Yeah, fascinating, and for Hikaru, a bit of a dilemma. He is the only player with the white pieces in a must-win situation, so he starts with something a bit chaotic. We might see something a bit safer from his fellow white team players. Hikaru, of course, yeah, such a strong player at his best. He needs something special, though, against Magnus, especially in the opening, it feels like, to start this game on a high. He has pushed one of his pawns on the left flank. The black team were mostly focusing on the other side of the board. That black team, of course, including Magnus Carlsen, who would love a solid, stable position from the opening.
Yeah, wants a solid, stable positioning. Also wants to regain that top spot here when it comes to freestyle chess, falling down in uncharacteristic fashion in Weisenhouse, but coming back with an absolute, as a man on a mission, if you will, Tanya. This position in general, just at first glance for you, do you think it lends itself to the kind of game that Hikaru needs? Or is it going to be an uphill battle for him just against what the position provides for itself?
Mixed feelings on that, right? Because it does have certain characteristics of the 5-1-8. It's kind of easy for the players to imagine, especially on the right side of the board, it developing to a very standard setup where the knight comes out. You create a castle for yourself. You push that pawn, open the diagonal, what we call the ready system. And this first move by Hikaru, I think this is a power move by him, and also the speed with which he played.
Yeah.
You know, while the other players might want to be more solid with the approach of starting with one of the central pawns and the ideas on the right side, Hikaru was the only player in that analysis to suggest this idea. And we had a reaction in the studio when this came up, a what on earth reaction, if I'm a little polite about that. The wordings were a lot stronger than that. But I think this is exactly what Hikaru needs. If he goes for the approach on the right side of developing, of castling, getting the bishop out, how do you outplay Magnus in those kind of strategic middle games? Here, this move, he opens up, he wants to push further that pawn in front of the rook, get more space, and go for those early imbalances, hoping to trade the dark squared bishop if Magnus attempts to activate his own.
Yeah, essentially you get the white pieces, you get to go first, and it's clear that black's plan is to open this bishop on the diagonal. So as Tanya points out, Hikaru getting ready to challenge that piece. And not easy for Magnus to maintain symmetry. If Magnus tries to do the same and push his pawn, the players were discussing a break on the side of the board, and white is the first one to create some tension. Magnus was also looking over his shoulder a moment ago, looking at the screen, looking at the other boards. We can confirm that Vincent Keimer against Fabiano Caruana has opened in the same way. Fabi pushing this pawn forward. It was Arjun Erigaisi also pushing this pawn forward, but Jan Nepomniachtchi went his own way, developing the white knight first. So 3 games started with the same pawn push.
Yeah, but I love your point as well, Tanya, about the speed at which Hikaru was willing to sit down and play that move, perhaps tying into what we talked about earlier. Rely on your intuition. You have a feeling that this is the best move in the position, go with your gut. You're going to have to bring everything you have left in the tank to the table today to take down Magnus Carlsen. So let's go. Let's start firing on all cylinders.
He needs to use every single weapon that he has, and of course it's just move number 1, too early to say, but this is how you start building small pressure, We've seen the players sit back, take their time on move 1, and I think when we saw Magnus and company from the black side figure their way around, this was not a move that they were expecting. So Hikaru, the first sort of off balance, I'm going to throw you off balance, come at me approach, I'm ready for a battle today. He's come, I think he's come in a mood for a fight, and this first move, it really implies that. So I really like this approach from Hikaru.
Yeah, I love the first move. I've got to say, I don't think Hikaru was the luckiest in the position draw. It's not one of those positions you can immediately go on the attack against the opponent's king. It's yes, one bishop in the corner, but not really teamed up with any of the rest of your army. It feels like this could transpose into very kind of normal chess type waters. But ultimately, Hikaru found a great first move to at least hit Magnus with the first surprise. Surprise value is so important, at least in the clock times and the early pace of the game.
Completely agree. And look at that bottom right board that we've got, right? Jan needing only a draw, goes for that more solid approach that we were discussing, focusing on finishing development on the right side of the board, trying to navigate the position to a more standard, conventional chess middle game.
Yeah, and just so everybody at home is aware, because sometimes castling can be a little tricky here in freestyle chess, as soon as that knight jumps forward, the white king is free to castle to the right-hand side of the board. So that's available to Jan going forward. Far more pieces would have to vacate their starting squares if you want to castle over to the left-hand side of the board. We'll see if that comes into play a little bit later on. Either way, while the first moves were blitzed out by all of the players with white pieces, you can see immediately the foots hit the brakes, everybody slows things down, and now it's up to the players with the black pieces to craft responses.
Should we play predictions?
Ooh, okay. Let's see here. Well, there was discussion of just matching, right? Symmetry with the B5 push, in which the players with the white pieces were kind of thinking about even throwing that A pawn forward and creating a lot of tension immediately on, early on rather, and maybe a possibility to get the rook into play super early. I think we'll see that on one board at the very least.
I think one player who'd be happy to see that would be Hikaru, because that's the line that he was checking, and it would be something that might play to what he wants, opening up that rank at the edge of the board with a quick pawn moving in front of the rook. I wonder if the players also are thinking about focusing their attention to the right side, going on the way which we were expecting white to do, get that knight out, get that pawn in front of the bishop ahead, avoid the bishop trade as quickly as you can by blocking the diagonal with your knight, and then get into castling. We might see this game develop where we see the players go on opposite flanks, white playing on the left side and eventually black trying to play on the center or the right side of the board.
Yeah, I think Magnus might push the same pawn that Hikaru just pushed, kind of in front of the black queen, just one square.
One
I know
square.
Magnus, yeah, he doesn't always push 2 squares. He likes to kind of keep something up his sleeve. I've played a few 960 games with him. I don't know, I just have a feeling. But, okay, other prediction. How long will it be before we see Magnus Carlsen reply with his first move, already having spent nearly 7 minutes on move 1 here?
I think maximum like 3 more minutes. I don't think he goes below like 120 without making a move.
I'd say closer to 115. I think
Okay.
he thinks for another 5-6 minutes. David, I want to ask you, I mean, you make your prediction on the time, but what was the best move according to the engine in the starting position we had? How should have the players approached, and has anyone cracked that top move?
There was one person. It was Jan Nepomniachtchi, knight to f3. But it should be made known that the evaluation of the starting position was near dead even, and there was such a minimal difference between the top 3 moves. However, all 3 top moves were moves on the right side of the board. So it's very interesting that so many of the players with the white pieces are so focused on the left side of the board from the beginning.
Yeah, just totally fascinating, and it is one of those positions that starts closer to equality. It's more likely to be a slow maneuvering game at the beginning. But yeah, still so much choice. We have the first answer to one of the b4 pawn pushes.
Not what any of us thought it would be, it looks like.
Well, it opens up with a threat, and it's the queen that's attacking the corner pawn. And Arjun, you know, again, just using the clock as sort of a weapon as well from early days, from early moves, immediately responds on the right side, blocking that attack that Maxime had set up.
There you go. So yeah, things heating up on some of our lower bracket bouts there in the battles for 7th and 5th place. But I want to know what Magnus had on his mind when he came into the studio today ahead of his matchup here against Hikaru Nakamura, only needing a draw today to get it done. Let's hear from the world number 1.
Magnus, how are you feeling before this last day of the tournament?
I feel all right. I think there are a lot of people not feeling fantastic, and even though chess is incredibly fun, I think some people are probably happy to get the tournament over with soon, but I feel like I'm going like slightly in the right direction, so I'm happy with that.
Good luck today, and how are you gonna go about trying to get a draw today?
Just gonna play. I think in certain starting positions you can be a bit more cynical than others. Like you can go for symmetry a lot more. We'll see what happens. I'm just gonna take it as it comes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We'll take it as it comes, and that's kind of the approach that he'll have to take with the black pieces. Onus is on Hikaru to bring the fight, but we're going ahead to our 7th place matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nurulbek Abdusattorov, because these guys have been willing to move at a little bit of a faster clip overall. As you can see, a number of moves made, and still each of them with over an hour and 25 minutes to their name.
Yeah, it just feels like in the lower brackets, in the 5th and 7th matches, they feel freer, they feel looser. They know a win would be nice, but ultimately they are the faster players as well. True. Nepomniachtchi, known for his speed, he's now already got 4 moves down on the board. This last pawn push. It's something we've seen in recent days, Tanya. a bit of symmetry in the center. You need to break the symmetry, go for the queen's gambit without gambiting the pawn, and challenge black's stronghold in the center. I do like what Jan's doing, I must confess. This actually looks much more like conventional chess already. Similar openings do exist in normal chess. White's going to push a pawn forward. White has already castled the king here. As James mentioned, very easy to do so for both sides. And we're already fast approaching the middle game.
Very interesting, because yes, you want to open up that bishop at the corner of the board, but an idea that we saw appear yesterday might be something that we might see today. The moment that pawn moves one step forward, you're leaving a weakness behind, and black would have direct access to that square at the corner of the board with the light squared bishop jumping in and attacking the rook, which has just castled. So something to keep in mind before rushing with that. You were talking about breaking in the center, David. The pawn in front of the bishop moving 2 steps forward. If allowed, white would love to move the other pawn 2 steps forward as well, putting a lot of pressure on that central d5 pawn that Nordebek has. You know, Magnus in his interview said that some of the players are just looking forward to this coming to an end. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is perhaps one of them. You know, he said that in his interview, that the good news is that this is the last game. And that's what happens when you have this dream start, but then suddenly one by one, the pieces start collapsing, right? The dream starts coming to an end, and then the whole thing becomes a nightmare.
And it's a marathon of tournaments, 8 straight days of chess action, right? And it's not something like, you know, maybe a tournament where you're playing the same time controls the entire way, you're playing with the same starting position the entire way, right? Every day the players are challenged a little bit differently, either coming up against a new starting position they've never seen before, or a quick switch of pace, and all of that can ultimately take its toll.
Yeah, and we should mention that although not technically a Grand Slam and not maybe one of the biggest tournaments on the tour, in 3 days' time, on Thursday, in Karlsruhe, Germany, there is a tournament starting, the Grenke tournament, where most of these guys, the top players in the world, they will be competing, the likes of Magnus Carlsen and others. And Jan Nepomniachtchi at breakfast this morning, he did say to me, he was like, oh, I'm not signed up, but maybe I'll play. I want to play more.
Wow.
And he was like, I feel like I didn't do myself justice here, basically. And yeah, although he might want this tournament to be over, I think he wants to get back to the board as quickly as possible. Make amends.
Bitten by the freestyle bug.
Exactly. Over 3,000 players registered there, by the way, in Grenke. And there will be tour points at stake. The top 10 will get points added to their overall standings here.
That's going to be a big celebration of chess, right? A big party of freestyle chess. And like you said, despite having a tough event here, Jan wants to get straight back at it. Did you notice the expression that Jan had when he saw this last move by Nordebek? And I think if we just back up, David, we can explain what just happened and why Jan was slightly surprised and perhaps happy with the way things have turned out. Now, with that bishop move that was made earlier on by Nordebek, somewhere he wastes a tempo to get that castle going, which perhaps should have been done first before opening anything up, before opening the bishop up or getting it out. Because look at the way it followed through. Black eventually develops the knight, and just when Nordebek is ready to get the king to the corner to safety because of that extra tempo, Jan Nepomniachtchi puts his own bishop on a diagonal where it targets a central pawn, not giving Nordebek the time to get his desired setup here. Yes, you can defend this pawn by bringing your knight out into the game, but if you do that, you're coming in the way of a very key pawn, your queen behind it, the development, the harmony in development, much harder to achieve. And I just wonder if a slight inaccuracy has already occurred by Nordebek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, at least in practical terms, this is really uncomfortable. I've been there myself when you really, really want to make a move. Here, you just really want to castle your king as black, but the opponent stops it, and you suddenly get a bit flustered. You suddenly start looking for convoluted ways to kind of enact your plan anyway. And yeah, not so easy to figure out how to defend this pawn. As Tanya mentions, the black knight definitely doesn't want to sit on this square. Suddenly, white will challenge the center, and you want to support your center with pawns. Here, black has almost no pawn presence other than this this one that's about to get traded off in the center. So really nice move there from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe there are other ways. Maybe the black pawn will step forward. The queen will take a move out to defend her pawn here. But it takes a while. And Nordebek with some big, big things to ponder here.
Well, a good look at our 7th place match. Now let's jump up to 5th place here. Arjun Erigaisi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This was one of the matchups in which Arjun did take a note out of Hikaru's playbook there early on, saying, I like your suggestion in terms of what the first move here should be for the white player. And now we can kind of see how MVL has crafted a response. When we make our way back to that final table, we'll see if Magnus went the same way or decided to go elsewhere when it comes to how MVL responded with the black pieces.
Yeah, let's backtrack and go to the beginning of this game. We did see Arjun employ the Hikaru Nakamura opening, I'm going to call it for now. Pawn forward to b4, and quick as a flash, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave created a big threat. There is one hanging pawn for both sides on the edge of the board. The queen hitting this little guy. This was blocked by white stepping forward. Dual purpose move, blocking and opening up the bishop on the nice long diagonal here. Some central play from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and now this white bishop lands on the long diagonal. And I must admit, I'm half expecting Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to try and occupy the center as quickly as possible with pawns. Flank strategy versus central strategy, but first MVL makes another threat with his queen, bringing her out, hitting an undefended pawn here. It feels a bit odd for black, I've got to say, the queen on the square. But then again, if Arjun has to waste a move now, pushing his pawn on the edge of the board, for example, then Maxime will have time to occupy the center and probably feel quite confident about life.
I love that plan. And then, you know, your knight, it develops in front of the king. You open up the diagonal for your own bishop, and then you get your king to safety, and it feels like you've achieved the perfect opening setup that you would have desired out of the starting position. I think Maxime has got everything to be happy about the way the first couple of moves have turned out. You know, he needs a win to take it to tie breaks. A great start with black for him.
I really like black's position, I've got to say. Arjun might be sitting there cursing Hikaru this time, being like, why did I push a pawn on the flank? Why not just go for something symmetrical when I only need a draw?
And you can see him eyes searching the playing hall a little bit.
James, I'll tell you one thing about Arjun. You know, if he was to defend that pawn, he would allow Maxime to get his dream position, right? You push that a pawn, the pawn in front of the black king moves 2 steps forward. Everything looks beautiful for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But the one thing that Arjun does is not give his opponent what he wants. I think he's going to try to make it very dynamic rather than going for the defense. I wonder if he will start opening up his own pieces. You know, you called it the Hikaru opening. It might be the Arjun Gambit coming on very soon.
Ooh. Our second named opening here. Possibility in freestyle chess.
So how do you gambit the pawn? I'm thinking I want to open up my queen and start targeting the pawn on the right side of the board.
Wow, okay, a hit on this pawn. And, okay, this actually offers up 2 different pawns that black can take. Black can also just try to defend this pawn, or move it, but it's actually not so easy. You can't step forward with this pawn anymore because this bishop in the corner hangs. If you bring your knight out, the knight might at some point be captured. Probably not right now, but might be captured in order to grab this pawn later. So wow, this is crazy. Let's say Maxime just takes in the center, says,
Crazy
take my
is
pawn.
Arjun's middle name.
This is true. Take and brings the knight out. This gets really wild. The black rook's defending the bishop in the corner right now.
Yeah, where does the queen retreat to then? All the way back to the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. C2, okay.
But then it is a gambit. It is a real gambit of a pawn. Arjun here will have given up 2 on the left side just for 1 on the right side. Maybe this is the best thing to do, and then you bring your knight out, hit this guy, you bring the other knight out, you castle quickly, and it's a very open position.
Yeah, you're far more developed in this case as the white player then.
The bar doesn't hate it.
Doesn't hate it, doesn't love it. Indifference.
Roughly level.
Bar is hotless.
Opposite of love is indifference.
Okay.
It's not hate.
Love, hate, love, maybe a bit of both. This pawn move, that would be maybe the principled way.
It's a fun idea. I really like it.
Have you seen Arjun's thinking pose? He's been like this for the last 3 minutes. Hasn't even glanced at the board. This is him calculating. And if Arjun had to play that other pawn move defending the attack pawn, he would have played it much faster. So this is what's going on in his mind. How do I make this fun?
The madman. You mentioned another nickname of his, Tanya. And will he go for some madness on the board?
Well, yeah,
Mayhem.
I'm glad that fun is on his mind, because that'll make it fun for us. Let's check in with our 3rd place bout, Fabiano Caruana against Vincent Keimer. For Fabiano, he came away with the win yesterday, so he enters today up 1-0 over our defending champion from Weisenhaus 2025. So onus is on Vincent to strike back here today, but he's going to have to do it with the black pieces of all. So first of all, waiting for what Fabiano's initial moves would be. Fabiano agrees with Hikaru. I'm going for that early B4 push. And here we can maybe roll it back and see how this one developed in terms of Vincent's early responses.
Yeah, pawn to b4 met by a central thrust by Vincent Keimer. I've noticed Vincent just loves to push his central pawn forward with white, with black, no matter what. He doesn't really care where the pieces are as long as he has some influence in the center. Others are much more happy to go for flank play. Here, Fabiano, the whole purpose of the first white move is to put this bishop on the long diagonal, challenge, maybe pin this bishop into the corner. We see Vincent bring his knight out very healthy. And now this move. I just want to point out, this sets a big trap because in this position, the current game position, there are some ideas of hitting this pawn in the center. At some point, you might be able to remove the defender and capture it in the center. If you ever want to defend your pawn, whoops, your queen gets trapped. And the black queen, nowhere to go. So essentially, wow, yeah, you cannot move this pawn. This is going to be a bit annoying. I think in these types of positions, it's very helpful to connect your pawn chain in the center, but impossible to do so.
And
yeah. Well, I was going to say, and that's quite strange because we've already seen a couple other boards, you know, very purposefully move that pawn that you're now talking about can't move here in order to unlock the queen and get her involved early. Yeah. Vincent's going to have to find another way.
And probably that other way revolves around development, right? You get your bishop out first, create a square for the queen so that it's not trapped anymore, and then get that pawn chain that you want, a sort of a wall against the white bishop.
Yeah, that would be a very logical move. Bring the bishop out, for example, to a square such as this one. Maybe black can just castle as well in the meantime. But Fabiano going for this kind of f4, b4. It's clear there's a dark square strategy here, controlling some nice squares in the middle of the board. Fabi not playing kind of conventional, risk-free, symmetrical chess, which is nice to see, despite the fact he's got a lead in the position. He's playing what he feels are principled best moves here. Vincent with some big questions to answer.
Big questions to answer, and when he's got questions to answer, he will spend the time to think. Already got hand on forehead there, and you can see already a 17-minute deficit there up against Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano essentially losing no time in his bank at an hour and 29 minutes with that 30-second increment that he gets per move. So while Vincent considers what his response will be, I want to zoom out, take stock of everybody's heart rates, because we saw it first there. Fabiano looking really calm down at 66, not feeling any pressure as of yet. Abdusattorov and Nepo, yeah, they're always the ones who come in right around that triple digit. I don't know if that's just because they get awake and moving early on or what. I mean, obviously can just have a higher baseline, but either way, the blood's flowing in that one. From here, let's go to the accuracies just to see how the computer evaluates those early opening positions. Has anyone gotten themselves into dire straits? It doesn't look like it just yet. I think Arjun's 95 speaks to the fact that, like you said, Tanya, he just wants to make it fun. It's not even that inaccurate, but, you know, a little bit. It's 100 for Nepo, of course. Not too far into the game, but playing near perfection, if not perfection, so far through the early stages.
And Nepo's the only one who chose that solid, contained approach in the opening, right? Playing on the right side of the board. You pointed it out. It was the top line by the engine. Get your pieces out. Get your king to safety. And we saw earlier with the heart rate, Fabiano, the coolest customer in the building right now at 68, feeling good with his controlled chances there. 99% accuracy.
I was going to say, I tell you what, if you can't have 100, 99.3 is not so bad there for Hikaru Nakamura. And if he can maintain 99.3, we might be heading towards a tiebreaker in our marquee battle between him and Magnus Carlsen. Down 1-0 in the scoreline with the white pieces. It's his turn to move here. Hikaru, he of course did proffer that B4 idea and went for it himself immediately upon sitting down at the table. David, let's roll it back just so we can go through the move order up to this point. But looking kind of similar to some of the other boards. Notably, Magnus is already able to unlock his queen, though.
Yeah, and here we see Fabiano try to take a leaf out of Fabiano Caruana's book. Let's wind it back, as you mentioned. Pawn to b4 at the first move. And Magnus, very interesting, actually, that he unlocks the queen, first of all, on the first turn. This is something Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also did. And now Magnus, rather than occupy the center, we saw some pros, cons there in other games. He first gets his bishop on the long diagonal here. The white bishop challenges it, and then he blocks. He says, no, my bishop is much more valuable. That bishop will actually protect the black king later. And here, Hikaru pushes forward. He needs to win, so he didn't want anything too symmetrical. And again, there is a trap. Remember, everyone at home, the black pawn cannot push 2 squares because then the black queen would find herself locked in and lost. So essentially, he's reducing Magnus's options with the central pawn structure here. Hikaru, he just wants to get his knight out next, castle his king. I really like what he's done, actually, just in terms of making it as imbalanced as possible. But of course, long way ahead. Magnus has been very sensible as well. He's going to castle his king, maybe push the pawn 1 square, maybe challenge on the left flank. Still, yeah, very much one of those middle games that's likely to happen, where the best player wins, whoever comes up with the better plans.
And Hikaru's imbalanced it as quickly as possible as well, right? Pretty much move number 1 there. And also stopping Magnus from getting that pawn chain against the light squared bishop. I really like your idea of after Magnus gets the king to safety to strike on the left side of the board by pushing the pawn 2 steps forward. Because that one little pawn move that Magnus made in front of the bishop, it's sort of a multi-purpose move. You block the bishop, but you also, and it's on the board immediately. I was expecting it a bit later on, to be honest. But just to finish the point, that pawn that's blocking the light squared bishop, it has another purpose. It stops Hikaru's desirable response to this move that's just been played, which is to push his own pawn 1 step forward, gain more space on the left side of the board. So only once Magnus took care of that is when he strikes, opens up a square for the queen to slide to avoid any of those traps David was mentioning. And the rook, it now doesn't have to leave where it starts from. It's going to have an open file to develop itself.
Yeah, very likely Hikaru doesn't want to break his own pawn structure. He might just step forward 1 square and defend. But then this is one of those situations, I call it lock and key. And that's where Magnus holds the key. He can unlock this this open line on the edge of the board at will. It's very much Hikaru just kind of waiting, just kind of knowing that he has to calculate every single move, that side of the board opening up. It's always the nicest to be the one to decide when to trade, when to open things, to have that power. So a great move by Magnus there.
At the very least, if and when that line was opened, the rooks can be traded, at least evenly, right? Because the bishop or the queen can recapture down here on the bottom left-hand side of the corner. But it would be quite a lot of tension to sit on the board until, as you mentioned, Magnus is the one who decides to relieve it. But how do we feel Hikaru is doing in terms of making steps towards a messy game that ultimately is winnable?
Mm-hmm. I think he's trying.
He's trying. Oh boy, that's never the way in which you want that question to be answered. He's trying. It's A for effort when it comes to Hikaru. Now it's time for our first trip into the confessional booth. Magnus Carlsen, first as ever into that glass box. Let's see what he had to say.
I feel like the starting positions we're getting are kind of similar. But there always seems to be different themes from the game to game, though. I think our team, so to speak, players playing black this round, were not necessarily expecting to see the move before on a lot of boards. But the alternatives for white didn't look that promising, so I'm not shocked to see it. I think maybe the biggest issue for both players is how to develop the respective knights on d1 or d8. The rest of the pieces seem fairly harmonious. On the previous move, it was not an easy choice at all whether to exchange the bishop or not. I think strategically, changing the bishops would have been fine. I just wasn't sure if he sets up kind of the way Fabiano did with pawn to f4 and so on, whether he could gain some useful space there. Knight comes to f2, knight f3, and so on. Wasn't quite sure how to develop there. The advantage of keeping the bishop on b2 and the bishop on h8 alive is that now I have a positional idea of playing a5 at some point. Probably quite soon. Both activating my queen a little bit, making sure it's not trapped in any situations after bishop to e5 as it would have a7. and opening up for the rook as well. And without the bishops, the queen would have been protecting the pawn if he pushes. So that was kind of the idea there. I think regardless, we have an interesting battle on our hands, but more kind of a positional one and not a tactical one from an early, from very early on as we had yesterday.
Getting the confirmation from Magnus there on most of what you had displayed for us there, David, when it comes to the risk of trapping that queen in, but of course vacating now a square for her to escape over there towards the a7 position. So positional battle, he says, less so a tactical one. I gotta wonder though, is that the kind of game that Hikaru wants?
No, would be my answer on that. I think it's just so tough to create your chances against Magnus when you're strategically trying to outmaneuver the guy. He just squeezes you to death in those kind of situations. So you don't want to be on the back foot there. But the question is, what we have, is there potential to really make a mess out of this position? At some point, you want to get those pawn breaks in. At the right time, you want to open up the lines. And he does go into that lock-in key that you mentioned right now, locking up that pawn. Magnus will not take immediately. It's up to him to decide when he does, expecting him to continue with his development. Magnus didn't look very concerned with this first surprise by Hikaru.
Yeah, Magnus, he just takes things in his stride. That's the problem. It's very hard to throw him off balance. And maybe Hikaru just got slightly unlucky with the position draw, unable to get any chaos, any tactics. Strategic battles, it's very hard to throw Magnus off, that is for sure.
What are we calling this pawn formation, David? James?
Ooh.
All 5 on the dark squares, a triple on one, a double on the other.
If he gets this one, he's going to win, Hikaru.
Connect 4.
The connect 4.
Get it on the board.
All right, and that would actually be a very strong connect 4 in this position. But I don't know if I've got a good name for this one right now. The pincer.
I like it. The pincer. It's the grip on the dart squares here. Tanya, have you got some ideas for the names?
I like it. I was going for a similar vibe with sort of the vampire getting your fangs into the dark square. So we can go with the pincer. We don't get to see this very often, 5 out of the first 6 moves, I want to say, played with the pawns. And all of them placed on the dark squares, controlling some more. So an interesting controlled approach here, but I can't wait for the lines and the diagonals to open up in this one, and I know that's coming soon.
Yeah, this is still very, very early. Hikaru looks pretty chilled out as well. It's got to be said. Not super enthusiastic necessarily, not super positive, but I don't think he's too flustered. Yes, it might be a slower type of opening, maybe not exactly what he was dreaming about last night, but then again, it's still imbalanced. The pawn structure is not symmetrical. That's always step 1.
Less walking around today, though. Already. Already it feels like he's gotten out of his chair a little bit less to get the legs moving.
He wants to stare down Magnus a bit more, maybe.
Staying a bit more locked in, exactly.
Also not covering his eyes as much as yesterday, so perhaps a different strategy, a different approach. But Hikaru is also such a practical guy, right? I can totally imagine him going on his recap later on and saying, the position was such, couldn't create some chances early on, and I tried how it develops, but just from the opening perspective, that it's fine, I got this position, and he neutralized out of the opening, what to do, logical. And he kind of keeps a very straightforward human evaluation of what he had. I mean, compared to what Magnus had with the white pieces, David, which of these 2 freestyle positions do you think were more dynamic of the 2?
Yesterday's, for sure. Magnus, maybe he just made it dynamic. It didn't look so kind of rich and full of potential, Magnus's position yesterday, but he made it look that way. 4 moves in, pawn sacrifice, fireworks early in the middle game. This one looks far, far slower.
Pawn sacrifice on the same square on which Hikaru keeps the pawn on the first move. The one that we were talking about. It was the key move for Magnus yesterday. Who knows? Might turn out to be the case for Hikaru today.
Yeah, that was the pawn the day b4 and today as well. The b4 pawn is the key battleground at the moment. But Magnus, I'm expecting him to castle to get his king to safety. Maybe at some point push this pawn. I think it will land on a dark square rather than the light square, just to stop any harassment of the black queen. But either way, black is super solid, and that's step one for him.
A slow positional battle. Shall we go to somewhere where just a tiny bit of progress has been made? Fabiano Caruana up against Vincent Keimer. Fabiano, again, all he needs is a draw to get it done here today, and already he has just ever so slightly bettered his position from the start.
Okay, we've only had a couple of moves since we were last here, but it's a very similar pawn structure to that's occurring between Nakamura and Carlsen. So maybe just a quick backtrack, because the reason Hikaru doesn't have an advantage is because Magnus doesn't have any bad pieces. But here, Vincent does have one bad piece, I would say. And in this position, instead of castling, he brought his knight out. Very mysterious move, I'm going to say. This knight doesn't... It is given a question mark by the computer, so maybe I'm a bit biased, but it doesn't have anywhere to go. It also blocks the black bishop from entering the action. It also blocks the black pawn that often wants to step forward. Very odd choice of square by Vincent Keimer. And here Fabiano develops. I'm expecting Fabiano to now castle on the next move. He could also just bring his knight out. And this black knight just looks clumsy somewhat, Tanya.
Absolutely, and you know, all the points that you made, and now that Keimer's castle, there's another one. That pawn moving one step forward at the right point would create big threats on the king's side. You know, you'd force Keimer into some trades, and you could prepare that. You could bring your knight out first, eyeing one break on the right side, but another one on the left side. That c-pawn moving 2 steps forward as well, opening up the queen for a potential sniping attitude towards the king. And I just feel that it's gone very well for Caruana. You know, you don't have the opportunity to still push the pawn in front of the bishop. Those traps that we were talking about, still a big threat on the board. White doesn't need to rush with castle. Great start for Fabi.
Great start.
Fabulous Fabi in this opening.
Yeah, very difficult to understand this move. And Keimer normally never makes any strategically suspicious moves. Sometimes tactical mistakes, we all do. But yeah, this knight just looks like a target. And I love your move, Tanya, just trying to go for it. Go for this pawn break, kick this knight away, gain time, go in the attack. And Fabi, yeah, fantastic start. He couldn't have dreamed it better.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, these feel like easy moves to make, right? It's just kind of following the principles of chess. Not just develop our knight, but look for those, you know, pawn breaks, ways to push those minor pieces back. And so, by all accounts, I would expect Fabiano to find these easy moves and continue pressing his near 1 point advantage already.
The big difference in the position is the comparison of all the bishops here, right? White's doing so well with both of them. Meanwhile, Keimer's still struggling with his bishop, queen, and rook on the other side. How many times in this broadcast, James, have we spoken about Keimer's big ability to just get a feel where the pieces belong? That's been his biggest strength in freestyle chess. You know, something that we've seen him do better than pretty much everyone else in the field. He takes his time, but then everything works to perfection in those middle games. So this is definitely a very strange start with black, kind of putting your knight in a position where it's coming in the way of your own pieces. No good development squares for that bishop. You try to open it to challenge white's light square bishop, and you walk into a break on the other side of the board with the c-pawn moving 2 steps forward.
Yeah, this just looks odd. Vincent Keimer frowning as well, maybe regretting some of his earlier choices. But either way, if Fabi plays this move, brings the knight out, I think we might see the advantage start to grow. Vincent will be left with some difficult choices. Black has no good pawn moves, we should mention. That is the big difference here. He can't play with some of his pieces, and he can't play with pawns. So very, very stuck for black. The dark squared strategy, perfectly executed by Fabiano. Better than the Hikaru Nakamura situation where he tried the same, but Magnus is set up slightly differently.
Yeah, a look of consternation on his face, and you kind of saw there trying to, you know, peer around Fabiano, probably towards the digital boards at something else happening on one of the other monitors. Fabiano, though, one of the ones to give us the most brutally honest confessional just yesterday in terms of evaluating all 4 of the board states. Let's see what kind of mood he was in today when he dove into the confessional booth. Here it is now.
I think this is the best possible opening I could have hoped for. And like Hikaru and I both have a similar development, but I think that Vincent played d5 too early, and as a result, he can't really play c6 because his queen gets trapped. And then he has to waste some time, like moving his bishop from c8 to develop his pieces, or, I don't know, his knight on d8 never develops. I think it's like very, very bad for black. That's my feeling, at least. And Magnus is probably in a better position because he can always play d6, so bishop e5 doesn't concern him. But for Vincent, the e5 square is just uncontrollable. He never controls his square without trading bishops, losing the right to castle. And if he plays a5, I play b5, I keep gaining space. His knight on d8 gets killed. If he plays bishop d7, my mode of development is one knight goes to f3, and then the other knight can go to f2. This is very safe to cover h3, play g3. Or, I think more ambitious and probably better is to play knight e3, attack d5, c6, he defends it, then play c4, get both my knights in the center, and then I can develop my kingside by playing bishop g2. I can also not move my knight from g1 so quickly. I can play if he plays bishop d7, for example, knight e3, I attack the pawn, c6, c4. He has to take, otherwise e6 just kills his entire position. So he takes on c4, knight takes, then I just control the e5 square. It's basically a Dutch from heaven. You can't imagine a better Dutch. So probably Hikaru is also rather happy since he used to be a Dutch player way back, maybe 12, 13 years ago. But I'm extremely happy with my position. I think, of course, it's still complicated, but I think it's about as good as I could have ever hoped for, from the opening at least.
Well, how about that? As happy as he can be with his starting position, and seems to be the man with all the answers right now, David, calling out pretty much everything in advance, even highlighting the possibility of that e3 move that you suggested, Tanya. So I have to imagine it's in his sights right now, and maybe what he's considering.
It's the most straightforward plan in White's position now, right? Especially after Kaima's knight has arrived where it has, sort of blocking any kind of counter ideas that you could have. So Fabi, he's slowing down, and I think he gave wonderful insights. He's happy in his mind state. And I wonder if he's coming after our jobs, guys, because he wants to commentate on all the other games as well. He's still got his eyes out on our main matchup as well. Love to hear it from him on all of that, so keep those confessions coming. But a happy Fabi with his position, and I think he's got reasons to be so, David.
Yeah, he called it a dream. He called it a Dutch from heaven. And of course, that alludes to an opening in chess where, as black, you kind of push the f-pawn. Here, he's doing it with white. Slightly different, but yeah, all of the ideas on his radar. This knight move we think is very, very strong. He's just kind of assessing all of his many, many tempting options we should mention before trying to punish Vincent for moving this knight. He said that knight should never move. He said it was dead. He's going to come for this piece.
Yeah, he questioned if it should ever even leave that original d8 square, but even now it feels like a nearly dead piece, or at least a weakened one, and in the process has completely smothered his own light-squared bishop, and then still there is the issue of getting that queen in play. And so, yeah, a very difficult position, it feels like, for Keimer to navigate. At the same time, Caruana now needs to take advantage, or wants to take advantage, of this very early strong position.
Very professional, though. He doesn't rush with his decisions. He's up on the clock. He knows it's an early opportunity. We'll see how he continues. Now, he called it Dutch from heaven, and in standard chess, that's when that f-pawn, it moves 2 steps forward, and you get your bishop on this diagonal. And I'm just wondering what a Dutch from hell would look like, so that we can just sort of draw a contrast with what is Fabi so happy about.
Most Dutch defenses slightly hellish. The problem is in a normal Dutch, for example, I'm just going to make some moves on the board, but normally here, let's say en passant it wasn't possible. Let's say that bishop into the center wasn't possible, but let's say this white pawn were also back a few squares. Normally in a Dutch defense, the opponent occupies the center very, very quickly, so the opponent's able to, for example, shut down this very powerful bishop on the long diagonal, or the opponent has better placed minor pieces. Maybe this bishop will be out, this knight will be on a better square. And Dutch defenses normally, yes, you play on the flanks with pawns like this one, but the opponent has a very strong center here because the opponent's center is only essentially one pawn, which cannot even be supported due to ideas of going for the queen. It does feel like he's got everything he wants from a Dutch defense, but the opponent's got nothing that they want. And that's why he's so happy right now. Pattern recognition combined with just objective evaluation of this position.
So we know Fabi's happy with the position. He claims that Hikaru should be happy with his position as well, though he does believe Magnus has maybe navigated the response just a little bit better. Let's go back over to that final table real quickly just to see how the game has progressed. I now see a black knight jumping forward here from Magnus Carlsen, as well as Hikaru choosing to develop his second white knight to that F2 square that Fabiano had also highlighted, just saying maybe a bit of a slower approach.
Yeah, a bit of a safer one, Tanya, and that knight maybe about to get traded off. Just a quick action replay before we jump in. We last left it with the kind of lock and key situation on the left flank. I think this will be maintained as the status quo for a while now. Neither side wants to blink and trade on the opponent's terms. So now Magnus did castle his king. Hikaru brought his knight out. Only now does Magnus bring out this pawn. We should mention that the queen no longer trapped because it has a nice square. Magnus mentioned that in his confessional. And now he had no point to bring the knight forward to the center because the knight no longer hits this pawn. It doesn't really support any pawn pushes that hit the black knight. So this knight maybe slightly clumsy relative to Fabiano's position. A nice choice of square from Hikaru and challenged by Magnus. Not just challenging the knights, we should mention the dark squared bishops also potentially about to leave the board. Magnus just wants to trade down now to seek safety.
And that's not something that Hikaru would be happy about, right? 2 sets of minors off the board. And I think another idea that this knight jump opens up for Magnus is an advance at the center of the board. That f-pawn moving 1 step forward, the e-pawn moving 2 steps forward and kind of gaining more space in the center feels like something that gives Magnus easy play. Also, his light squared bishop has got a beautiful spot to come to complete development. Meanwhile, Hikaru's light squared bishop blocked by Magnus's pawns. I don't see a good future for this bishop either. Minor's doing well, a potential central plan in play, a rook trade on the offer, so many pieces coming off. Play in the center for Magnus. I think if you're looking for only a draw, you could already start thinking about more if you're black here.
Magnus Carlsen. He's just the ultimate sportsman. He can be cynical when he needs to be. He can be artistic like yesterday. But here he just wants to trade everything off. And as you said, Tanya, if Hikaru isn't careful, then also the fact that black might be the first to occupy the center fully, that is a big, big worry for the American Grandmaster.
The one thing I've noticed about Magnus so many times in these mini matches is, right, when he gets the lead against, regardless of who he's playing against, he comes back. He always manages to get a position where it feels like he's pushing for more, and then from a position of strength, gets that much needed draw. And what has happened in the first few moves in this one, we might be headed in that direction, David.
Yeah, that's what we say about most of the top players. Magnus, Hikaru, Jan. They're just great front runners. They know how to bully the opponents. When a draw is all they need, they have different gears. They switch, they play solid, and the opponents have to overextend or feel provoked. If you frustrate them by holding the first few games, if you don't let them get the first win in, then it becomes a whole different dynamic. But yeah, Magnus, he's been here so many times before, World Championship matches included. Once he's in the lead, it's so hard to peg him back.
So tough. And I'm not sure what the exact quote was, but Bobby Fischer said something to the effect of that it's not just about winning against an opponent for him, but also destroying him from a mental perspective. And maybe chat in our community can tell me what the exact quote was. And very often, I think that plays out with what Magnus does as well. You know, he just gets into his opponent's head, sort of re-establishes, and then again does it, and then just make sure that they know who's the final boss here, every single format, every single time. So I feel that there's some similarity between Magnus and Fischer from a psychological perspective there.
Magnus already finding ways to increase the tension on the board here and kind of put the screws to his opponent, Hikaru, who needs nothing but a victory here to extend his tournament life, force those tiebreakers, and maybe take the #1 spot. $200,000 at stake, 25 circuit points at stake. And as we can see tension developing on the board, we're welcoming Jules Gambit back into the studio. I'm very happy to have you. But my first and immediate question to you is, since we're up here tucked away in this studio, what's it like down there right now? Can you relay for us? I mean, how tense? Can you feel it in the air in that player arena?
I can feel the tension in the air for sure, and everyone is also on their seats just watching all around. This is a really, really intense match. I think for the viewers, they want tie breaks. You know, fans of Magnus want Magnus to win, so everyone's just like really, really locked in. And I thought it was an interesting analysis of like just the Magnus effect, you know, comparing it to Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, well, anyone compared to Bobby Fischer, that's a good comparison to make, or at least one you'd be happy to sit in terms of chess prowess. Hikaru has to get it done, though, in decisive fashion, and he has to do it today with a position that at least we early on pretty much evaluated as more lending itself towards an evenness. Do you think Hikaru, with his mentality, his mindset, is going to be able to make this a messy enough game to at least give himself winning chances?
You know, it just depends how he's able to bounce back from yesterday. That was absolutely not the position you want to be in. It's devastating when, you know, you've worked so hard to get a draw in endgame and just one mistake, one blunder can send it all down. I also think he was probably hoping for a more imbalanced position going into it because, like, he's playing with the white pieces. This is his hope. This is his try. I mean, I'm not seeing him looking super fighting right now, but it's still the beginning, and if he can play his best chess, especially against maybe a Magnus who isn't feeling super well right now, he definitely could win this game.
And speaking of, moves to follow from here, David, I'm kind of eyeing already. We've got bishops staring at each other across the board. Who wants that trade? In my mind, Hikaru sliding across forces the king to retake. Now maybe my queen can slide up with a check. I'm getting her more involved into the game. Is that kind of aiding my own development? Or would I rather hold that threat for longer?
Yeah, very good question. It's very unclear, actually, who wants to blink first here. I feel that the bishop trade is almost inevitable. No real good way for either side to run away from it. Personally, I would actually take this first step, take the bishop in the corner, leave the black king on a slightly awkward diagonal. I'm not sure whether I would insert this check. You can keep that one up your sleeve. Maybe if there is a rook trade in the corner, the queen check will come anyway with a bit of gain of time. I think the main problem here for Hikaru isn't the bishop trade. It's actually the fact that the knights are coming off, and this black bishop is going to come out, maybe trade off even more pieces. It just feels like you're just running out of ammo. You're just running out of pieces this early in the game, and white does lack pawn breaks. White lacks the ability to push this pawn, for example, which will just be captured. Can't really push in the center due to a knight trade, and this pawn will be captured. If you can't open lines, if you can't generate anything, you might just not get a real game. You might just find yourself shut down very quickly. Blocked position will favor knights as well. So if this, if for example, these pieces disappear, white castles, these bishops disappear, it's actually the black knight that might become more powerful than the white bishop long term, just because it is so closed, the position.
And Hikaru keeps thinking on what are the ways that he can keep the minors on the board for as long as possible. And I'm trying to think of the same, because you really want as many pieces as you can. And I wonder if he can avoid the trade by getting the knight to the center of the board, eyeing that pincer squares that he's already got controls on. And at least for the time being, you keep the knights on. And that's something that might give you stuff to play for, especially eyeing that e5 square later on.
Yeah, he has to try something, Hikaru. He can't allow all these trades and just be left in a dead equal endgame. I think you win 0 out of 100 of those against Magnus. You probably draw most of them, but a draw, of course, not enough. So I agree, Tanya. He needs to try something. Probably you start just keeping pieces on. Step one.
Draw most of them. I think that's optimism by David Howard.
Hikaru draws most of them. I would not.
You know, as Hikaru is finding his strengths in this position to play for, Jules, I've got a question for you that's off the board. What do you think, in your experience, are Hikaru's biggest sort of strengths will make him such an incredible streamer and the content that he puts out?
Well, I mean, from a content perspective, you know, he just has an exceptionally expressive face and he's very good at entertaining people. I don't know pretty much any other player who's able to play at such an incredibly high level while also keeping on as entertaining as he does. I mean, he is still one of the best, and there's no underestimating him on or off the board. It's a kind of difficult situation he's in currently, but, you know, if anyone can do it, it's probably him.
Hours worked, I feel like, for him. It's just the stream is always on. He's always generating content, which is a big part of it as well. I'm sure you can speak to kind of the necessity of consistency when it comes to being a content creator.
For sure. Like, he absolutely knows what he's doing. It's clear that he loves what he does, which the audience can definitely sense. You don't really get to his level without loving what you're doing. And I also think it's very rare to see a content creator who's able to focus on content, but also focus on playing at such a high level. And he's talked about that a little bit, too, as well, that people would underestimate his play in classical because he's doing all this content. But, you know, his rating's only gone up.
And to your point, the consistency with the number of hours, the effort, the hard work that goes into it. I mean, in this tournament itself, right, he's playing against the absolute best players in the world, and every single day the guy immediately goes back and puts out a recap of the game, regardless of what the result has been. And I think that just shows his incredible commitment to his community.
No, absolutely. Like, he's working a double time here. And yeah, it's what you need to do, and he's doing it.
It's elite level discipline, elite level discipline, you know, and it's the kind of discipline you'd expect out of the world number 2, and also makes him one of the top streamers the world has to offer. There you have, the bishops are off the board. The king gets moved over onto that top right square, kind of a funky diagonal for it to be sitting on for now. The question is, what's the follow-up? We still have those knights staring at each other in the bottom right-hand side of the board. Eventually, those are going to have to be dealt with. But like you said, I think Hikaru reticent to be the one to remove pieces from the board.
Yeah, I think it's more and more likely that we'll see Tanya's move there, just bring the knight away. Not necessarily because it's the best square in the world, just mainly to just avoid trades. You cannot allow these pieces to disappear. And you talked about the consistency. I think throughout chess history, there have been a lot of hard workers. We've seen the likes of Mikhail Botvinnik, who I think was maybe the patriarch of the kind of Soviet school of chess, who drilled it into them 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day. You have to be studying. But there have been some geniuses who kind of maybe didn't maximize their talent because they weren't putting in the hours. Hikaru's found a way to work on chess. It's just practice, practice, practice. And that's actually similar to other sports, like tennis, one-on-one game. You just hit balls for hours on end. You have to stay match sharp. And he's always match fit. He's always, yeah, there we go. The knight move, jumping, nice spot, Tanya. But yeah, he's always kind of, giving 100% in anything he does.
Well, I saw the bar, didn't love it, but I think it's more from the math situation for Hikaru. He truly needs to find a way to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. You know, just this matchup that we've got in front of us today is worth $200,000 and 25 tour points. There's so much on the line. But again, when these two meet, when we have this battle in the chess world, it goes beyond that. You know, it's another chapter in their incredible sort of legacy of this great chess's greatest rivalry of our times. And this is one of them. And then let's not forget, we've got the Esports World Cup coming. You've got Team Falcon versus Team Liquid in front of you. You know, we might see them fight over the board in so many different formats. So again, you want to get that confidence. It's about triumphing over your greatest rival. For Magnus, for him to reestablish his legacy against the one player fans believe, or at least his biggest competition. So just incredible dynamics. And another idea.
Another idea on the board. This is actually a dual-purpose move, maybe even a triple-purpose move. Firstly, blocking the diagonal, so now any queen moves will not land in a check, so preempting that. It's also created a nice escape path for the black knight if the white pawn ever kicks it back. The black knight looks a bit silly, looks a bit dim on the rim here, but yeah, firstly, you hit a pawn, and secondly, the knight actually has a nice safe square to jump back to, supporting a pawn push. That is actually the main reason, perhaps, of pushing this pawn, as Magnus has just done. He wants to break forward in the center. It's not just there that the pawn will stop. The two white knights are actually ready to be forked in the center. So, yeah, Magnus here, he's got all the ideas, positionally very sound, and dynamically full of potential as well.
Yeah, already with plenty of central control and even eyeing a bit more center control with more pawn pushes. Magnus hopped into the confessional booth a second time for us already. Let's go hear from him on how he evaluates the position a bit further down.
So one of the reasons that I chose not to trade the bishops when I had the chance on move 1, 2, 3, was that I thought I could do this later. Like in those lines with trading on b2, I thought anyway probably knight g4 would be a reasonable plan, and I'm not actually losing time as far as I can see. Also forcing the move a3 instead of him playing b5, I think it's more useful for me than it is for him, for sure. As I said, it gives my queen a little bit more space and so on. So I'm curious as to what he has up his sleeve here. It seems that my position is very healthy. The one bishop that he will have left on h1 is not super effective at the moment, and because it's sort of being blocked by my pawns, and the other bishop I can maybe trade off for a knight at some point and set up a light squared sort of pawn chain. So I think I'm doing well, very, very solid, and yeah, it's up to him to try and create something.
I think that's the piece for me there right at the end. It's up to him to create something, Tanya. At the end of the day, Magnus doesn't have to do anything fancy here. Arguably, maybe he already has, but it's not up to him to decide this game. It's up to Hikaru.
The ball is in Hikaru's court, and he's got to make the most of the shot that he's got, right? Because Magnus gets out of the opening with the black pieces in a position that he's comfortable in. No pawn weaknesses, feels very solid about his development. The queen will come out next. The central pan, we're talking about the rerouting of the knight. Easy moves for black to play that continuously improves slowly but steadily Magnus's position. Meanwhile, for Hikaru, it's not that clear. How are you making progress? You know, yes, you can get your king to safety, but what's next? How are you stopping that central break? That's the long-term plan that Magnus has. I think Magnus's chances in this match looking very high, Jules.
Yeah, and a question for you guys. I'm wondering, at what point should Hikaru make a dubious move in order to create complications? I mean, he's playing against such a strong player that perhaps he should just try to play solid and hope for chances? Or maybe should we see something a little bit more aggressive?
Exactly, fully agree. I think the big problem is what to try. I could imagine him doing something a bit crazy, like pushing some pawns on this side of the board, just to try and open up the diagonal yet again against the black king. It is very committal though, because now where will the white king castle? Probably won't. So I could see something along those lines. But I think that's a great call there, Jules. He needs to try something. Whether it looks good or not, you just need to confuse your opponent.
I do think it's a brilliant question, and an internal debate I'm so glad I don't have to be having right now, right? The idea of when is it necessary for me to take the risk or make the move versus waiting for an opportunity for Magnus to possibly slip up, right? You know, because there is also that, you know, play stable enough to the point where, oh, I recognize one inaccuracy and now I take advantage of that inaccuracy. But can you rely on Magnus to make an inaccuracy? I just don't know if that's really something that you can enter the day saying, that's my game plan.
And, you know, that is just a drawback of what happened yesterday. And you might be like, okay, as the white pieces, he has a chance for a win. But now he's in the unfortunate position that, like, if, you know, one of the goats of chess wants a draw against you, they're going to make the position as stale as possible. And what can you really do about it?
Speaking of yesterday, what was your reaction when that move came out?
Oh, I was watching, and I was like, wow, Hikaru found it. And I was hearing all of your guys' voices talking about this. And then all of a sudden, I look down at my phone, and I see Eval has jumped. And I'm like, oh, no, Hikaru. Because we've all been in that position, right, where you spend so long trying to hold this draw. You make it happen, and it's just one move. And I was wondering if it was almost a psychological effect as well of being in that position, not a lot of time, you know, playing someone so strong. Or if, you know, it's just a slip-up that happens, but you could see he was not happy. And I'm wondering if that really is still going to factor into his performance today, or if he's managed to wipe the slate clean.
It's absolutely a psychological outcome, right? With Magnus putting so much pressure from the start in yesterday's game, and then that eventual slip at some point, even greats like Hikaru do crack under pressure, and I think that's what we saw yesterday. He called it a moment of insanity in his own words, and I think that move is what is the biggest problem of this match. Imagine a dynamic where Hikaru had taken that pawn, the most natural move in the position. Coming into this kind of a 5-9-9, having this kind of an opening, you're absolutely happy if the match is level, because you've done nothing wrong here. You know, you've also got things under control. But for Hikaru, the biggest problem is how does he create winning chances? Because here, you take too much risk. It's a double-edged sword. You might just be completely lost. You know, all those ideas of the pawn expansion. Sure, it hits the chaos button, but Magnus might be the only one having fun there.
Magnus moves this knight. Hikaru did just castle the white king on the last move. So small update there. Nothing much changing other than the placement of the white king. Closer to the corner, Magnus develops his knight. He's getting ready now to push this pawn. Remember, with the threat of forking the white knights, that is very uncomfortable. This black knight might even just sit in the center as well, just control all of the white pawn breaks on either flank if Magnus wants to play it super, super safe. Yeah, to be honest, I would take black here every time, even if it weren't just kind of a draw is enough type of game. It feels like black is the only one with a clear plan. Hikaru far less kind of straightforward what he should be trying next.
Well, that's a scary sentiment then for Hikaru, but perhaps we jump to a game that seems to be moving rapidly towards a victory, at least for one of our third place finishers, or attempted finishers, Fabiano Caruana right now. Again, last time we checked in, he had already gotten a bit of an advantage, and he seems to have only taken it further as we hop on over to that board.
Okay, another pawn push, an exclamation mark appears next to Caruana's last move. I'm looking at the clock times as well. Fabi, so fast, so confident today. Feels like he's really, just come to this match with revenge on his mind after Weissenhaus, inspired by that. Let's just do a backtrack as well, the last few moves, because Tanya called one of the key moves a bit earlier. Fabiano also mentioned it in his confessional, so no surprises. It landed on the board. The knight into the center here, putting some pressure on black center, but also supporting this pawn push to kick away the black knight. Here, Vincent Keimer slid his rook across to support the central pawn, very logical. Now the assault begins on the black king. This pawn stepping forward, hitting the knight. It's unthinkable to capture. Allow the white knight further in. Inviting it here to attack this pawn would be, suicidal here almost. And okay, the black knight drops back instead. And look at this domination of the black knights. This black knight especially. Looks horrible. You want to fianchetto bishops, definitely not knights in these types of positions. Not only this knight, but the bishop behind it. Bit of a traffic jam for black's pieces. Opening lines as well would not work out for the black king.
And only Keimer's cars are stuck here, right? Because what is that formation? Knight, knight, and bishop. This is absolutely hideous. You've got nowhere to jump without trading that bishop. Eventually, it'll take moves and moves to get that going. Meanwhile, Fabi's play just sort of plays itself. You know, you can land your bishop to that central square, further clamping down black's possibility. You could also get that other break that we were vouching for earlier on, the c-pawn moving 2 steps forward at the right time to activate the bishop on the corner of the board. Not even to mention the pawn storm going up on that right flank against the black king. All the plans easy to find for Fabi. Nothing for Keimer is obvious here.
I think Keimer's probably just focused on untangling his pieces. It's one of those rare situations where being castled is actually more dangerous for the king than being uncastled. I mean, these pawn pushes could come around. Right now, he's just trying to make his pieces work harmoniously, and they're kind of doing the opposite of that.
I think it's a great point, especially because it kind of works in conflict with what a lot of other players have said is Keimer's biggest strength in freestyle chess, saying he's got this feeling, this intuition of where the pieces are supposed to be. But in his last couple matches, to your point, Jules, the pieces just don't seem to have found those squares, and now he's trying to untangle this horrible mess that's been created in his camp.
And he's kind of voluntarily ended up in this situation. It's self-inflicted, right, with that knight move that we saw earlier. And Jules, we've had, you know, everyone step in, talk about this as Keimer's biggest strength, that he just knows how to place the pieces early on in the opening, and that's been his biggest strength. So really surprising for us to see that it's not even move 10, and we're talking about a position where the pieces are least desirably placed here.
Absolutely. It might just also be a style thing where, you know, sometimes you see two players whose styles kind of clash and create some interesting complications. Like, Fabi is such a calculator. You look at his games, you know, he tends to be very aggressive just because he can calculate everything. Whereas, as we've talked about, Keimer, as you said, his pieces work very harmoniously. But here, I don't know. Maybe it could also just be, you know, the game didn't go exactly how we wanted yesterday, and they're just not finding its way today.
Now, technically, David, there's a super long reroute here for that knight that's currently fianchetto. I mean, already made one step. We drop it back to the first, you know, to the 8th rank, and now it gets to jump out behind a pawn. Yeah. A pretty standard and normal developing square for a knight, but what a journey it would have had to go on just to get to that point. And through all of that, you're just giving more and more time for Caruana to continue piling on the pressure and bringing more pieces into the fray.
Yeah, Vincent looked like he couldn't even believe it, just wiping his eyes there. He was like, what's happened? I agree, this is a nice path for the black knight to use. Let's put it on the board, actually, just to show everyone. This isn't made by Keimer yet, might well happen soon. The problem is it does take time, and just to retrace this knight's steps, 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, just to end up on the back rank, and then a 4th move later to get out. I mean, Tanya mentioned one idea here that I would be very attracted to, just opening up the white queen before kind of going for any action. Another idea would be to push this pawn forward to kick the black knight. I mean, how many moves has he spent with knights at this point? 3 with the other knight. This will be the second for this knight. We could see an exchange of black's big defender and the queen stepping forward. This is like a hypercharged, superpowered version of Hikaru's position, where he's got all the pawns forward, none of the black pieces are playing.
And all but lost in this position. Yeah. So again, going from bad to worse. Tanya?
You know, there's a strategy in chess when everything's gone wrong for you, you just have to sort of have something to show for it. Anything it could be, ideally material in this position. And we spoke about how taking that pawn is so dangerous because it opens up a line of fire for white to attack the black king. But is the position so desperate for Kayma that he might actually start considering this as a possibility, just to say, you know, at least, yes, absolute disaster, but I do have that one extra pawn.
Yeah, if you're suffering, you might as well suffer for something, right? And sometimes that's an extra pawn, sometimes that's a bit of material. And yeah, we might well see Vincent take this one. It is defended twice, only attacked twice as well, so black will go a pawn up. I'm just worried about what happens later on this line. The white rook is about to open, maybe even the G line, the white rook about to open. Also this white queen. For example, if you do push this pawn forward, if black continues getting hungry here for pawns, the white knight will jump forward, and checkmating ideas already on the table. This black knight will be removed next turn, and this just looks catastrophic.
That's kind of the harsh reality of chess, right? Sometimes you have to suffer through a game. Not every game is going to be you know, all sunshine and roses. And right now, that's it kind of looks like Keimer's having to wade his way through a swampy game, if anything.
Do you think an H-pawn push would be an overextension of the position?
For which side? Both?
For Fabi, just going in with the H-pawn eventually. Would it actually create issues for him?
I don't know, I quite like it as well. And that would really hammer home the fact that Vincent's powerless. I think the only downside behind advancing the white pawn here is that the black queen might come along this diagonal at some point, but for now, just again to put it on the board, she can never really use this diagonal. This is kind of one of the big themes of this whole opening that we've seen across multiple boards.
Kayma hates his position. Another person in this building who absolutely hates it, it's got to be Peter Lecco, right? On our pro stream right now with Judith. I think he would be having the reaction to just change this board. He can't watch it. It would be painful for him to see where Kayma's pieces have landed up.
Yeah, I forgot to ask Peter yesterday at dinner what he thought of Kayma's G4 pawn push yesterday, which just ruined his fortress-like position. Today, G4 is Fabi's star move.
I got good news for you. I'm sure Peter still has an opinion if you ask him tonight. So there's an opportunity to get that answer if you so desire it. Jules, it's time for us to let you go, but I want to thank you again for being such a lovely guest for us here in the studio. Enjoy the rest of the finals, as they're sure to have some fireworks on display as Hikaru tries to strike back.
Yes, thank you so much, and enjoy, everybody.
Appreciate you. As Jules exits the studio, we are going to turn to Fabiano, who dove back into the confessional booth to let us know how he feels about his position and the way that it is currently rapidly moving in his favor.
I don't know if like I needed to attack, but I was very tempted. So I think like critical moves knight g7 here. I mean, he can't take for sure on f5, so knight g7 or knight f8. Knight g7, g4 I'm going to play. And if he takes on f5, gf5, knight f5, there's c4. And then it's the queen gets into the game. The problem is still he can never play c6 because bishop e5 just wins. His queen, so c4, he takes on e3, not to lose the piece. D takes c3, and then any move I play knight g5, bishop f6, and queen h7 mate. And knight g5, if he plays, I mean, he can play like c6, bishop f6, queen h2. Actually, that's not so bad. That kind of makes sense. Because bishop 8, I should actually probably consider that a bit more. But I think after dc, even without knight g5, I'm probably winning. Maybe knight g5 is not the way because of c6 or c5. But I should have something else which is winning. Like I always have rook g1 check, bishop g7, and then take on f6 and something to attack g7. But yeah, that should be winning. Also, rook g1, bishop g7, knight g5 now might be very strong because now c6 take, queen h2, there's knight f3. So okay, this should be winning if he takes the pawn. Also, if bishop takes f5, I play knight f5, c4, same ideas. So, and he can never free his queen. And if like let's say if he plays knight g7, knight e3, a5, then I play b5. he has like c5 there, bishop e5, queen a7, but I think even like c4 should be very strong. So it looks like a crushing attack to me, but maybe I missed something. I don't know. But it really feels like it kind of has to work. I mean, his queen is on b8, and he can't get it out, so the attack just has to work. And if he plays knight f8, also I'll play g4, I think. And then very often, like, d5 is weak, so I can sometimes play g5 and start attacking d5, or just put my bishop on, like, d4, queen b2, and then start threatening g5. So yeah, I think it's going very well, and I'm happy that I chose this very concrete approach, which I didn't need to. Actually, you know, I feel like maybe only Magnus got a decent position at the opening with black. Because, okay, Jan is just probably playing risk-free advantage for nothing. Like, yeah, he queen d1, take e3, knight moves h3, and just bishop pair, d5 is weak. And I don't really understand Arjun's game, but I'm wondering, like, if f4 is very strong now. At least it's very thematic. And I don't know, he could play f4, g6, but it's like kind of hanging in midair. So maybe, I mean, he probably has to go for something because he has to win. But I do feel like something is tactically very dangerous for black. Although maybe, I mean, strategically, if he can play g6, knight e6, and get c5, then of course black's doing great. But I don't see any world where this happens without white getting something first. Also, Vincent played knight g7, so I'll play g4 now.
Things are feeling inevitable here for Fabiano Caruana, working through a number of different lines, all of which sound good for him. And even if he can't necessarily land that killing blow in his brain, he says, I know it's in there somewhere.
Yeah, he had calculated, I think, more than well enough for the position. He was looking 5-10 moves into the future. He would have worked out the finer details later if those variations had unfolded. We were expecting Vincent to actually head down one of the main lines that Fabi was mentioning, a capture of the pawn. Instead, just to backtrack, while we were listening to Fabi's confessional, he was talking about this position a couple of moves earlier, but this did unfold, and now a move that he said was impossible. Vincent Keimer pushed his pawn, trapped his own queen. This queen has nowhere to run, but the rook had to throw itself in the way now as a shield. Fabiano has a nice kind of abundance of choice here. He can take the rook at will. He will not rush to do so. The rook is not fleeing, not escaping any time soon. And this is just pure desperation from Vincent Keimer. He wants to give up material in order to relieve the immediate pressure.
Well, and Jules was the one who had, kind of asked the question in these situations for the players who are must win, at some point, when are you willing to throw something away just to create some chances, even if they're not good ones?
Right now, this is probably the chance to survive, let alone trying for a win, which is what Keimer needs. And he didn't miss this trapping idea. This is just desperation by Vincent in this position. He absolutely wants to get rid of that dark squared bishop that Fabi has, which is a monster at the center of the board, and give himself the hope to activate his own bishop on the line of sight of that white rook there. So that would be the dream, and I think I completely agree. No rush to take a piece that's pinned. You can continue to improve your position. Again, we've been talking about so many beautiful plans that Fabi has at his disposal. Push that c-pawn ahead. Now it comes with an added idea that allow it one more move. You're not going to be winning an exchange. You'll be winning a whole rook.
Yeah, let's touch base with our other boards on our way back to the final table. We'll start in our 7th place, a battle between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Notebek Abdusattorov. You heard Fabiano as well, helping us out with our jobs, talking about those other boards and saying it feels like, Jan should be playing relatively comfortably, maybe with a little bit of an advantage by his own evaluation in that confession booth, and our computer tends to agree.
Yeah.
Fabi is the unofficial 4th commentator. Just want to put it out
Keep it coming,
I
dude.
think whatever his player's contract is, he needs to put in a clause next time for this one.
I mean, the tournament's better for him actually being out there playing the chess, but if and when he ever decides that a commentary career is the pathway he wants to go, I think there will be one ready and waiting. Exactly. One of us is getting axed.
That'll be me. That'll be me.
But, before we deep dive into this position, for Notebek, I think having the one who has to play for the win. At the start, one would feel like with that kind of match situation, Jan would be the player that you want to be up against. He kind of wants the tournament to be over as quickly as possible. We know how emotional and rash he can get, which can backfire in certain situations, giving his opponent a chance. But I think Jan's just proved that whole philosophy wrong in the way he's handled this game so far. You know, he's played fast, but it looks like he's played quite accurate. Those two bishops, compare them to Nordebek's bishops, much stronger, the knight at the center of the board. Notice how Jan, you know, he's castled, but he's also advanced the pawns in front of the king, and he might not stop there. That f-pawn will also start marching up, stepping up the board, creating further ideas on the king side. And once again, the player who needs to win, struggling to find active plans for Nordebek here.
Yeah, strategically and dynamically, this is just beautiful for white. It's about the piece activity, as Tanya said, and also that lock key situation we talked about in the center. Only white can ever trade off in the center and decide when to open things up. Nordebek can never do the same, as he will just enhance the power of this white bishop on the long diagonal. So yeah, he holds the key to the position. He can choose to switch up the pace anytime he wants, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he has the lead in the match. Everything in his favor so far. Nordebek struggling.
David, I believe that you've got a little piece of content coming up with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Do you want to give that away, create a bit of mystery and hype around it?
Ooh, this is news to me.
I haven't filmed it yet, haven't recorded anything. I did sneakily ask his permission at breakfast to record something after the closing ceremony later. So I kind of hope he's in a good mood for that. But it will be a bit of a retro rewind reenactment video of something from our younger days.
Nice. All right, so where can people expect that?
On Instagram.
There you go. Instagram and socials. Make sure you go check David Howell out. Won't disappoint. I am certain of that. From here, we go to our 5th place battle. It's Arjun Erigaisi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the hometown favorite here in Paris, France. Arjun, once again, with the white pieces, an ever so slight advantage here, but a much more balanced looking game overall, I think, between these two. Maxime has decent space and good control of the center, although there is tension.
Yeah, there's tension everywhere, and this is just chaos. You mentioned that pretty much is the way he plays chess, Tanya. Arjun Erigaisi, he thrives in positions like this. I will say the main factor in this position are, again, the white bishops. He's positioned his bishops exactly like Jan Nepomniachtchi has. One bishop on this dark square diagonal, another light square bishop just cutting across the board. Maxime doesn't look too happy right now. He has not developed some of his pieces, Arjun Erigaisi, so when those white pieces come in, that's when the real action will happen. But for now, black is slightly tied up along those diagonals and still with some bad pieces himself.
You said Arjun's middle name, Chaos, Wild. Maybe chat can throw some more of those. And you know, Fabi earlier in his confession said that I don't understand what's going on in Arjun's board. And I think for the top players, that's probably the one line I've heard the most about Arjun Erigaisi's play. It's just so hard to take control and figure out what's going on. But right now, I think the one thing that's pretty clear is that Arjun's the one who's calling the shots here. You know, I love how his queen and bishop are lined up on one side of the board, making it very difficult for Maxime to get his own king into safety because they're eyeing the knight, x-raying the rook. You always have the option to jumping with your knight to the center of the board, another piece to get into the attack, some big deadly checks coming in with that. The bishop at the other corner that hasn't made a single move, also beautifully placed. I think a lot of trumps here. A pawn has just been taken. I'm already thinking, does Arjun have something more direct than recapturing? Does he jump in with the knight, or perhaps recapture and say, do you have the guts to pick up that pawn and line your queen with that white rook, potentially allowing some deadly checkmates as well on the board, which I just spotted while speaking.
Ooh, some deadly checkmates, yeah. And pawn takes pawn, the black queen cannot recapture due to the fact she would lose protection of her knight. This would be game over, kiss of death to the black king. So yeah, white could take this pawn back. The other idea you mentioned, Tanya, of trying to get this knight into the game, at the moment it would be eliminated, that knight, before it could hop further by the black bishop. But instead of recapturing this pawn, you could step forward, potentially kick the bishop back, and only then, not sure where it should retreat, only then leap in with the white knight with some nasty checks on the agenda. Evalbar says it's slightly better for white still, but this looks terrifying for the black king, which will have to step out into the open, and Arjun plays a move. It is, indeed, this pawn push.
Ooh, nice find then, just in time. So we'll get the answer to the question you were asking. Which square does the bishop retreat to here? in just a moment.
Come forward, might get trapped, just mention.
Okay.
And the key of this move is exactly what you said, right? You avoid the trade of that knight. You want the knight to become an attacker, but that would have allowed Maxime to get it out of the board, even with a less favorable trade, had it been done by Arjun just a move before. So control play here, and this is what Arjun likes. Give up pawns, go for the king, go for the attack and the initiative. Very, very tough times ahead, and very tough moves ahead for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, how do we get our king to safety here? Because obviously one resource available to him would be to castle, no?
Mm-hmm.
But of course, if you do that, you remove a defender from that knight that we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And so you drop a piece in the process. So how do we essentially enable that move?
Maxime hates his position right now. He would love to do that. Find a way, find the time to get the king to safety. I just don't think he has enough of it. Because he first needs to move the bishop that's attacked, then defend the knight that would be left undefended. That's 2 moves to boot. Meanwhile, Arjun needs only 1 to get his knight to give a deadly check.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised at all Maxime hates this position. He hates being on the back foot. He loves sacrificing pawns, not grabbing pawns. Black is a pawn up, we should mention to everyone, but that pawn is irrelevant. I'm pretty sure he's going to go back somewhere with his bishop. I would actually choose this square just to keep this square vacant for the black knight. Also, because just to point out a trick, if you drop back to this square, you can stop this check with your own knight, but you'll fall prey to a nice knight fork, queen sacrifice, and then a knight fork here, royal fork, picking up the queen with interest. White was a piece up. If you drop your bishop back the whole way, you might be able to use this square for the black knight to guard against any checks. But still, as the bar shows, this is maybe not even black's best. This is still horrible for the black pieces, all camped out on their back couple of ranks.
Psychologically, such a difficult move to make. You know, it's freestyle chess, but you're sort of just setting the board up for standard chess by bringing the bishop back to that square. And not the easiest find on the board, but it might be necessary. From a human perspective, you just cannot allow white's knight to that square. And head in hands, you know, the screen tells the story.
Horrible for black.
Difficult position for MVL, and as we make our way back towards our marquee matchup in just a moment, both of these guys took their turn in the confessional booth to share thoughts with us midway through their match. Let's take a look.
Things didn't really go black's way after I came, so I guess Vincent is just lost. Nodibek is no chance, basically no practical chance to put up a fight. And my position, I mean, I missed some ideas by Arjun, but I still feel like if my pieces are a bit awkwardly placed, and of course there are some tactical ideas on this with this queen and bishop battery, but I feel like I'm defending, and then if things go well in a few moves, if I consolidate, then I'll actually have a chance. And Magnus, I would say Magnus is probably slightly worse, but nothing too special. But of course he had a more comfortable situation before the beginning of the day. We'll see if he can hold on. And as for myself, I really try to just end my development and maybe make use of, maybe winning some tempo against this queen, and then if endgame is kind of favorable for me because of this pawn on d4, and b file is probably mine to take, so we'll see. I'm definitely hoping still to get a game if I don't lose in the next few moves through some blunder.
I have just played knight f2, and I think my position is very promising because g4 is a huge threat, and I'm not really sure how he can prevent it. He can play h5, but I'll just go h3 and it's the same. And the point is, after I get g4, if the bishop moves, I'll go knight e4, and the d6 square is really weak, and he cannot really go like bishop c2 after g4, because then like d3 king d2 or rook c1 would just trap the bishop. And my queen on b4 might not look so stable, but it is actually pretty good because if he goes rook b8, I'll have queen d6. After the third, b8 will be under attack. And after the a5, I think I can just go queen c5 because he cannot go knight e6 because then I have queen e7, bishop c6, winning an exchange. So yeah, I think I have an extremely promising position.
So Arjun loving his position over there in the 5th place battle against MVL. But we return to our final table here to see how this one develops. Again, Hikaru Nakamura needs a victory to push it to the tie breaks and continue his bid for the all-important top spot, $200,000 and 25 circuit points in play.
This game has changed quite significantly. I actually really like the way it's changed for Hikaru Nakamura as he trades pawns in the center. Maybe a quick backtrack.
Absolutely.
Quick action replay to show what's happened since we were last here, because suddenly things are about to heat up. Hikaru staring down Magnus. We last left it in this position. We actually saw, wow, actually we left it a bit before this. Interesting moments that we missed. Black stepping forward this pawn, white castling, the black knight coming out. Now the queen lining up with the black king. Here, a knight jump, followed by a knight retreat. An interesting moment. We'll catch up with the current position because Hikaru retreated his knight. Magnus brought his knight back. The position repeated itself twice. Wow. Of course, Hikaru is not going to agree a draw. He's not going to bring his knight back and continue the dance of the knights. But a clear sign that Magnus is happy to bail out here and now. And maybe some psychological mind games at play. Hikaru wanted to repeat the position, tease Magnus, and then say no. He brought his bishop forward, not repeating the position, and now brought his other knight forward. We saw a bit of a dance between the knight and queen there. Trade of pawns, trade of rooks as well, and now Magnus struck in the center. We saw a trade of pawns again here. So pieces leaving the board. But I've got to say, what's left looks pretty nice for Hikaru Nakamura. This diagonal still rather tender for the black king. Very uncomfortable there. This black pawn looks very strong. It's defended 3 times, but that might not be the case forever. The black queen and knights all tied down defending this pawn if it ever advances. Even if the black king gets off the diagonal, the dark squares will become very weak. And Hikaru could improve this rook, could improve his knights. I'm not so sure. I think Magnus here maybe getting a bit too ambitious by stepping forward in the center. Hikaru has a pawn break of his own. He can break the center open, undermine the black knight sitting here in white's lines. This is heating up. I've got to say, this is suddenly getting exciting. This has got much better for Hikaru over the last half dozen moves.
It really is. I mean, despite the material balance, and you've got the bishops, you've got the 2 knights, everything on the board as it should be, the pawn formation as is it really gives you a lot of dynamism in the position. And I think Hikaru's got some stuff to play for. The bar about level. But look at the way Magnus has leaned in. He senses this shift that has happened. Firstly, I just want to talk a little bit about that moment when Hikaru repeated twice and then changed it on the 3rd time. He didn't decide to go for this line immediately. And that does have a role on psychology. It kind of puts your opponent in this mindset that maybe Hikaru is not happy with this position. Match is almost in my hands. Is this the moment that I become champion? And then just when you start getting hopeful, your opponent in that 3rd go decides to deny repetition. And that can play with your mind. So he does that first. A small slight win, a bit of a power move. Then Magnus getting ambitious, saying, you know what, I've still got that central plan. He gets it into place. But look at what's going on now. Hikaru with this knight retreat is also aiming at jumping forward eventually, trying to get the knights off the board in a way that he'd be able to create a very strong pawn on that square if the knight is captured. Plan number 1. Plan 2, to destabilize that knight. You could push your central pawn at the right moment and get that pawn out of the way. Open your bishop and along that path also start targeting Magnus's knight on the board. One knight jumping to one square, the other knight jumping to the other square. This central pawn break, the queen lined up against the black king. Hikaru's rook on an open file, looking for infiltration and also the flexibility to slide itself to the other side of the board. This position is not balanced at all.
All right, so our eval bar is lying to us. Well, at least from the human perspective.
You know what I want one day? I want an evaluation bar and I want a human bar.
There you go.
You know, not the one where we go for drinks.
We just
but you get
we
it.
employ a grandmaster to stand off to the side and just hold their arm at different levels based on their evaluation.
Yeah.
They have to hold it up for hours on end, hours and hours.
We could have a rotation strategy going on.
Yeah. Well, so some options at play here for Hikaru.
If you were that human bar, where would your arm be right now, David?
Oh, slightly above level, slightly above the right angle. But the heart rate here does tell a big story. Hikaru's heart rate's got a lot higher just over the last... Oh, and then it drops. It got a lot higher. I was going to say it went over 100 because I think he's getting excited. I think he realizes he's provoked Magnus forward. And I've joked about it in the past, but with great space, here Black has the space, has the pawns in the center. Also does come great responsibility. He's got a lot of squares to cover Magnus Carlsen. The Black Queen's very passive. The Black light square bishop doesn't really have anywhere good to jump to. Hasn't moved so far this game. If it comes out, for example, to challenge the knight, then this idea that Tanya mentioned, pushing this pawn forward, blocking it, undermining the defender of this knight, it starts to get tactical. It starts to get sharp. Magnus needs to be accurate now. He cannot just curl up into a ball and defend anymore. He cannot just sit still and do nothing. This game, Magnus is going to have to take some high responsibility decisions, and that's not what he was dreaming of from such a solid opening.
Yeah, and we do have a lot of time being eaten off the clock now here for Magnus, so possibly realizing, much as we are, that all of a sudden he's given Hikaru a game in which there very much are winning chances.
No one saw this coming from the position that we had at the start. You know, Magnus looked like he was completely in control, and exactly these small skirmishes where you pose these problems, the start of a tactical battle ahead, is the dream outcome for Hikaru in this matchup, in this final classical game. Perhaps could be the first time he's left his chair as well, because he knows that this is what I wanted. This is the kind of fight I want against Magnus, and it's starting to appear. It's starting to shape up on the board. And again, you know, David's arm would be somewhere between 4 and 5, as he said, almost level, but giving a slight edge to white. Again, against Magnus, you take what you get, and you fight from there. As long as there are pieces on the board, as long as the pawn formation is not symmetrical, there are weaknesses to start targeting. Like you said, he's got a game.
I'd imagine part of the plan here for Magnus is to look for ways to trade off pieces, right? Get more and more of those threats off the board. Of course, to do it in a way that doesn't, you know, create more opportunities for Hikaru, right? You don't want any passed pawns, any threats for later in the game. But with that in mind, and considering some of the plans that Tanya laid out that Hikaru might have in mind, where do we feel like Magnus is putting his attention right now with all this time?
If it was a blitz game and I had to make a move instantly, I would get that bishop out to the square where it stops that pawn advance. And also, to your point, hoping for some trades of more minors off the board. That would be my first move. David, what about you? If you had to make an instant decision here.
Oh, I'd probably move the Black King off the diagonal just because I'm a scaredy cat. I don't like being stared down by the opponent. But I agree, Tanya. The move he wants to make work is bringing this bishop out. I think he would not hesitate for a heartbeat in trading for this knight, removing some pressure from his center, but that would walk into complications. Just to show on the board very quickly, the bishop coming out would allow this pawn to step forward. Suddenly, everything's undermined. This pawn attacked, this bishop attacked. If you don't retreat now, if you take this pawn, then it's going to be pure chaos. This knight might drop. First, the white knight might save itself, and the game will go on. At least now, the change in pawn structure means that Magnus cannot sit back. He's got very weak pawns, and still very tender, this knight retreating, still very vulnerable on this diagonal. I don't think he wants to change the nature of the position, and that's not what you really want to do. I've been there so many times in my career in must-win situations. First, you need imbalance if you need to win. Hikaru has achieved that. Then you need to give your opponent no easy moves. Give them a lot of choice. Give them kind of room to go wrong. Make them stuck in their own heads. Hikaru's achieved step 2. Next comes the concrete variations. So we'll see. But Magnus, definitely pressure on him. 49 minutes against 55. What are we predicting? Do we still think Hikaru is going to make a comeback? Do we think Magnus has still got this under lock?
I mean, I think the point we keep coming back to with Hikaru is emotionally driven, confidence driven, you know, momentum driven, and needing to believe that he can do it. And coming off of yesterday, I had some concerns, right? Just because to maybe feel like you had thrown away a game, that can have devastating effects on a mentality. But now, based on this game state, and even maybe the fact that he's reasoned his way to a potential, or winning chances from what started as, kind of a more even starting position, a draw starting position. I'd say actually, I'm starting to believe more and more that we're going to tie breaks.
I think it's too soon to call a result, but I'm inclined with you, James. It's a start of something. It's a start of a fight here. I mean, if we look back at yesterday at their game 1, Hikaru never actually objectively was better in that game. Magnus was on the advantage, putting the pressure from the start. And this is the first time in the match where it's Hikaru with the plans, Hikaru with the slight initiative, despite it's Magnus's knight. That's sort of the only piece that's crossed the halfway mark, but it can be easily destabilized. Also, Hikaru's bishop with the potential of opening up. Best chance of him in this match so far. And I think would love to see those tie breaks, would love to see a playoff. The thing is, we've seen Magnus hold so many positions, right? He's just so incredible at these difficult moments. It's still hard to bet against him. Yeah, I'd love a tiebreaker. Let's go, Hikaru.
I will mention that the last time Magnus was in a knockout kind of situation, one-on-one, head-to-head, he did take the lead. This was in the World Blitz Championship. He was 2 points up on Jan Nepomniachtchi with only 2 games to go in the finals there in New York, and he did lose both of the games. He did get really, really nervous, Magnus. As soon as he got closer to the finishing line, he very rarely in his lifetime has let a lead slip. But that was the most recent knockout match. That was the biggest tournament in recent history for Magnus, and that one did feature the strike back. He wasn't able to hold his nerve.
Well, the good news for us, David, here is that in Paris, there are no co-champions.
Hopefully not. Unless this one goes, actually, Armageddon's
There's
enough.
no possibility, exactly.
I was going to say, they won't stop it early and just shake hands and say, let's share this thing.
Yeah. If it would go the distance, we would end with an Armageddon here at the end of the day. But first we have to get through this classical game, then two rapid games, that is, 2 blitz games to follow, and only Armageddon if the matchup is still undecided at that point.
If Hikaru gets the win in this one and makes a comeback in the classical to take it to the playoffs, I'd even say that, he might just be a very, very slight favorite there. Hard to bet against him, but we've seen how momentum has shifted in previous matches, right? Maxime Vacher-Lagrave getting his win on day 2. Arjun Argasi doing the same. Magnus feels he's got the championship. If Hikaru can change that narrative, flip that script, I think he's got a huge shot in the tiebreakers.
Yeah, at times Magnus feels untouchable, but he's not infallible, right? And so there always will be openings to overcome him. He just doesn't give you many chances.
Yeah, even he is human. And we'll see. I do have a feeling the next half dozen moves are critical. If Magnus can completely lock it down, as James mentioned, if he's trading some pieces, if like the black bishop can come out, trade off for the knight, if somehow the rooks or queens disappear from the board, I have a feeling Magnus will be super, super safe. But if Hikaru is able to, for example, step forward, blow things open, or swing the white rook, and put some pressure here, put some pressure on the center, and keep the tension, then we have a real fight on our hands. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see the players burn a bulk of their time on the next half dozen moves.
What does our community think about a Hikaru comeback right now? What are the odds, given the position that we have? We want you guys to get involved. Tell us, do you believe, and on that note, a move from Magnus, but tell us, do you think from here, from this position of strength as we see it, can Hikaru take the match to playoffs? David, we were talking about the king shift, the bishop development. The queen move was not something that I had in my mind, simply because it leaves a square for the white rook to eventually jump into on the back rank, given that queen does defend the rook, so that would perhaps get more of the trades that you were earlier talking about as Magnus's aim. Hikaru's ready with his response. Knight lands on that key square.
Great move, and one you called out earlier, Tanya, there's pressure now on this far advanced black knight. If it steps back, avoids the trade, it's not on a great circuit, the other white knight might jump forward. If it trades off, it will be replaced by a pawn. Let's just quickly put that on the board. Yes, it's an isolated pawn, but it is a potential future queen. A pawns are famous for being great kind of team members if they have a bishop on the long diagonal. They promote on that square, and black actually has a backward pawn that can be easily targeted now by rook, by knight. This is torture for Magnus if he trades knights. And I'm not sure how else to avoid this. You can maybe back up your knight, but that looks really ugly as well, leaving some backward pawns behind. Magnus does trade. Hikaru's going to get a very strong pawn on the edge of the board now. Okay.
And it's always pawn takes over rook takes.
Just creating imbalance feels correct. Also, taking with the pawn carves out a beautiful square for the white knight that can never be challenged then by a black pawn. That black pawn would be locked down if you do capture with the pawn. Taking with the rook does have some merit, though. Active rook. I wouldn't be totally shocked. I just think taking with the pawn, just switching things, changing things up slightly makes more sense. This pawn isn't... There we go. He takes with the pawn. The pawn on b4 was going nowhere. Might as well kind of transform it into a potential future queen now.
If this was a level match, I think Hikaru at this moment would have taken more time for this decision and perhaps even kept it more balanced with the rook trade, you know, kept it more symmetrical and closed the pawn formation. But that's not a luxury that he has here. Any small dynamic that he can create in this, that open line that eventually the white rook can land on now will tie down Magnus's bishop to defending a pawn at the side of the board. An incredibly strong pawn taking control of dark squares, opening up a beautiful file for the rook. The one problem piece here for Hikaru might be the bishop. Queen beautifully placed, knight at the center of the board. And I think for Hikaru, the next plan, step 2 in this whole path of how do I give Magnus the biggest problem is how does he get that bishop into the game?
Well, it's, again, not an easy question to answer, and Magnus has already evened up the time situation with that most recent move that he just made and perhaps created opening chances for Hikaru Nakamura in this one. Just before we step away for a very short break to give ourselves a quick breather before we dive back into the action, we're going to zoom out, take stock of the whole field. What are those heart rates looking like? Who's fluttering? And it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to be leading the pack when it comes to the heart rate. He as well has continued to push his advantage ever so slightly. Keimer and Caruana, they're actually pretty calm, cool, and collected given the fact that Keimer is absolutely up against the ropes. And then here are those accuracies. As you can see for Keimer, it doesn't look good. But I think all eyes are on Nakamura and Carlsen, 98% plus a piece. That's exactly what you want to see out of your final table. As we step away for a few short minutes, we're going to leave you back on that marquee matchup, the final table between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru has to get the victory here if he wants to extend it to a tiebreaker. We'll catch you back on the other side of this short break.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4. Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
What was the most ridiculous thing you believed in as a child?
Probably Santa Claus.
I guess I believe like planes were dropping some.
Like every plane.
Yeah, I don't know if it was water or anything, like some liquids. You know, I just believed what I saw.
Yeah, I used to be very afraid of ghosts. I still am a little bit, but at least now I know they don't exist.
I remember once I was talking to the parent of one of my friends, and we had these like fairs where you could buy kind of prank toys. One of them was like fake cigarettes. So I had my theory for like what the smoke really is. I actually vividly remember telling him my theory. I was like, oh yeah, it's they're burning, and inside you're burning some kind of toxic waste. I probably had a theory that made the fake cigarettes far worse than real cigarettes. And then he was, oh yeah, of course.
Fabi, congratulations. You just won your first game against Vincent. That makes it 4 decisive games today. What was happening in there?
Yeah, it was a bit crazy. I mean, maybe my game was not so crazy, and I thought at some point we would be heading to a draw. But Jan's game was completely nuts. You know, I couldn't help but almost laugh when 94 showed up on the board. I did feel like maybe it's like Black is sacrificing all the pieces, but maybe it's just checkmate. And then, okay, 94, I guess, was desperation. I don't know if like he had to or if he had some other resource, but if he was taking the... Like I was calculating, okay, he takes on d8 and then takes on g3, f3, queen h5, and then suddenly I spotted that like after, what was the move? After some move, he suddenly has bishop to f1. I think it was, can't even remember. There was suddenly this bishop f1 and it was checkmate, and then I was like trying to figure everything out, and suddenly knight d4 comes on the board, not a move I would even in a million years come to mind. But sometimes when you're in a desperate situation, you know, you start to think about any possible candidate moves. And also, Arjun's game was kind of bizarre from the start. Magnus, of course, had like a very strategically complex fight. He was this knight on h6 and dark squares on the king side. Some very strategic long-term things, similar to what he was trying against me yesterday, to try to get like an eternal mating net. I thought all the games were very interesting. Maybe mine was the least interesting because it could have also, if he took on c6 instead of queen c7, I think it was just we make a draw. But queen c7 gave me some like small hopes. Okay, I'm still maybe fighting for something.
It cracked me up. You went into the confession booth early in the game and you said, everyone is playing pretty disastrously terribly. Do you feel the quality improved over the course of the day?
Yeah, the quality of my English definitely didn't improve. I don't know, because of course my kind of feeling at the start was, okay, Jan is just tilting and more or less sacrificing the whole game, and then he somehow conjured an attack and won. But like from the opening, I thought he should be losing normally. And Magnus's game, I don't know, maybe they played very well. It's also possible. It was very, very complex. I think our game was probably pretty decent up to a point, and it might have been one of those like relatively high accuracy games if he hadn't gone for queen c7, like kind of high accuracy draw. Then of course probably we made some mistakes in time trouble, but I think it's also pretty normal. And Arjun's game, I didn't have, like, I felt it's the least interesting at the beginning from, you know, from all the games, and probably got interesting later when I couldn't even see what happened because I was already focused so much on my game.
Well, your own match is a very important one, as third place qualifies to the next event in Vegas with the win with the black pieces now in game 1. You must be feeling confident before tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a very good situation. It's kind of reverse of our Wiesenhaus match. Maybe slightly better situation for me because he had to make a draw with black, which he did succeed, and I should make a draw with white, which hopefully I'll succeed. If not, I'll be a little bit embarrassed because normally classical with white, you should be able to do this if you play normally.
Do you think any of the 4 players who lost today will strike back tomorrow?
I think yeah, we will have one. I hope not mine, but we will have at least one must-win game. Yeah.
We'll find out tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting day. Fabi, congrats and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think I gotta mention the possible mating pattern here as well. Like there was one yesterday with queen takes G7 with a smothered mate in the opening that a lot of people were looking for. So when I noticed that now is, as I mentioned before, knight d4. If I do go g3, then d6 castles, bishop h3 is actually not a great move because of knight g5, and if he takes the rook, it's smaller mate with knight takes h7. And like to really hammer the point home, there's also a line that goes bishop f5 back, e3, threatening the knight, knight c2, attacking the queen, queen b1, and knight takes e3, and then queen takes f5, knight takes f5, knight takes h7, checkmate. Again, this is not going to happen, but it just goes to show how careful you have to be in some of these positions.
Arjun, congratulations. You just won game 1 against Maxime with the black pieces. Today we saw so many wild games. What do you think it was about the starting position?
Yeah, I saw today there were at least 2 black wins. Maybe one of the reasons is like it's a bit similar, like there were chances of it getting like a bit boring and normal. So maybe white players were trying to take some risks to keep it interesting, and maybe that was one of the reasons.
Fabiano went into the confessional early in the game and he said most people today are playing terribly, disastrously chess. Was that your impression when you were in the playing hall in the early stages as well? Not just in your game, but in all games.
I was mainly focusing on mine because like after move on itself, like it got deviated from the other 3 boards. So I wasn't really keeping track of the others. And mine, I thought I was playing pretty well, at least till a point. Yeah, unless engine points out some clear mistakes, I would be quite happy with the way I played this game.
We just had Jan Nepomniachtchi here. He said, you know, it's very frustrating for these to play for places 5 to 8. But for you, do you still take some pleasure, or do you consider it a learning experience, or how do you see those matches?
Yeah, it is slightly disappointing to not be able to play for first, but it's also like practice for like other freestyle tournaments, and it's also like a lot of fun to play. So yeah, I wouldn't really call it frustrating.
It looks like you, I think, have qualified already for Vegas by rating. Is that a tournament you're looking forward to?
Yeah, of course.
Have you been to Vegas before?
No, I have been to US only once, in New York for the World Rapid Blitz.
Well, Arjun, it's been fantastic following your games here. Congrats again on today, and good luck for the last one tomorrow.
Thank you.
And note how Hikaru, he waited till Magnus ran off to the toilet, then instantly made his move. So he actually gained a couple of minutes on the clock there while Magnus was away from his seat.
Great strategy.
Yeah, I do that all the time as well. I must admit, any advantage, right?
As you should.
And he's about to resign.
And realization sets in. Here it is. The defensive mastery on display, of course, had to be given an opening. No! I said it at just the wrong moment.
Oh my goodness!
He moves his bishop away. It's very unclear the point of that move.
What?
Does Magnus have an immediate knockout? Does Magnus Carlsen have a win right now?
What? He's got many.
Many wins.
My name is Hikaru Nakamura. I play professional chess, and we're here to do some filming.
Ranked number 2 in the world, he stands out as one of the most intuitive and adaptable players in modern chess, a game that has been part of his life since his earliest childhood.
I was exposed to chess at a very young age, I would say about 6 years old. Both my brother and my stepfather played chess competitively, and I naturally became interested in the game, and I started playing in my first tournament at the age of 7.
As a 5-time US champion and a leading figure in the streaming world, he has been instrumental in popularizing chess online and introducing the game to a broader global audience.
It's quite nice to sort of see some of the people, to see those who have followed me as a streamer, and just to meet them and at least know that there are fans out there.
Holding an ELO of 2,804, he takes pride in the path he's followed and the player he's become.
If I told myself 5 years ago I would be where I am now, I would never have believed it. So I think things happen for a reason, and I'm very happy with where I'm at, so I have no regrets.
His approach reflects a deep confidence in his experience and instinct, sharpened over years at the highest level of chess. His focus remains clear and grounded in the present moment as he looks ahead to new challenges like freestyle chess.
Haven't done any real preparation, but I still think that that's the great part about it, is that it's simply whoever comes with the best plans on the board should win, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's frustrating just to be making like kind of rash moves and blunders, but it is what it is. Like I would be more upset if, of course, if I didn't win, and of course if I was feeling better as well.
This is Magnus for Freestyle Chess, take 1.
The Norwegian Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, widely regarded as the greatest of all time, began his journey at an early age.
I learned the rules of chess at about 5 years old from my father, and then I got into it at the age of 8. One of my first goals starting out in chess was to beat my older sister. I generally wanted to beat her at everything.
Undeniably, the 5-time world champion, known for his dominance across all formats, also needs time to unwind.
I only started getting into golf a year and a half ago, but I'm loving it. It's good to get out in nature, get some fresh air, and hacking and whacking for a few hours.
The first ever winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge 2024 at the Weissenhaus. He co-founded Freestyle Chess alongside Jan Henrik Büttner, setting a new statement as a leading figure for a bold new chapter.
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from there.
With a peak ELO rating of 2,882, he's not just part of chess history, he's still writing it.
I have a goal here to learn even more, and most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
I think that everyone's playing so far pretty disastrously terribly. Vincent already got worse on like move 4, I think maybe already slightly worse. But Magnus is like, I don't know, maybe just crushing already like b4. And besides CB, I'm not sure what Hikaru can think of. I guess d6 is the only other option, maybe knight b4. But it looks like he's going to have to fight very hard to not get crushed here. And Jan is just, I don't know, he's tilting hard, I guess, because it looks like he's just losing.
Hello, everybody. We're happy to be rejoining you right in the middle of the action here between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. We're going to get you to that board, and we're going to recap all of the moves that were in play as we stepped away. And so as it flies up onto our screens, I'm going to turn to the man to my right. Let's rewind. Help me out. How do we get to where we are now?
Let's do just that. We have had a few moves since we were last here. The biggest moment was seeing Hikaru Nakamura jump with his knight to the side of the board. We saw this exchange, the knights disappearing. Magnus traded on Hikaru's terms, we should mention. The white pawn, we talked about how strong it could be. And since that moment, Magnus has made 2 moves, but 2 very committal moves. He slid his king across, and a challenge in the center, to my eyes at least, very surprisingly met by a trade in the middle of the board. I thought Magnus would just block things up and the white queen will slide somewhere onto this line, apply some long-term pressure. Magnus wants clearly to clarify things. He wants to clear the board. He traded off pawns. That has been recaptured. Maybe white's knight could have leapt forward, taking this pawn back with the knight instead of bishop. But Hikaru has just played this move. Bishop takes pawn, level material, but now we should mention Big weakness for Magnus long-term in the center, as well as this backward pawn that we talked about. So things are slowly starting to add up. It's just about whether they become something more tangible for Hikaru to hold on to in his winning attempts.
Some possible weaknesses here starting to come into play that Hikaru can target in the long term. Either way, though, don't want to oversell, the position here, but it's not over for Hikaru, to say the least.
This is the one position with the most potential to oversell, though, I will tell you that. Despite all the balance of material here, everything for Hikaru to play for. Now, if you're Magnus, we should mention one of the key defensive strategies is you want to trade the queens off the board, right? That could be an idea that comes to your mind. But I think that's quite a poisonous endgame that Magnus would be walking into, creating some weaknesses after that queen trade, and he avoids it. And maybe, David, you could show why that was an option that was not considered by Magnus, at least not for too long, as he goes for a bit of a more attacking, aggressive approach. Maybe next the knight jumps forward. Ideas of his own. I mean, I can already see makings of some mating threats along that square right next to the white king. A major lands there, it would be game over.
Yeah, Magnus showing his ambition here. We do say that the best form of defense is attack, but just to show the queen exchange, no safety if queens come off the board in this position. Firstly, because black has a new weakness in the center of the board that can be easily targeted by the white rook. The black rook might well just have to slide across and defend. But there are other weaknesses to stare down at. This knight will now totally dominate the black bishop, which is tied down defending this pawn, and the knight could switch focus coming back around for the pawn in the middle. Too many weaknesses here for black. This was unthinkable, so Magnus instead keeps the queens on. But watch out for him trying to later trade queens at a more favorable moment. And a big decision for Hikaru, whether to kick this bishop out before it's too late. The white knight can step back to evict it, and maybe should step back before, as Tanya mentioned, for example, if you slide your rook, the black knight will come, hitting your bishop. If you remove this piece, the black queen will come, and suddenly we see threats of a queen sacrifice and a checkmate. The white king totally caged, actually, on this diagonal along this line. This would be terrifying. Hikaru needs to prevent this from happening. He has a small window of opportunity to repel the attack.
I think that's one of the things about the the position that's interesting for me, right, is that the majority of Hikaru's pieces is still sitting on the left-hand side of the board. Obviously, queen's got long sight lines if she can get through that central pawn eventually, but at some point we got to mount an attack on that king, so it's going to maybe take some time for those pieces either to come across or take advantage of that now backwards pawn, right, that sits over there on the left-hand side of the board. But by doing so, maybe you're giving Magnus exactly the amount of time he needs, like you say, to create that counterattack and bring some counterplay to the table.
I like this strategy. Offense is the best defense. Magnus creating some big threats on the right side of the board, and there's no real healthy way for Hikaru to actually stop that knight from landing to that square, threatening some checks, getting rid of a key defender, lining up the queen and the rook next. I see the evaluation bar still prefers the strategic elements of this position for white. You've got a pawn weakness to target. You've got that open line, another pawn weakness that's easily target, a strong pawn of your own. The knight has beautiful squares. But Magnus's immediate threats, at least to me, feel quite powerful. And they're coming very quickly with tempo on the board.
They are very powerful, potentially. If Hikaru plays the move I was recommending, I should mention that Magnus, firstly, he doesn't necessarily need to retreat the bishop. He could just jump his knight forward anyway. But even if he does step back, at least in the process now, you've rendered the white knight slightly passive, and the black bishop could challenge its very strong counterpart in the center. Huge step in the right direction for Magnus Carlsen. You've basically said, you've gone back, you've lost a valuable move, I've gained time, and the attack idea's still in play.
Where would your human bar arm be at this moment, David?
In the middle, but ready to drop or raise at the smallest sign of a mistake from either player.
Okay, so a precarious position, still looking like it can go in any of three directions, or I guess two directions, and one would be staying right where it is.
But that's the thing, even if it stays sort of around the equal line, right? It's every move could just change it drastically. It's such a rich position in tactics and strategic element. Yes, the computer with its absolute brute force can find the precise way for defending this position for both sides or putting the right kind of pressure. But again, that human element, the move with the heartbeat, it's very hard to get that going continuously for a series of moves to be accurate.
So far, we're considering that Magnus, or rather Hikaru, wants to kick that bishop out.
You kind of had made the point earlier, David. There's nothing that necessitates it in this moment. So if we don't want to kind of afford Magnus that extra tempo by retreating the knight and softening it up, where else could we be looking?
I would actually be looking at a queen exchange as well. Do you want to trade queens here, Magnus Carlsen? That could be one big question. I think the probable answer is no. The black queen will actually slide across. The problem is this might actually help black, speed up black's attack. Other questions to ask here. It's not 100% easy. I don't think you just have time to go pawn hunting on the left flank. I think you need to stay very alert to your king position here, Tanya.
I was just about to walk into a big blunder. You know, I wanted to make sure that knight doesn't move from there, so try and pin it and also put another pressure on the board on that weakness we highlighted by sliding the queen one step forward. I think the arrows show the right path of doing it. But if you were more ambitious in this position and tried to move it to the left side just one step, there's actually another big threat on the board. You know, again, geometry in chess. The queen slides in, there's an undefended piece. Loose pieces drop off. Well, there are 3 of them with a check on the board.
Yeah, that's a powerful move right there. Hikaru likely won't miss that one, so unlikely to see that one at play. And while we were away, Magnus Carlsen made what might be his final trip to the confessional booth here in this Grand Slam in Paris, France. Let's head there now.
My play over the last 6-7 moves or so hasn't been the most ambitious, and I think I definitely had some advantage at some point, but I mean, I've been steering the game more or less towards what we have now, which does give him like a little bit of long-term potential, but I think as for now my pieces are much too active, and there are some concrete lines now, like rook to e1 maybe is the most. No, rook to e1, queen f6, that doesn't work. I think yeah, I think knight f2, knight g5, bishop h1, maybe queen f6, queen e3, then bishop f5 I think is quite clean, because the idea is that I'm threatening the pawn on c2, and if you're protected, then I can go knight to h3 check, which kind of exchanges off more pieces and removes kind of what intrigue there is left in the position. So I think for now I'm very comfortable, but we'll see.
Magnus feeling solid, comfortable in this position. He says he likes his piece activity and very much has his mind set on trying to remove more and more of those minor pieces from the board. Feels like he's somewhat setting it up in exactly that way right now.
Yeah, and the bishop going back the whole way. This was Hikaru's move while we were listening to that confessional. Tanya, that feels a bit wrong. Feels a bit odd. The bishop just came from that direction on the last move, and this could play into a variation that Magnus mentioned, the black queen sliding, the black knight coming, and it feels like Magnus very confident in his chances to hold, underplaying it pretty much all risk factor in this position.
Magnus relying on piece play here to take care of the strategic weaknesses that he has, and I think we're going to see that. A shuffle of the move. Magnus was expecting first Hikaru to draw back with the knight and then fall back with the bishop, but we might land in the exact same position, and maybe we can just have that on the board. The most obvious move in the position. We've been talking about a key square for the attack, you know, that square right next to the white king. Line up the queen and the rook, and eventually forcing Hikaru's knight to try to block that file. And I believe it's been played, David. We've got queen to f6.
On the board.
On the board. And now Hikaru, he must fall back with the knight, hitting that bishop. And this is what Magnus had in mind, right? He wanted to go back to a square, which actually attacks, first come up with the knight, forward, defend the bishop, and once the queen slides over, this was his calculation, fall back with the bishop, attack a weak pawn with a threat, and Magnus was quite happy with his position. But David, did you see the bar actually thinks Hikaru is still doing well? And I wonder, what is it that Magnus Carlsen has missed in his calculation?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's missed much, but maybe slightly underestimating the danger here, just to check with the computer. Apparently white's best move is to ignore the threat on this pawn that Magnus was talking about. Yeah, this is very deep stuff, so I'm getting a helping hand here, but pawn forward to attack the black knight now best. He did mention the idea of trading knights, a knight check, and after a trade, the game isn't over. Most importantly, maybe one thing Magnus has underestimated is that there's no more checkmate pattern here. This queen check with the white pawn on h2, back on this square, this would just be checkmate. The white king would have been caught, but now the white king has an escape square, so no more sacrifices. And actually attention turns towards this weak pawn in the near future. Still not edible yet because the black queen will come down the board. And there's still ideas of going after this backward pawn a bit later. Watch out for this white bishop and again the a pawn teaming up. And we have moves. We have the knight retreat from Hikaru Nakamura.
Step one complete.
Yes. Everything Magnus sees happens on the board.
Always seems to.
Attacking the bishop, and he's ready with his response because, again, this is something that he's seen into the future and calculated. The knight jumps forward, defending that bishop. Taking that bishop is extremely dangerous. It feels like that would put your king in a very precarious situation.
Yeah, just to show that on the board, knight takes knight. You don't get checkmated here. The white king has an escape square by capturing the black knight. So this check looks deadly, but the king escapes. But yeah, maybe just retreating the black knight and now the threat of checkmate in one move. That just, yeah, looks terrifying. You talk to the bishop as well. You ask it how it's doing in the corner, and it is not a big fan of recent developments. So I don't think we'll see that move. Hikaru is reaching out for his queen, something we've seen in previous days.
Here it is.
There it is, the position from the confession booth.
All right, so following that line, right, the light squared bishop would slide back to the f5 square, targeting that weak pawn.
Do you think he blitzes it out, or does he pause and look for perhaps alternatives here, or does he just stick to what he's calculated?
Good question, because just leaving the computer to run for a while, that isn't one of the top three moves, at least on my slightly weaker engine.
No, but on my stronger one, you're correct. It's still not one of the top three moves.
Yeah, and there isn't a rush necessarily. I think Magnus is going to play it, you know. I think he's going to retreat because in a drawing mindset, when a draw is enough for you, you want to force the issue. That move comes with a threat. There's not many other moves that create a threat. This attacks a undefended pawn. It also creates the idea of the knight exchange. Other moves that come to mind would be just to pass, just to kind of move the black king, maybe
I don't
shuffle
want
the
to
black
pass,
rook up.
David Howell. I've got a move suggestion.
Ooh.
Can you move that e-pawn one step forward? LPDO, loose pieces drop off. Watch out for that rook in the corner.
Ooh, interesting, interesting. Definitely possible. And the big question would be what happens if the white rook saves itself? Does black have a continuation? Because this pawn now, slightly vulnerable. The bar doesn't react, so still thinks this is totally fine for black. Totally viable.
No time to give a check, because the knight needs to keep defending that bishop at the corner.
Yeah, knight check, white will take it, and next move, the black bishop will fall. So this needs to be continued very energetically, although white isn't necessarily threatening to take this pawn. Is white threatening to take this pawn if black just does nothing?
You're going to get checkmated, right?
Yeah, because if the knight ever moves, whoops, queen comes down, checkmate, about to land.
Right.
Queen sacrifice. And likewise, if the bishop comes and takes this pawn, now you take with the knight, and the white...
Maybe you take the bishop.
Can queen take? No, oh, you just snag the bishop and you're still...
Too much down here. I forgot about this one, the black bishop. I can't see Magnus going for this, to be honest. Pushing the pawn, it is a very creative, kind of energetic move, but you need to be able to back it up somehow.
Not finding the follow-up.
Maybe it's just good, though. Maybe it's what he should be doing. Normally, once the momentum's on your side, you don't want to let up. Create threats, and things turn in your favor.
But notice how he hasn't rushed through this final move of the sequence that he mentioned in his confession. You know, everything else he played really quickly. And now he stops. So there are definitely some other options that are in his mind to continue the pressure. Sorry.
Do you think, having confessed his sins now and said bishop f5, he feels compelled to follow through? Ooh. Some kind of moral obligation to back up his words to the world.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've been talking about the confessional booth as a useful tool for players, right? Just to verbalize their thoughts, talk through some ideas, and switch up their environment just a little bit. I hadn't thought about it in that sense. You feel a sense of obligation to to live up to your confession. I think if any player would be willing to disavow one of his own lines of thinking, it would be the likes of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. He knows when to be dogmatic and when to switch things up, be a bit more flexible in his thinking. He does settle back. He might well invest 5-10 minutes and find a better move than retreating his bishop. The key here being not to allow the white h-pawn to step forward, give the white king some extra air to breathe.
When was the last time you guys were in a confession?
Never.
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 Not yet, at least.
No sense to confess.
Yeah, sure, don't close the door on anything in life, right?
Waiting for my deathbed, and then I'll just...
there you go.
I'll confess it all.
The secrets come out. I mean, to your point, David, I think a waiting move, right, is really just the other option if it's not going to be targeting a weakness of your opponent. So exactly as you're highlighting, maybe just the rook slides up, keeping it on the same file, king as well, and that pawn there on the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm. Another move Magnus could consider, if he's playing for tricks, this is what I would do in a blitz game. I would move my bishop somewhere else. Maybe bring it all the way back home, because now if you advance your pawn with white, you walk into a tactic, queen takes knight, queen sacrifice again, and then you give a knight fork, and you win the piece back with dividends, with interest here. But of course, Magnus isn't just a trickster, and dropping the bishop back to a different square would allow white to maybe just cover any potential checks from the black knight. And it feels like a step in the wrong direction. But yeah, anyway, that's the difference between classical chess and blitz chess. You can play tricky moves like that, and the opponent, this might be a 50% chance they'll fall into it. But here he'll play a more objective move, most likely.
So if Magnus wasn't to continue with his plan, or actually even if he was, because that was the follow-up move, for Hikaru, is that rook sliding over, doubling up with the queen, attacking the center pawn that's weak, is that what he's aiming to do? Is that the next move that Hikaru wants to get in?
Probably.
Regardless of what black plays, actually.
Yeah, I think Hikaru, his next move will be a rook move, either towards the center or just one slide across. The problem is, what next? Like, even if you slide the rook across, your white queen is tied down to defend its knight. At some point, you might have to just kind of shut your eyes and pray, take this bishop and move your king forward. It just feels like you're a bit stuck with white. That's why the waiting moves here might actually be Magnus's best bet. He's got to kind of spot and identify that Hikaru doesn't really have a threat, have a plan.
Right? The match demands that Hikaru is the one who plays for a win here. And so if you can just kind of cage him in, which is kind of what it feels like is beginning to happen, force your opponent down into this bottom right corner of the board, and then say to him, okay, find a way out. Not just out, but all the way to the other side of the board and towards my king. That's a difficult task.
And both these players quite equally matched, right? Yes, they're, I don't know what exactly. Is Hikaru the only other player over 2,800 currently?
Yes.
World number 1 versus world number 2, the only two players over the 2,800 mark. David, if you're in such a situation, you know, as being our in-house resident super strong grandmaster.
Thank you.
Long title. That's a good title right there.
We want that on the ticker next time.
That's what they call me on my birth certificate. Carry on.
So if you're playing this position against, let's say, a player of 2,700 strength, around the same rating as yours, how hopeful would you be of your chances with white having to make a comeback in this match?
It's difficult. I would definitely take white over black. I should start by saying that.
Oh.
I think Magnus's short-term attacks are easily fended off. They might be enough to equalize the position, trade off some pieces, but I don't think they'll ever be enough to checkmate white here, barring a blunder. So I would definitely take white. How optimistic I would be about winning this is a totally different matter. I feel like Magnus here probably finds a good way to just sit and do not much, and it's going to be hard for Nakamura to do anything. But I would feel more confident against players of a more dynamic nature who feel the urge to
do something,
to create something, to get impatient here. Against positional players who just sit and happily slowly improve, I would feel less confident about converting any advantage Nakamura might have.
That's interesting perspective, though, because it kind of felt like we're beginning to, spin the web, of the tale in which Magnus Carlsen ends up holding this one in easy, quote-unquote easy fashion. Not that Hikaru would ever make it easy for him.
And I think if I were on the black side, I would lose to either Hikaru or Magnus here, because I would do something rash and impatient. And White's long-term advantages. We should mention it is White with the long-term advantages due to the isolated central pawn here for Black and the backward pawn on the other side. 2 weaknesses in an endgame is enough. 1 weakness, sometimes you can hold. 2 is too much. So Magnus still definitely has to be the more careful of the 2.
And to me, that's so fascinating. Once again, just Magnus's piece activity here looks so powerful optically, visually. You've got the bishop, knight, queen, rook, all against the white king. And yet here it is, the bar completely agreeing with David here. David's thoughts in this position that he'd want to pick white. Hikaru feeling obviously comfortable. I mean, he's barely sat in his chair. He's strolling around so much on the line today. Feeling comfortable, just knowing that there's nothing that's actually coming to the attack, but the long-term elements perhaps give something for white to play for.
Yeah, and I mean, it does look scary visually. I think in Blitz I would be terrified, but Classical you kind of have time to work out that there's no threats. One thing I will mention, Black has 4 attacking pieces. White also has 4 defenders right now, so it is just about enough to hold. Often that's, for those of you at home who are kind of newer to the game, who are trying to figure out whether your attack is deadly, if you have more attackers than defenders, often things work in your favor. The tricks will work for you, but here it's 4 versus 4 and kind of cancelling each other out for now.
So, realizing it's Magnus's move, one of the things we've been talking about, though, is Hikaru maybe bringing the rook all the way over to aid in the defense as well. But given what you just explained, 4 defenders, 4 attackers, can we unleash this rook to start trying to make a mess at the left-hand side of the board and really get that A-pawn marching?
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the agenda. That's why maybe just waiting and doing nothing, kind of using the black rook as a defender. It's a multi-purpose piece, the long-range ones. Just using the black rook as a defender, holding that side of the board. It's going to be very hard for White to use the rook alone. You could imagine a situation where Magnus, just to put a couple of moves on the board, puts his rook here, Hikaru shifts his rook, puts his king forward 1 square. This rook can't break down this pawn. If it had traded off, then it would have just been an equal exchange. And it's just like, how does White improve? Unclear. How does Black improve? Equally unclear. Black just sits and waits with a pawn here, maybe. And it just feels like status quo will be maintained forever.
Yeah, you mentioned 4 attackers, 4 defenders, and I'm just wondering that last arrow that was on the board, could we include a 5th attacker? Well, Magnus does go for the move we were talking about.
Well, he thought long enough about it to find it.
Hits that rook, and the question is the follow-up, because that's where we struggled, right? The pawn moves 1 step forward, the queen's hitting the rook, no time to pick up that pawn at the center of the board. But what does Carlsen have in mind once the rook does slide over?
It's going to slide over. Remember, this white rook started this game. We see the starting position there of the white pieces at the bottom of our screens. The white rook started this game in the corner. The white bishop started this game in the corner. Everything else has pretty much moved. The white bishop has returned to its starting square, but yeah, we're expecting this rook slide. Hikaru frowning as he returns to the board. Yeah, the continuation is mysterious.
Yeah, and when I'd suggested this move, David, that was the feeling we had, right? With that, what actually happens. And Hikaru, I think he's slightly happy to see this move on the board as well. Perhaps feels it gives him a little bit of a chance there. Get that rook and ask Magnus, what does he have in mind after, with no knight check available? Are you going to go into an attack, try to centralize your queen? Magnus, he loves to centralize your queen. And as I say that, there is a square that's been vacated by that pawn for perhaps the queen to move over at some point.
Yeah, maybe the black queen, if the white rook shifts, moves, maybe the black queen will go hunting on this side of the board. If that white pawn is eliminated, White's winning chances do somewhat dwindle, I'll say. Choice for Hikaru. He doesn't need to move it the whole way to the center. He could also just shift it 1 square, try to grab. Now it's like slightly less tempting, I would say, to use this square, because even if black does nothing, you cannot take this pawn. Just to mention, the other reason Magnus opened up this diagonal is because he has inroads into the white position, back rank. Catch here of the white king.
This is very committal by Magnus. That pawn that was just one where it came from, so difficult to get to that square, right? Because it's guarded, it's defended, the light square bishop can't attack it, the knight not being able to jump into activity. But now where it's moved into, you sort of just walked into the line of fire yourself. it's always going to be under pressure. You always have to watch out for it falling. So Magnus has to continue with a lot of momentum after this move.
Yeah, it's committal, but it does still feel so paralyzing to Hikaru's position. We've been looking at two different rook moves, just for my own curiosity. Blocking that queen with the c-pawn is not an option?
It's definitely an option.
Okay.
It's also fine, I think, and might well appear, if not now, then on the next few moves. Yeah, I think it's a three kind of way decision here. You step your pawn forward, you bring your rook across. More likely he moves his rook, just because it feels like that's going to guarantee some kind of threats, or at least you're going to want to move that rook sooner or later. It's not 100% clear you're going to want to move the pawn. Probably you do at some point, but we will see. Magnus, he looks very focused, Tanya. It looks like he's not as relaxed as he earlier was, though.
Absolutely, and we saw Hikaru there almost making his move, but then pulls back. The ideal scenario for Hikaru in this game would be to have this sort of a dynamic as is, but force Magnus into long thinks over the next few moves to really get his clock down. You know, keep as many pieces on the board, whatever's left, don't trade anything, and then have those big decisions play out when Magnus has only a few minutes to respond. But right now, Magnus has those extra minutes on the clock. Hikaru, he almost looked like he threw his hands in the air, like, I can't find a way to keep this going.
Hikaru, he's done everything right. Like, Magnus even said it last 6-7 moves. That was actually a while ago, but last 6-7 moves, he wasn't playing the most ambitiously. And normally that does start a slight downward trend if you start playing passive moves, if you start playing moves that you don't feel are actually the best. And things can spiral, but Hikaru centralizes his rook. Hydrates.
There we go.
Always
stay hydrated, kids.
The rook comes on, right? And then again, consequences of a move. You leave that side pawn undefended. Magnus loves to get his queen to the center of the board. There are two attractive squares here. Both of them target that pawn on the left side. What does Hikaru have in mind for that move? Feels like the follow-up that you'd want to make.
Yeah, I'm especially attracted to this move for black somehow, just because you also give extra protection to this bishop. There was one line we showed a bit earlier where the white knight taking the bishop was a key motif. So giving the black bishop some extra defense does look very logical, multi-purpose move. I have a feeling this might be what Magnus goes for. As you mentioned, Tanya, he can also go to the center, but this feels to me slightly less kind of cohesive with black's whole position, because the queen is undefended on that square, although I can't see any way to take advantage of it.
Might also give time to actually snap up the central pawn if you move it to that square, because you want the queen and the rook still lined up, paralyzing the white knight against the mate threat.
Yeah, now I'm starting to think it's going to be fizzling out.
The bar's coming down, the human bar, the arm's falling down, and there it is. Magnus Carlsen does go for the idea.
Okay. Multi-purpose. Pawns under threat. What are our defensive options here without, again, vacating too much of our defensive posture in front of our king? Is this where you have to force a trade with that bishop, or is still tricks in play where you can't move that knight?
So we definitely can't move the knight for now, unless we take on the edge of the board, but it does feel a bit scary to leave the white king sat in front of its bishop, trapping its own bishop here.
Yeah.
And no doubt there are going to be some traps on the board, maybe in the knight coming in with some checks at the very minimum, maybe something even better for black. So I don't think he'll move the knight, but taking this pawn, is that legal? Is that possible?
Definitely legal. I can answer that for you.
It's a legal move. But whether
Is it good or not is the real question. You just take that bishop back, and
the white knight now has to take this bishop on the edge of the board not to get checkmated. And
still pretty balanced. You take the knight, white will take the knight at the center of the board. Everything under control.
Everything under control, but in a winning attempt, in a must-win situation, maybe black now throws the knight away. It's going to drop, sell it for the highest price, take a pawn, and if white recaptures that knight before it saves itself, this is just a dead drawn endgame. Queen and rook versus queen and rook, same number of pawns each. Both kings equally safe. That's not enough for Hikaru. Magnus bullying him with the just the ghost of some drawish endgames here.
And this is the point, right? Just not having that buffer, that draw is fine. How do you continue this game? And it comes down to that bishop a2, that one move, that one big mistake that Hikaru's made in this match yesterday. If that had gone another way, had he taken the pawn a draw, we would be singing praises for Hikaru, just the way he's kept things solid, almost forcing a tiebreaker. But the match situation.
Well, this is where I'd start asking the question of, we've been looking at a lot of the best moves in the position, right? But the reality is maybe Hikaru's best winning chance is not a best move in the position. Maybe it's something that's just minorly inaccurate, but that again changes the landscape of the board. I don't know if there are too many of those moves available to him because, again, he feels so claustrophobic and locked in to this bottom right corner. But typically, that's where I would look for okay, what's the best version of a question mark, that I can throw out there that just gives me a fighting chance?
Yeah, it's difficult. Normally those types of maybe dubious moves that kind of make the board a mess, those are in conjunction with some kind of attack against the opponent's king. Here, Black's king is so far away from any of White's pieces, it's hard to make this a mess. It's become very technical, and that's something I mentioned earlier. Technical is both of their strengths, but yeah, you can't win this game by playing into Magnus's strengths, even if it is your own.
And Magnus, after a while, actually gets up from his chair. So, he feels he's gotten everything under control with the piece activity that he has, the threats that he's created, dangers behind him. All those strategic points don't matter simply because of the momentum of Black's pieces close to the White king. He's the one coming in with a threat on the board. I think Magnus Carlsen is feeling very comfortable about his chances of taking his first slam right now.
As he should be. He's been in near top form, if not top form, this entire tournament long. Again, with an incredible showing first out of the round robin, and then blowing through opponents on his way here to the finals.
All right, so Black is threatening. Magnus wants to take the pawn, right? Bringing your rook back, that can't be part of Hikaru's strategy. It's exactly the square where it came from. At least Magnus can repeat that position, if nothing else. How else can you defend this pawn? I'm trying to look for squares. You'd have to move the queen, but you've got to stay connected to the white knight as well.
Yeah, you can move the white queen up the board. Just to mention, this is me putting pieces on the board. We might see the bar drop in a second. Okay, it doesn't drop that much. Just defending this pawn, still defending the knight. I was going to say this looks horrible because Black could sever the connection between the queen and its knight, but apparently this is still fine. Maybe you drop your queen back with a check, and then you slide back across and do some geometry.
That is amazing. And you blocked the attack of the Black queen against the white pawn along the way, but never happening.
That's super fun.
This is super fun, but this is not what is going to appear on the board.
Just draw a triangle because I like my geometry.
That's beautiful.
The right angle.
I mean, that queen to b3, just checking square, that could be a valuable resource at some point, just as a pit stop along the way to somewhere else. But it in and of itself does not defend that pawn.
And Black's rook will also block the check, defending this pawn, just in case White ever wants to go pawn hunting.
What are the chances that Hikaru does fall back with the rook? Will Magnus repeat the position? Will he put the pressure on by sliding his queen back? Or does he go for more? Does he put the pressure on?
Well, Hikaru will have essentially lost 2 moves, and the Black queen's probably just better where she is now than where she was 1 move ago. I agree, Hikaru might just need to bring his rook across, but very unclear what comes next for Hikaru Nakamura if Magnus just waits.
Well, what about if we accept that that pawn is lost? I realize that's probably not the right play to begin with, but if we accept that that pawn is lost and know that the queen is at least going to have to make that long trip to the other side of the board, can we make any gains in the meantime?
So tough.
So tough. Process of elimination here. The white knight can barely move without taking this bishop. The white bishop in the corner is just totally stuck. The white rook has just come here. The white queen is tied down defending her knight, so yeah, it's just hard to find options.
Keep coming back to more of the same here.
I have a feeling Hikaru actually just gives up his winning chances in a few moves' time. If he can't find anything now, he's dropping down to around 20 minutes.
He might be giving it up right now as we're talking. I mean, the clock has to be one of the things that he wanted to use against Magnus. That's gone, but look at the position as well, right? Magnus is the one who's coming in with a threat. No time for Hikaru to take that central pawn, to play again for those strategic gains that he worked so hard for. I mean, it looks like the best possible scenario here would be a draw, and that's just not enough. But what do you do when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen?
Not much you can do in a position like this as well. it just felt like when he started retreating, when Magnus actually visited the confessional, it was after White had brought his bishop back to the corner. But I'm going to just rewind very quickly to show what maybe should have happened for Hikaru Nakamura a few moves ago, because it was this position where we saw a capture in the center by Magnus. Here, the White Knight could have actually retreated and then gone for this pawn. The White Knight could have stepped forward and gone for the pawn like this. And the White Bishop's actually really nicely placed in front of its king. What Hikaru did instead, taking this pawn with his bishop and then retreating it all the way into the corner, it felt like he stepped one way, then stepped back, lost 2 moves for free. He could have the same dynamic, just essentially 2 moves up. And if we fast forward to the current position again, we see this bishop still locked in the corner. Bishops do not want to be stuck like this.
Which is so wild, because in the end, right, the pawn is still picked up, right? In either case, in any of those different variations that you've shown, Hikaru does manage to snag the pawn, but taking it in the way that he did somehow has landed him in a dire position, dire straits.
Yeah, at least in terms of his winning chances.
Right.
He still maintained the balance here, Hikaru, but that's just not enough. And it's just so surprising to me, because the more ambitious moves were to jump forward with the knight, retreating. That strategy rarely works in must-win situations.
And that's the thing. It's the context of the match, right? Not just this game. You're holding, a very even drawish position against Magnus Carlsen. If this was day one, you'd be very happy to maybe pilot this one to that draw and go into the next day even. But that's not an option to you this time around.
But it might be too late to do actually anything else in this position. Hikaru did try, he did create those imbalances, but just not enough. You know Magnus best, David. Do you think, given the position that he has, is he already thinking about the after party later?
Well, maybe. I think he's already in his mind very, very, very confident that he's going to win this match. I don't think he's thinking about the after party, maybe more worried about his winner's speech and a few steps along the way. But
thinking about the golf he's going to get in tomorrow.
Exactly. Thinking about visiting the Eiffel Tower or Disneyland tomorrow or whatever. But yeah, I think in his mind, Magnus, we heard it in the confessional, he was not stressed at all. Even though he has these weaknesses as black, this pawn that might drop off long term, a backward pawn on the other side, he knows he's playing energetically enough to balance out all those factors. And I don't think he has lost these types of positions many times in his career. That's the thing, especially because it's so technical. His opponent is so frozen.
And that's such an instructive approach, right? You need only a draw. You could very well go on the defense, try to keep things under control. But Magnus, he believed in his piece activity. Instead, he completely went on the offense on the right side of the board while Hikaru was focused on the other flank. And it's definitely paying dividends right now. He's got Hikaru on the ropes. Nothing's wrong, but Hikaru has to find a way to keep the game going.
Yeah, eye on the prize here is Magnus Carlsen, and like you say, just calling his shots every step of the way. All 3 times in the confessional booth, it seems what he explained to us pretty soon after would occur on the board. So no surprises in store yet here has Hikaru Nakamura for his opponent. Magnus even considering, okay, maybe another lap around the arena.
It's the 4th time he's done it in the last 10 minutes.
Yes, I mean, look at Hikaru. This is starting to feel more and more like the endings of the game from yesterday, right? Where he's again searching and searching and searching for answers and realizing ever so slowly that maybe there are no answers to be found.
And that expression number 18, we've seen that before by Hikaru Nakamura. It's that moment when he realizes the position has lost that fire which he was looking for, which he was dreaming for, and felt like it was just there in his reach. But it's kind of extinguished at the moment. And I wonder if he'll just go like, I'm going to bring my rook back. And then...
He was reaching for his queen, or he's reaching for the black pawn. He's reaching for the black pawn, but this is going to surely guarantee a draw. We've actually shown this variation. Magnus can pretty much force it here and now.
Oh. And you can see how dissatisfied Hikaru is with having to make that move.
Yeah, that was a reluctant move. The best move probably was to bring the white rook back. But that in itself, not fun, having just made the journey from that square. Also, what next? That would have been a big question. But now we've mentioned that Magnus can just eliminate this bishop. Hikaru cannot retake on that square. Hikaru will need to take this black bishop, but everything's just fizzling out. The whole board is about to clear up.
I think these are the last few moments of the Slam Championship match. All the minors coming off the board, only the queen and the rook dynamic. This is almost like a draw offer by Hikaru.
Somewhat. I mean, I have to imagine he'll still fight tooth and nail with every ounce he's got left. Let's not forget, there's a big difference here between first and second place.
He needs a miracle now, Hikaru. He needs Magnus to just blunder. It's that simple. He needs Magnus to have a blind spot.
Yeah, but now you're looking at the time again, right? You're going back to that point you were making, Tanya. Perhaps that could have been a weapon for Hikaru if he managed to put Magnus in time trouble around this point in the game, but that's just not the case. Over a half hour still left to work with here for Magnus Carlsen, plus 30 seconds per move.
I mean, if anyone, it's Magnus, right, who can use that as a weapon. And he's about to make his move, about to grab the bishop. The line that we saw where eventually black will also pick up the pawn once Hikaru's made his move. And you've got a 4 versus 4 coming up next. With just the queens and the rook remaining, there's nothing to fight for. In fact, it will be Magnus's queen and rook, which will be more active in that position.
Now, we should mention now, Magnus only has 1 move to keep the balance, but it is quite an obvious move, at this high level at least. The white knight is en prise, as we would say in chess. That means it's attacked. You can pick it up at will. But taking this knight now would drop the black knight in the center of the board, and white has a 1-pawn advantage. This looks great for Hikaru. So if the black knight is going to drop anyway, then selling it for the highest possible price is the best option. I think we'll see Magnus play this move any second. He looks ready to play. You can take this pawn in the process, threatening a nasty knight fork. And now, if the black knight is captured, only then do you take the white knight. And once the dust is settled, it's level material, very drawish. Magnus, of course, has played the best move, finds it instantly. This is heading towards a draw now for Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, there you have it. An exclamation point given to both players because they're finding the perfect moves that the engine likes to get towards that equivalent position. But like we said, Hikaru Nakamura is no engine. He needs more than zeros in this one. He needs to take a victory. And as more and more pieces look to be falling off the board, the tools in his toolkit get worse and worse.
And Hikaru's done nothing wrong in this game.
That's the thing.
He's played actually incredibly strong chess, creating chances against Magnus Carlsen. But just asking for a big win against the world #1 is perhaps asking for too much, and I think Magnus Carlsen is about to win his first slam.
Any other day of the week, this is a game you would love to play against Magnus Carlsen. You would come away happy with the result that you're about to arrive to in this one. I'll just call out for everybody at home as well. They are currently both at 98% accuracy, so there's just about no better that either of them could have played in this game, and that's the thing. On the day, Magnus Carlsen is in his best form, Hikaru as well, but it's about what happened yesterday that ultimately will look to be the decider in this final.
But Hikaru, he keeps going. He's not giving up just yet. Had he picked up that knight, that would be game over, match over, championship over on the spot. Hikaru gets the knight to the middle of the board, and now Magnus's knight has to find a good square. You know, and there aren't so many to fall back on. The center square not available. If you move towards the left side, you can land up in a disastrous spin along the diagonal. Bar still level. How careful does Magnus need to be on this move?
He doesn't need to be too careful. Luckily for Magnus, there are multiple ways to save this knight. Going back is actually totally fine. Probably not the most accurate, but I wouldn't be surprised if, there we go, Magnus attacks the white knight. I was going to say, this is the most forcing by far calculation. You always look for checks first. There were no good checks. You look for captures next. There were no good captures. Next, you look for threats. And this white knight is threatened. If it ever moves anywhere, black lands a deadly fork, hitting the king, hitting the rook. This is just game over. So the knight cannot move. That means you have to take the black knight. Then the white knight will fall, and same problem. 4 pawns each, only queens and rooks, totally dead level. Magnus is putting it in the bank now.
He's putting on the finishing touches, right, in such a brilliant way, too. Again, for as much of an impressive performance this has been from Hikaru as he tries to strike back on day 2, it's been as impressive here for Magnus to kind of just play it near perfectly from end to end.
It's been about the details, right, for Magnus here. I mean, you can go on a passive defense or you can go on an aggressive one. And I think he spoke about the piece activity. He continues that story. He doesn't think about retreating. He's going for the most direct forced option. And there we see the only remaining minors are off the board. A queen and a rook dynamic. Equal number of pawns. One more about to be traded. Magnus Carlsen moments away from winning the Paris Slam.
Oh, Hikaru's reaching for the pawn. We will see a queen trade. It's going to be a handshake any moment now. They're just going to go through the motions here. Once queens come off the board, rook endgames, with their drawish tendency, this one is going to be locked down and in the bank for Hikaru, for Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru, he's not even taking his hand off the pen. He's ready to sign the score sheets. It's going to be a draw very soon.
The checkered flag is waving over the checkered board right now. Magnus Carlsen cruising to victory with the queen trade. There they go, off the board.
Black rook is coming in to restore the material balance, win the pawn back.
And if anything, it's Hikaru's pawns that are going to be a big weakness. Absolutely nothing to fight for. And I think it could be now that they'll have a bit of an eye contact, a draw for mid. Magnus, he's going to step up with his king and then use the rook laterally to defend the pawns. Look at the way the moves are coming in fast and quick. Confident of a hold here.
Yeah, rook and 3 pawns apiece here. And again, so much time on the clock for both players, but we've already whittled our way down to such an endgame that there is no real time trouble for maybe a mistake to be made like happened just yesterday.
This is move 36. There are no draw offers allowed until move 40. So it's just a matter of time. 4 more moves that this game will last before Magnus Carlsen is able to boast of this Grand Slam title.
Looking to crown himself the second Grand Slam winner of the year 2025 here in Paris, France.
It might even happen before move 40. Both players, you know, the realization on them. For Magnus, he's fought for it. He's dreamt of it. Didn't happen in Weissenhaus. Missed it. You could see it, how much he wanted it. And finally, it's about to happen here.
Rook slides over.
Just defend that pawn. You could also do it with your own rook. Or get the king closer to it. No bad moves in this position for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, even if you blunder a pawn, you're probably still fine with a draw. But of course, Magnus defends his pawn right now. We will see the white rook either give the black king a check or go pawn hunting on the other side of the board. The problem is the black rook, too active as well, will also be able to hunt down some pawns. This board is totally clearing up now. It feels like Hikaru these days, he just doesn't have that same fire, that hunger that he did for chaos. When he was younger, when he broke into the world top 10, top 20, he was just a firebrand, attack, attack, attack. Now it's just about grinding opponents down in an endgame, and that's impossible to do against Magnus. That's the one area where Magnus is better than all. Unfortunately for Hikaru, the strengths just overlapping each other, and Magnus is just that 5%, that maybe even less, that 1% better.
Exactly. I mean, this is a perfect display of how, you know, close these two players are in skill level and ability.
A check. We might see a repetition right now with Magnus falling back with his king, attacking the rook. Hikaru giving up on his chances. Doesn't even do that. You want to play? I'm ready for a game.
Yeah, no repetition at play just yet. And still we edge closer to that 40th move, the possible draw offer to bring this game to a conclusion.
He knows it.
Magnus was checking the score sheet there. Not ready to offer the draw yet, but only 2 moves time. Same for Hikaru, looks at the score sheet. This is move 38. We're expecting 2 moves each. And then the handshake. Then the draw. Wow, what a game. It feels like a missed chance again for Nakamura. He played so well. Just maybe one decision to retreat a piece earlier. Just losing that valuable move. You don't get many chances against Magnus. He created a half chance, I'm going to say, but couldn't capitalize on that.
No regrets for, I think, Hikaru in this game as big as the one from yesterday. I think when he looks back at this match, it will come down to that one moment.
Yeah, you are exactly right. If anything will be replayed, it is that first day of the finals. He was done no favors by the position lottery, right? And still, he did his best to create some winning chances, maybe once or twice in this one. Was there an opening? But either way, Magnus is playing to near perfection. Rooks find new targets. More pawns will fall off the board. We inch ever closer to our next champion here on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
And there you have it. Draw offered. Magnus about to win the Paris Slam, and there it is.
He's championed the format, and now he crowns himself champion here in Paris, France. Your second champion on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour is none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
And not too much chat from the players. Brief congratulations from the arbiter, Hikaru as well, offering his sign of respect to Magnus there. But ultimately, it was a very level game. Magnus, well-deserved.
So well-deserved. So well-deserved. We had talked about him exiting Weisenhaus in third place and what kind of form he would return. You know, more motivated than ever to regain that top spot and solidify himself as one of the best and the one to beat in this format. He returns to the very next Grand Slam and does just that.
Fought for it, earned it, and owned it. Just the run in the round robin, every single clash in the quarterfinals against Nordebek, then taking down Fabiano Caruana, his longtime rival, and now the world number 2, not even needing a tiebreaker. Just one mistake by Hikaru Nakamura, and that was enough for the world number 1 as he gets congratulated by Jan Buettner to fulfill the dream. That's a happy Magnus in front of you.
That's a happy Magnus. That's a cool $200,000 in his pocket and 25 circuit points as well. Well, that's a strut. That's the strut of a winner right there, and a very well-deserved one.
Yeah, topping the round robin, or at least joint first there. And yeah, it's just so smooth in the knockouts. It felt like he still had several gears to go up if he needed, but he got the job done. He did what was necessary.
Ever the professional diving into the interview area. As soon as that interview happens, we'll be sure to get a quick word from him. Here are some of those top moments from the game. It was Hikaru who tried as best he could that early B4 push from the white side. What could he create in terms of winning chances? But Magnus just didn't give him many. An absolute brick wall that Hikaru had to try and bulldoze through.
Moral of the story, having to win on demand against Magnus Carlsen is almost impossible, regardless of the form you show up in. It's just been amazing. I mean, if we look back at Magnus's journey in this match, not a single tiebreaker in the knockouts.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we jump into the third place match, and this is about to finish. Fabiano Caruana has a totally winning position, but he can force a draw on the spot. And look at this. Fabiano's looking around for the arbiter. I think he's about to claim a threefold repetition. If the white queen steps back one square forward and gives a check, the position will repeat itself. A draw is enough. He doesn't need to win, Fabiano. He's about to clinch third place.
Yeah, just checking in. Important to note, same thing. They're not on move 40, so it would have to be by repetition that they accept this draw. Players getting that confirmation from the arbiters before we can bring this one to an official close. But again, the rematch of the 2025 Weisenhaus Grand Final between Fabiano and Vincent Keimer. This time, shoes on the other foot. It was Fabiano who came into day 2 with the lead, just needing that draw. They do get permission for it. The handshakes are extended. And third place, a ticket to Vegas as well, goes to Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, we'll see him next time. We'll see him there in Vegas. Great performance. If he wanted to, he could have played on. We should mention in the final position, White had a queen for a rook and a knight, a totally winning endgame in sight, but he wanted it in the bank. He wanted to secure victory. And for Vincent Keimer, another day, another frustrating day, not quite at the levels we've come to expect from him. But either way, fourth place, not too shabby.
And hey, you know, we can only say that about Vincent because of how much he's impressed us in this format up to this point, right? Again, maybe somebody totally discounted prior to February of this very year. And in 2 months' time, he's already been talked about as a titan of this freestyle format.
He's raised the bar for himself, right? All the expectations that are built around him is because of his own performance. For Fabiano Caruana, you know, he gets that grudge match in against Vincent Keimer, gets the 100K, gets the tour points, books his spot. He's got reasons to be proud of his performance. Lost that to Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals, but hey, still a great tournament.
And here we see Fabiano leaving the arena, and hopefully we'll hear some words from him. But that leaves us with 2 matches ongoing.
Yeah, getting some much-deserved congratulations from the gallery, putting on an impressive display of chess, just reflecting on his entire journey in this tournament alone. 3 losses
out the gate in the round robin. That could be so easily mentally dooming, for a number of players, and yet he didn't let it affect him. He came back with 2.5 points out of that first day, got it done in the rest of the round robin. A little help from Hikaru in the end there to get into the knockout stages, but then he really turned it on.
In the round robin, it almost felt that Fabi did everything that he could to not qualify. And yet here he is, third place. Beautiful match against Vincent Keimer. And here's Arjun Aragaisi. Can he put the finishing touches in his match against Maxime? Looks like he's managed to create some chances, Maxime.
Yeah, this is looking a little different than the last time we were here. So maybe we walk it back, because earlier on it looked like Arjun had ever so slight advantages throughout the game. And somehow MVL, he's bought himself life in this one again, still needing the full victory here to get it over the line and extended tie breaks.
Yeah, we'll break down the current position in a while. Both sides still have a lot of time on the clock. But let's backtrack till the last moment we were here, and it was a chaotic middle game. We were talking about the White Knight coming in, delivering some nasty checks. Arjun maybe should not have rushed with this Knight jump. We see it did leap into the center of the board, given a question mark by the computer. Of course, difficult in such a chaotic position to find the best moves. This was met by a rook slide, hitting the White Queen, gaining a bit of time. The Queen slid forward. A bad choice, apparently, from Arjun, and this was actually the root of all trouble for him. He allowed the Black Knight to come forward, hitting the Queen with gain of time, also defending the important checking square that the White Knight wanted to use. Yes, the White Queen could grab a pawn, but maybe Arjun Aragaisi had forgotten that the Black King could castle out of danger. Again, maybe not the best move by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but momentum-wise, switching things up on White, no more attack. And to catch up with the current game, the White Bishop leapt forward, utilizing a pin. This looks scary until you see the counterattack. Rook into the corner here, attacking the White Queen. And the Queens very quickly disappeared from the board. The game continued. Rook takes pawn, an inaccuracy there. The White Bishop kicked back. And around here, Arjun Aragaisi seemed to lose the thread a bit, giving a check, trading off pieces. But this move now, breaking the White pawn structure around the White King, and a trade of this bishop in the corner. Just to mention, this would have landed a nasty fork. The rook hit, the bishop hit. This was unthinkable. So Arjun, yeah, perhaps missing a few things along the way, it feels like. Miscalculations. And we catch up with the current game position. The material balance actually is up a pawn for black, or it looks up a pawn for black, because White has some horrible double pawns in this position.
We continue to follow the action on the remaining boards while following the action of your tournament champion there. You can see in the bottom right of your screen, Magnus Carlsen, ever so the entertainer, taking an opportunity to talk to the fans and those who were in attendance here to watch it all happen live.
This tournament has just proven that challenges are Magnus Carlsen's biggest motivator. What happened in Weissenhaus and where that left him, the whole journey, having to fight for third place at the end of it, doing it. But of course, again, coming back to the conversation on day one, anything less than championship was trash for this guy. And he proved it every single game along the way. Fighting against the absolute best, his biggest rivals in the world, and yet doing it in crushing manner.
Well, I know myself and everyone else wants to hear from Magnus coming off of that, conclusion to what is his first victory here on the circuit in 2025. Just a moment ago, he did dive into that interview area and give us a quick word following his championship run here against Hikaru Nakamura. Let's take a look.
Magnus, this seemed like quite a convincing safety game with black, am I right?
Yeah, I felt like I never really gave him any chances. I really liked the position that I got out of the opening. It seemed very, very sound and solid, and it seemed that he was kind of struggling to find the way after that. I didn't quite try and get the maximum out of the position that I had, which I think was a little bit better for me. I was more trying to be safe, liquidate, and I think I did a good job staying active and sort of forcing him to trade more pieces and go for a draw.
How much fun are you having playing freestyle chess compared to the other formats these days?
No kind of chess is that much fun when you're not feeling great, but apart from that, going to the board to play freestyle compared to classical is just, it's a completely different feeling. There's There's more of a childish joy of just playing chess rather than being worried about openings, rating points, and all of those things that are important but don't necessarily equate joy.
And a more grown-up Magnus, he kind of goes for these childish joy type situations rather than the adult ones, right?
I want to win as well, but I think you want to be reminded as to why I started playing chess early on, and I am reminded of that when I sit down for a freestyle game.
And we are reminded of how good you are in chess, Magnus. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
You know, what an absolutely beautiful sentiment. You know, chess is a tough enough game as is. It's even harder when you're not feeling your tip top, as he mentioned, in respect to all of our competitors who at different times throughout the tournament haven't maybe been feeling their best selves and still have managed to come in and put up some of the best chess that the world has to offer. But as he says there at the end, it's nice to be reminded why you fell in love with this game to begin with. And sometimes freestyle chess provides you more opportunities to realize that because of the fact that so much is unknown.
And it's all on the board, you know. It doesn't matter how much you're prepared, your memorized lines, how deep your preparation goes. Something that I think has taken Magnus's motivation away from 5-1-8, where he feels sports needs to be played when the two players arrive as they are. And we saw there just the joy he has. And we've seen that on the board, right? Sacrificing his queen, sacrificing his rook, going for these ideas, simply enjoying and doing what he does best, winning.
And while we do still have two matchups in play, we will be keeping track of both of those for all of you at home. 5th place and 7th place here up for grabs for each of our matchups. We're going to go down to that 7th place matchup because it's the one that looks to me, as I count up the pieces, to be moving towards a draw. There's an extra pawn in play here for the player with the white pieces, but it's bishop to rook. And it feels like not too many options here for either to take this to a winning endgame.
Yeah, it's Jan Nepomniachtchi fighting for the draw, but a draw is enough for him to clinch the match. Rook for bishop. Normally the rook is the one that comes out on top, but the problem is that white does have counterplay. White has 2 pawns that could advance, especially this f-pawn, if helped forward by its king, could kick away the black king. The black rook then needs to stay passive. The black king also kind of caught only in a defensive role, so if white can somehow eliminate this black pawn, followed by the other black pawn, even if the cost of his own pawns, if it's just rook versus bishop, that is an elementary draw at this level. So I'm not going to say it's 100% gone yet for Nordebek, but his winning chances are minimal. It's going to be very hard to somehow get this pawn down the board without the white king catching it and without the black rook being distracted away from the f-pawn pushing.
That's the big threat that Nordebek has in this position, is somehow trying to get that pawn moving up the board with the combination of the king and the bishop, make it impossible. Also, for Jan Nepomniachtchi, that other pawn, defended by the bishop, the one on b3, just makes things so much easier. Black is just unable to target any of the weaknesses. The king beautifully placed here, wanting to come back at the right moment to stop that d pawn from moving forward. I really don't see a way for Nordebek, despite having that extra exchange, to make progress here. Your king is stuck, pawn not moving forward, rook can't attack weaknesses. Where do you go?
Good question.
Well, and he's got 9 minutes to figure it out.
Come back with the king.
That's his first step.
A pawn attacked.
Big threat.
You probably want to make sure that black doesn't get an easy hand at pushing his own pawn. So perhaps if white was to go with that f-pawn 1 step forward, it might just give Nordebek some hope.
Whoa.
I was thinking just the d-pawn moves ahead, but is there something stronger?
Maybe the black rook steps okay, it's not this idea cutting off the king. Just to mention, apparently the only move to save the game is this one for Jan Nepomniachtchi, bringing his king back. I'm not going to say that's 100% obvious, but yeah, if you step your pawn forward, just to double check, the black pawn does advance, and when the white king steps across, then this pawn dropping is the big problem here. You cannot allow this pawn to drop, as the other black pawn will then run through. So, okay, there is a trap. Nepomniachtchi should dodge this.
So Nordebek's hope, David, here is that Jan comes back and quickly blitzes out a move and falls into this only hope that he has right now.
Well, which isn't an impossibility. I mean, I'm looking at, again, he's got 38 minutes on the clock. He's been playing at light speed this entire game.
Nepomniachtchi as well, he actually had a huge advantage earlier in the game. It was very symmetrical as well. Nepomniachtchi tried to force a draw. He actually bailed out maybe a bit too early, having to suffer a little bit here with white. But yeah, by dropping his king back, he makes sure that the black pawn can't advance and the black rook is driven away from this pawn.
You can see there, bottom right of your screens, Magnus, after getting mic'd up a moment ago, dives into the pro stream to give some of his insights to Judith, Peter, and Nicholas. If you're curious, you can hop over there to get a quick word from him, but he will as well be joining us in our studio after making his stop over there. Now, I'll remind everybody, I'll remind ourselves that this matchup for 7th place, this is the difference of $10,000. $30,000 for 7th to $20,000 for 8th. 2 extra circuit points as well, 6 to 4. So it's still a nice payday. It's still something to fight for, and that's why you see Abdusattorov still looking for answers here.
That's a lot more than most professional chess players earn in the space of a few months, let alone a few days. And okay, of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi brings his king back to stop that threat of blacks. Great move.
He blitzes out a move, but the right one. He knows there's one threat he needs to stop, and he does it. The king defends the pawn, stops Nordebek from advancing his own.
Wow, Jan's heart rate is through the roof.
He does drink a lot of tea, I noticed.
Fully caffeinated.
Probably. I haven't asked him what's in his tea or what kind of tea he drinks, but he's constantly sipping away at the tea, and yeah, I think that maybe helps his style of playing so fast and so kind of energetically.
Yeah, he really pushes the pace.
He really does. Puts the opponent under pressure on the clock. Often hard to keep up with his adrenaline-fueled type of chess. There we go, Nordebek moves his rook across one square.
And maybe now Jan's going to start pushing that pawn. Slowly and steadily up the board. And could it be a chance for Nordebek to win one of the 2 pawns by advancing his own? Oh, he doesn't. He just keeps the block with the king going on the dark squares.
Yeah, now process of elimination. You don't have many moves with white. The bishop has to stay defending its own pawn. So I was going to say the white king only had 1 safe square. So process of elimination, you had to push this pawn forward. And now Jan is arguing he has a fortress. He's just going to keep the white bishop protected by its pawns. He's going to yo-yo back and forth between these 2 squares we're highlighting in red. The white bishop's going to sit there happily, defending its own pawns. It also defends this pawn across the board, and black can't really break through. No pawns to push. It's just pure blockade on this diagonal. If the black rook ever moves away from the white pawn, then the white king might even start getting hungry and hunting down these pawns. This looks like a draw.
I've noticed Jan do this so many times when, you know, he's got that perfect defensive setup and he knows the opponent has nothing to fight for. He gives out those expressions and vibes, hey man, what are you playing for now?
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
Everything's under control. This is about to end any moment. You want to sign the sheets now.
Yeah, he's giving those nonverbal cues over to Nordebek. All right, let's go. That said, this game well past move 40, by the way. So at any time, the draw offer could be extended.
And it should be kind of the onus on Abdusattorov to offer the draw. I think chess etiquette does dictate that in a situation like this, where a draw is such an important result for Nepomniachtchi, it just feels rude to be like, draw, because obviously it will be rejected. So Nordebek will play on till the bitter end. He'll try some last trick, if there is one existing in the position. But ultimately, no room for stubbornness here. It does look like no real winning plan.
For white, it's pretty simple, right? Now that your pawn's gone all the way up the board, you've got these 2 beautiful defended squares for the bishop that you can just shuffle it around with. For the next 100 moves, you could just go bishop 1 step forward and then back to its place. And then back and forth, back and forth. Where is black making any progress here?
It has to be the rook, right? It has to be the rook getting to somewhere inventive.
Yeah, the problem is once you move the rook, the white king starts coming for the black pawns. The black king can no longer really move for the white pawn running through. Jan looks impatient to get this tournament done and bank that 7th spot, those extra tour points. He's so impressive, Jan. I must say, like, I was sitting next to him at breakfast. We were chatting, reminiscing about the good old days when we were 8 years old.
Wow.
And he was recalling exactly what happened on his board and the surrounding boards when he was just 8, 9 years old. He could remember every single detail about the score, the opening, everything.
That is insane.
He has
what is that memory?
Big, beautiful brain. All these top players do. And yeah, he looks like a vulture just stalking around. He knows his prey is sat opposite him, but eventually leaving the stage there.
Yeah, gonna give Nordebek his space to think.
6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock there for the black pieces.
Not many pieces or much left to think about in this position, but Nodebek seeing if there's any trick that he could set up, any of that final final trick that he could have on his board. And I'm just wondering, you, Jan, and Magnus, 90s kids, along with MVL, I want to say?
MVL, another World Championship challenger, Sergei Karyakin, 1990.
What a blessed year that was for chess.
Yeah. Another thing we were talking about at breakfast, like World Under 12 Championship in 2002, if you go down to place like 30, 40 in the final standings, still many, many grandmasters there. It's crazy. And
what do you make of that? Does it feel like there are like the specific years, flights of years where you get, a wave of incredible talent, then maybe there's a dip, obviously, with certain individuals, but then a new flight, and is there anything to that?
Yeah, it's weird. It's hard to pinpoint specifically one thing. The zeitgeist, all these, there could be multiple reasons, technology. We were a lucky generation where we learned kind of the old classical way with books by just deep analysis, and then engines came and just accelerated the whole progress. Once we already had established a certain chess understanding, maybe until 1992 was another good year. We had Fabiano Caruana, Ding Liren, but then until now, the early 2000s, 2003, a great year. Alireza Firouzja, Erigaisi, Hans Niemann, others. But yeah, it tends to be once every generation.
And I think this new golden generation is exactly what you said, 2003 up till 2006. You've got everyone from the likes of Alireza to Gukesh, Nodebek, Pragnananda, Arjun, all of them coming in, as Vishy Anand calls it, the golden generation of chess.
And I imagine to a degree it's somewhat related directly to the fact that you all had each other to essentially train, with, against, and to push each other, right? A bit of your own hyperbolic time chamber in which, because I have other top talent, I am pushed to be better. And it kind of just pushes the whole class forward.
Exactly. Every great rivalry exists for a reason. I don't think any top player got there without being pushed in some way or other, without needing that hunger. And there we see the white bishop already doing its job. It will protect its own pawns. The white king will be flexible. And the black rook alone cannot do the work. It's like when giving a checkmate with just a queen and a king. You need some support. A queen alone cannot deliver checkmate. She needs the support of a pawn or a king or something. And here it's just the black rook hitting some very well-defended pawns.
And the black rook needs to stay connected to the pawn on the left side of the board. You lose contact with that, and then suddenly it's the white king marching over to the left flank, picking up some pawns, and maybe even perhaps white looking for some chances there. So you need to block that file whenever the king moves to that left flank, closer towards the pawn. And I think we might see a repetition here, because this is where the rook came from, with the bishop falling back, rook sliding over.
Yeah, poor Nodebek, he's actually run into the 1990 crew. He ran into Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals, then ran into Vasily Legrave in the semi-final. Well, I say semi-finals, in his next match, and now Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final hurdle of the tournament. Yeah, bishop back to this square would be a repetition. You could also just move the white king across and kind of say, okay, I've got the perfect formation, there we go.
He keeps trying. And Jan says he won't come back with the bishop, hits the rook. And now will it be the king that slides back, just keeping the rook where it is, not allowing the white king to move one step closer to that b pawn? The black king moving back and forth, doing a bit of yo-yo on the dark squares there. For Nodebek, you have to feel bad for him. It's almost like Kaisa, the chess goddess. There's something about him just running into Magnus. I mean, that's a player you want to meet in the finals. You want your bracket to be set up in such a way that you've got a shot to go through. It's got to hurt that it's not once, but twice in a row that's happened to you.
Right, and to be picked, after his showing in the round robin again, he outscored the likes of Fabiano and Hikaru Nakamura in terms of round robin points. And, for Magnus Carlsen to still say, okay, I'm going to take you, and what do I have to do to prove to prove myself that I shouldn't be picked? I mean, I guess you're asking him to overcome the world #1. It was no easy road.
And Nepomniachtchi, of course, it's been a tough few days for him, but his big regret might be not picking Abdusattorov. He could have picked him in the quarterfinals. He had first pick. Essentially, he topped the round robin. He could have picked Nodebek instead of Vincent. Just judging on this match, it feels like he's had the upper hand against Nodebek. If he got through there, semi-finals, who knows what might have happened. Momentum would still have been on his side, Nepomniachtchi.
Would have been a totally different tournament for him, right? Because this match, he hasn't given Nodebek any chance at all.
Yeah, the what-ifs, the
regrets.
shoulda, coulda, wouldas of it all. Yeah. But this is where your conversation that you cited from earlier really excites me. The fact that Jan is already talking about his next opportunity to play, and perhaps that this has actually really excited him. Not happy with the performance, sure, but that it isn't a demotivating necessarily result.
No, he still really wants it. He came so close to winning 3 candidates in a row earlier this year. He still got that hunger. He still thinks he's better than the younger generation. He still thinks he's a class above. That is 100% clear. We talked about Hikaru's confidence, positivity. Jan has that in spades as well. And we could see him make a last-minute entrance to the Grenka tournament, bank some tour points there. Maybe we'll see him in Vegas as well. Maybe we'll see him in the rest of the tour. He also has the World Championship on his mind. He wants to win the World Cup, wants to win the Grand Swiss, wants to get back to the candidates where he always seems to thrive. His openings, by the way, maybe second to none right now in world chess, at least set up perfectly for tournaments like the candidates. So, we'll see. This is definitely not the last we've heard of Jan Nepomniachtchi this season on the tour.
And I'd hope so, because when he's on the board, it's just so entertaining, for fans, for commentators, just his brand of chess, extremely exciting. And I was thinking about the point you just made, the quarterfinals pick, right? Because could you really fault him for what he did? Nodebek with his performance in the round robin, convincing everyone that he's coming in top shape.
Right.
Vincent barely scraping through. And then it just felt like it was a logical choice, despite the Weissenhaus championship. But a decision that he's going to keep thinking about for a while.
That would have been maybe the one thing, right? Is to say, okay, he is the Weissenhaus champion. Maybe that should make you think twice. But to that end, this is the one guy who had the opportunity to make a selection who wasn't at that tournament. He didn't experience Vincent Keimer in that terrifying form that we all did just a couple of months ago. And so, a bit of a throw of the gauntlet saying, hey, if he's the best, I want to take him on. Unfortunately, it was his undoing in that round.
He's probably thinking right now, man, Nodebek, had I known that this is how our match would have gone. Only if I had the vision.
What's that film? Is it Sliding Doors? No, that Sliding Doors moment where the butterfly effect, just choosing one person, one different choice could have been so different for the whole tournament. Then Magnus would have fought Vincent. Maybe there would have been a different outcome there. Maybe Magnus's path would have been shut down early.
That was a Magnus knockout at Weissenhaus.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But it felt like the stars just completely aligned for Magnus to win Paris. But I want to say, I think in Magnus's case, it almost feels like he sort of made his own destiny with the chess that he showed, right? Just never gave anyone a chance. There's not a single game, apart from that round 2 loss in the round robin that comes to mind, where you felt that Magnus was the one struggling, apart from his game against Nodebek. And then also showing this incredible defense. Defense is a mindset. It's like, not today. And that's what Magnus did with the setup he took.
Yeah, earning himself the moniker of the escape artist in that one. Nearly strangled to death was his queen, and yet still he managed to get out of it just by a hair's breadth.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Nodebek taking some big risks in his attempts to win. He's actually dropping another pawn, so it's going to be 3 versus 1 pawns for white. Very hard to imagine the lone black d-pawn as well, marching down the board while the white king and bishop are nearby. I think he's actually happily falling on his sword here, Nodebek, because a draw are the same as a loss. And still can force a draw, probably. The rook will be able to cut off things, guard from behind. But yeah, this is not a logical winning attempt, really. I think he's just playing out of inertia here. Nodebek, tough times for him. In classical chess, still with a bit to prove, it feels like, against the very top guys.
And again, he was so close to getting his match against MVL, right? He gets that first round victory, and then on day 2 of the finals loses. MVL comebacks, takes it in a crushing style in the tiebreakers. I mean, for Nodebek, it's just been such a heartbreak of a tournament. This is sort of the battle between 2 players most heartbroken at Paris, the city of love.
That's very, very true. And it is tough to think about when this guy did such a service to the tournament. Reminding everybody that with Hans Niemann stepping out in those final hours, it was the young man on your screens right there who hopped on a plane with only 48 hours notice, gets here, and immediately dives into the round robin in a spectacular way.
Yeah, it feels like the adrenaline carried him through the round robin, but it just seemed running out of steam, understandably, after a long journey and kind of that emotional roller coaster. Now the white king's about to take a pawn. he really needs to pull the brakes here, Abdusattorov, because he might find himself in a worse endgame if he's not careful. There we go. Jan not afraid to change gears instead of just all-out draw mindset. He's happily just playing the best moves now, and Black's pawn, central pawn, still cannot step forward. We should mention the Black King can try to guide the pawn forward, but the White Bishop will return to where it came from and try to promote this pawn. I mean, this is at least a draw for White now.
No handshake yet, but soon the clock and the position will demand it.
We keep talking about a 2-result game. If there ever was one, it's in front of us, despite Black having the rook. But even if you do the math, right, at bishop and 2 pawns, that's 5 points apiece here. Material sort of balanced in a dynamic way, but it's the white pawns that have all the future and the potential to become queens.
Tipping below 1 minute now here. He's Nodrbek Abdusattorov.
How does he even actually hold this? Do you think Jan's is going to continue playing? There's absolutely no risk of losing unless Nodrbek offers a draw. I think that would be his best chance, is to make that offer. You know, make an offer you can't refuse, because it's tournament over.
Yeah, you've got to be careful as Black. Maybe you start pushing this pawn forward, deflect the White Bishop, then at least you get one of White's pawns off the board. But even that, I don't really know if you draw. Maybe you start checking from the front here, driving the White King away just to stop the advance of the White pawn. Yeah, I mean, this is hard to explain what Nodrbek is doing right now. The White King is going to step forward, and the White B pawn as well. Just a past runner. He's going to sprint forward.
So you mentioned that whoever makes a draw offer needs to do it from a position of strength, right? And it's turned around now. It's Nodrbek now who's got that that strength outlook on what's happening here. But he's not interested in making any draw offers. He's just playing on. The moves are just coming in. It's just flowing. Move the king 1 step, pawn 1 step. Further, further, further up the board.
Yeah, this really reminds me, I don't know about you, Tanya, but when I was young, I was the same. I would far rather lose in horrible fashion than kind of just timidly offer a draw. Especially situations like this. Yeah, of course, with age, things change. You'd rather take a draw and avoid the pain of a 2-0 defeat. But for Jan, I think he just wants to hammer home the fact that against his younger rival, he might not get too many more opportunities to lock it in like this.
It's shifting. It's shifting. 15 seconds on the clock is when he made this move. And Jan can just continue, right? Get that king in, get that pawn moving up the board.
Yeah, the king can come forward.
And look at that. What is that, 38 minutes on the clock?
Yeah, he's got so much time to play with.
He could play another game, another freestyle game.
That's true.
And still have a couple of minutes before it ends.
There would actually be an interesting stat there. The cumulative remaining time of each player at the end of all of their games. And I feel like Jan would be so far and away above the rest with the amount of time that he's left every game banked with still.
Runaway winner, landslide.
Yeah. It's like a full day's worth of time.
Yeah. The argument that I was taught by my coaches in the early days was, well, you don't take the time with you to the next game, you might as well spend it here and now. But that made me a time travel addict.
You took it too seriously.
Took it way too seriously. I wish I'd listened to these guys, save some time in the bank for later, for when it's really needed. Those crunch moments in the endgame. The king now sticks its neck out. But the black rook is tied down from behind, guarding these pawns and their advance. So it might be time for Jan now to run with his own pawn.
I don't even know why the bar is still level. This looks incredibly dangerous for black. You know, the rook can only defend one flank. You push the pawn up the board. Your king is super close to the other pawn to pick it up and assist your own. I am trying to figure out what is the defensive setup here for Nodrbek, and the answer is not easy.
Luckily for him, a draw, a loss, doesn't really matter. But it's going to be difficult. There are some tricks in the position just to do some calculation, just to try and get inside Jan's mind for a second. If the white pawn steps forward, the only logical continuation for black is step this pawn forward. And if the white bishop takes it, the black rook can come behind with a check. And then the white king will move. If you take the bishop, the problem is this pawn steps forward, and then the other pawn steps forward. And this just looks like the pawns are running through. This is not going to work out, but this might be what happens next. We see a pawn push by Jan and an immediate reply by Nodrbek. Jan can take this pawn, though, very safely and eliminate all danger. The one thing you don't want to allow is this pawn to run too far forward. That's the only way you ever lose this game as white.
Well, you take that pawn, and is there... you mentioned the check doesn't work, winning up the piece. But can white still push on? You know, use that bishop to defend the remaining pawn once you do.
For example, this?
Yes, right here.
Yeah.
Step over and say, I've got one more pawn up to boot, ready to push it up the board.
Yeah, computer says still a draw, but...
It's crazy. I just don't understand.
Yeah, for black, I guess you keep harassing from behind and no way for the white king to get out the way. But yeah, I mean, Jan, this is more than good enough to win the match.
Exactly, that's the best option for Noterbeck.
Yeah, and there you still need a bit of luck along the way to hold the draw and accuracy. Okay, we're getting closer to the result here. Jan, I think this is the final moment we see him pause. The final calculation. Everything else after this will be automatic for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's just making sure that taking the pawn doesn't blunder his bishop.
For Noterbeck, the tournament's been a tale of two cities, right? His performance in the round robin and then losing every single matchup in the knockout phase. That's got to hurt when it goes into classical. Yes, he lost in the tiebreakers to Maxime Vacher-Legrand, but in these long matches against the very best, he somehow got those positions, but yet in those critical moments, somewhere it bungles up and he's just not had the result he was hoping for.
Well, I think that game against Magnus, right, is the one that he'll reflect on, where he did have Magnus in a bind, right? And 1, 2, 3 times, you know, Magnus will never give you that third shot. And in that one, he managed a way out of it. And Noterbeck, maybe in that moment, felt like his form, you know, fell apart just a little bit.
That was an insane escape by Magnus. I mean, his queen from one end of the board getting trapped at the other end of the board. And you're talking about Noterbeck Abdusattorov, a top 10 player for many rating lists now, the youngest ever world rapid champion, an absolute world elite he is, a gold medalist at the Olympics. I mean, not winning that position against Magnus, that would have hurt him that night. You know, you don't get so many chances against the world #1. When you get them, you better take it. Otherwise, you just, yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, but we talked about his run here. It was the same in Weissenhaus. He lost to Magnus. He lost to Hikaru in the 5th place playoff. Against the older generation, Noterbeck does struggle. Against the younger guys, he has a great score. It's the same in classical chess. Noterbeck very rarely defeats the older players in classical chess. It just feels like that's a bit of a mental block right now. The more experienced players know how to lock him down. This brute force attack that he likes to go for rarely works against the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, now Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. After a bit of calculation, does elect not to trade the bishop off for that pawn. Both players with a quick pawn push.
Why would you do this?
Yeah.
I was gonna say by my count, both pawns arrive.
He's just calculated it all the way through.
White's pawn does promote with check.
Ah, that's the difference.
That might be the difference.
And if you move your rook, you slide your rook to defend one pawn, the other one goes ahead. So you might have to get your king back first, stopping the pawn on the right side to move further, and then slide over your rook on the other side.
To guard the pawn. I can confirm, just turning on the engine, black only has one move not to lose here. Actually, the second best, maybe it should hold as well, is to drop the king back. But apparently the best is to give a check from behind.
He does
Drops
go
the king
back
back.
with the king, and the bar does go up.
Yeah.
So if you push the pawn, the rook slides over. Is white in time to just go ahead with the king and bring the bishop back to stop the pawn from queening once you win the rook? Noterbeck just wants to keep checking.
Yeah, Noterbeck wants to keep checking. He can bank it here and now. Nepomniachtchi, if he pushes the white pawn forward, the black rook will come from behind, give a check, and we would see a dance between the king and rook. The king threatening to promote. The rook has to keep harassing the king to prevent that. We would see a draw, but does he want more?
Interesting resource here. Bishop sliding back to c4.
Ooh.
Protects against this pawn, pushing further forward. Eliminates the opportunity for a check.
And just to point out, the rook would come across to pin the bishop, I think most likely move. And now you cannot step this pawn forward for white. A lot of people might be thinking, oh, you can give up your bishop and next move you promote to a new queen. But the rook would actually come down the board and skewer you from behind once the new queen is born. So there's still some tricks.
Yeah, but I imagine in that, if we roll back to that position, you just drop the king back 1 square, protect the bishop. Now if the rook slides over to try and prevent the pawn from stepping forward. Oh, I was thinking king can't land on that dark square?
It can, although then the pawn pushes and your bishop's still pinned.
Okay, yeah. Never mind.
This is definitely still fine for white.
Still fine.
Okay, let's see what he plays. He chooses to move his bishop back. Good call.
There it is.
Stops the pawn.
Stops the pawn in its tracks.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful as black here. Is there only one line that holds?
Only move not to resign immediately. Everything else is +5 or more for white.
Not the easiest choice. I mean, you're already looking at rook sliding one step to that, to line itself against the pawn. There are options. You're playing on about a minute on the clock. And Nordebek has to make a row of precise decisions here.
I think Jan wins this game, to be honest. Nordebek's burnt his bridges so badly here. Maybe it's a draw if you find all the accurate moves for the rest of the game, but with 1 minute. And with your emotional state clearly in disarray after everything that's happened, knowing you're losing the match anyway, not the most motivating position to be in.
No, but you got to respect it. Fighting to your last breath.
Yeah, no criticism here at all. I think he wanted to give us extra action. He wanted to teach us some endgame stuff.
He's just a fighter, right? Whatever the position is, we saw him fight back against Magnus. He's trying to do his best in this one as well. And you have to keep playing. Even in this rook pawn ending, he knew early on that Jan has enough resources to hold it, but trying to create a mess. And of course, he realizes a draw is as good as a loss. So taking those risks, and it's backfired for him. He's got to be precise now to hold this. But even then, losing the match.
Even then, he needs to bring his rook across, not to lose on the spot. Under 20 seconds now, Nordebek. Has he spotted it?
Now down to 15, eyeing up the clock.
So much going on in your head right now. You're thinking about all the opportunities that have gone by.
Yep.
Does find it.
Rook
Keeps
slide.
fighting.
Does find it. Back up to 35 seconds on the clock with that 30-second increment. Gets the exclamation point because it is the only move in the position.
The Uzbeki warrior.
That's right, and now Jan Nepomniachtchi will retreat his king 3 squares. He has to defend his bishop. He cannot let it drop. That would turn the tables. But all 3 squares look totally fine for white right now.
Well, if you line it up against the pawn, then you are somewhere inviting those checks on the board that might make Nordebek's task slightly easier. He does come back to the center of the board.
Hitting the black pawn in the process. Again, Nordebek is going to slide his rook behind to try and deal with 1 pawn.
Might be an immediate repetition. King comes back. Rook slides over.
Unless Jan wants to win. Why not? Risking precisely 0 here, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with the white pieces.
Yeah, looking for with the head bob. Will this be the conclusion of our 7th place matchup between Nordebek Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi? He is going to reroute the rook to try and attack that pawn. So fighting on.
Maybe Jan is trying to win.
Nordebek made that move with 1 second, we should mention.
Yeah, now all the way back down to 20 again. Here more king moves, so it looks like the fight will continue until Jan lands the killing blow. Not going to admit defeat is the young Uzbek. And there it is, in that moment, actually. The resignation is there. It will be Jan Nepomniachtchi taking 7th place over Nordebek Abdusattorov. And with the conclusion of this match, we're going to come back into the studio because we are joined by the man of the hour, the man of the week, if you will, the man of Paris, France, Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations on a phenomenal tournament and a beautiful finish. Now the champion here, the 2nd champion of 2025. For you, given that this is a format that you so wanted to bring to the forefront of the chess world, and now to come away with the top title, how does it feel?
It feels great. I think this tournament has been a little bit up and down, obviously, but the score's generally been great, and I think today was a very decent professional performance by me, and yeah, I'm happy to finish really well.
It was pretty incredible, to watch confessional booth to board play, confessional booth to board play. It felt like you did kind of have an understanding of the way that this game would go from start to finish. But this matchup against Hikaru, it's one that fans wanted in so many ways. If not for yesterday, it looked like it really was such an even battle between the two of you. Your thoughts on how you two matched up here in a thrilling conclusion to our event?
I don't know. Like I felt that I was pushing the whole way yesterday, and then I had no problems whatsoever today. So it didn't feel that even, to be honest, in this particular matchup. I felt that overall, like he had some chances to hold, but overall, like I managed to. Managed to basically shut him out in this match. So I think that was that was good, and I think overall Hikaru's done really well in the classical games here, both actually in Weissenhaus and here has definitely been among the best. But I think there is also something psychological that happens, that he feels that when he plays me, maybe he's not pushing as hard as he is against some other people. I don't know, because it didn't feel like he took he pushed it very hard.
For yourself, 8.5 points through the round robin into no tiebreak scenarios all the way through the knockout rounds. What was different for you in terms of your level of play or your approach to the tournament itself as compared to Weissenhaus, if at all?
It just felt that it was flowing a bit better from quite early. Obviously, the score is one thing. Like the score is really, really good, but also it feels that I was grasping the positions a bit better in the rapid than I did last time. And I mean, it's hard to say. Also, these are short matches, so from event to event, different things might happen. But it always felt like this one was mine to lose.
Congratulations, Magnus, and beautiful games, round robin here. We saw those queen sacrifices, the big hold against Nordebek. Do you have a favorite game from this event?
I honestly think that both my white games against Fabiano and Hikaru could have been up there, but I wasn't able to convert anywhere near to the level that I would have hoped. Apart from that, I like the finish against Hikaru in the round robin phase, so that was nice. I think kind of as usual there are like good concepts, good fragments of games, but to actually play a full like game that I'm really satisfied with it's tough.
Okay, and just one question about yesterday. You mentioned a game against White would probably, against Hikaru, would maybe be one of the games that you think about. That moment with bishop to a2, did you realize that after he would take the pawn that it would be still under holdable territory for Hikaru, or were you thinking you'd still have some chances to push there? What happened in that moment, and how surprised were you to see that move?
Yeah, I was shocked to see that, because I'd made this incredibly rash move, e4, which at this point I felt like most of the hard work had been done, and so I was calculating the move h4 instead. And there's a pure opposite color bishop endgame there that I wasn't sure if it was winning, but I actually made a mental note earlier on that I don't have to play e4. I can play e3 to keep a bit more control. Not necessarily in this position, but in other positions. I don't have to commit the pawn there quite yet. And then I just forgot about it, and I was like, well, h4 doesn't work, then I'll play e4 first, and then h4, and that should win. And I realized just as I made the move that I'd given him the chance to play f5. And then more out of tilt than anything else, I went for rook b7, which I saw that it didn't win. I saw that he had rook h2. I was just like, I didn't know what to do. Because like at the very first, I was thinking the same thing, that he has to move the bishop, because otherwise the bishop would be pinned, but then I realized rook takes h2, but at that point it was already too late. I didn't see anything else to do. And yeah, I think for him, I don't know if he was tired or what was going on, but it was a very, very weak moment for sure, and definitely anticlimactic that we both missed something simple at the end. Because I felt that I kind of had to win the game maybe 4 times, actually. I thought it was 3, but maybe it was actually 4 times. Like, I gained the winning position 3 times before this. I thought it might have been only 2 because I didn't realize I completely lost it. Not lost it, but I had a chance earlier. But I did feel from a certain point that I actually, like, from when I let the advantage go, I had actually done really well. And for that reason, it was really disappointing to just make that, like, just honestly have just a lapse of concentration at that point. Because yeah, if I'd gone e3, like the win is almost, like, he's an extremely good defender, so he would have made it difficult for me, but I think the win was essentially automatic. You trade off the pawn, and then you create another pass pawn eventually, and it's just going to win.
And had you done that, would this be the contender for your favorite game?
Probably. I'm still not convinced, since even in this one I missed a chance early on, which was really another lapse of concentration. But yeah, probably this would have been the one.
Well, speaking to the momentary lapse of mental concentration, perhaps that speaks to, again, just kind of the demands of this format and the length of these games for yourself. Perhaps you can share with us and the viewers kind of the difference in terms of that mental and energy toll that a format like this takes, where from move 1 you're really spending calories and energy as opposed to following through an opening line in classical chess before maybe the game really feels like it starts.
Yeah, of course. I think for me it was a combination of, we're playing 8 days without a rest, of course, very long games. Freestyle is tougher, but also the fact that I was just, feeling sick, and other people were as well, but then you're inevitably not going to necessarily have the energy to play full games. It's just the way it is.
Speaking to the event as a whole, very much, the motto, if you will, with Freestyle Chess from event to event is that we will freestyle our way through it. New ideas and good ideas will be entertained left, right, and center. For yourself, just the difference in the experience, moving from Weisenhaus to here, the expansion of the field from 10 to 12, and even the 6 new faces that we saw on the circuit here that didn't make an appearance at our first stop.
Honestly, as long as it's freestyle, I'm happy to be there.
Fair enough. We're pretty happy as long as it's freestyle as well.
And Magnus, you'll be back playing freestyle in just a few days in Grenka. What are you expecting there? It's going to be a totally different tournament, right? Thousands of players.
It's going to be a bloodbath. Every game, I think it's going to be difficult, and you're playing 2 games, classical games a day as well. Like what we're doing here is hard enough. So it's going to be a very, very different test for the players, but I think that's a good thing. That in order to prove yourself in this series, you have to be great at every format we can throw at the players.
And Magnus, David and I in the studio have been having some banter over the player cards, the take player cards. And I'm just wondering that, they're based on 24 standard 518. how different would they be, and specifically yours, if we moved it to freestyle chess player cards?
That's hard to say. I feel like it changes every day. But it seems that kind of Vincent has been the exception so far. Otherwise, it's mainly the old guys, myself included, who are performing the best.
What do you think would be a switch up for you here? Attack? Higher or lower?
Maybe I'm better at attacking, a little bit worse at defending. I mean, strategy is obviously egregiously high, but I think it should be decently high. I think mostly the strengths are going to be quite similar, yeah.
Was there anyone, Magnus, you were especially surprised, impressed by in the tournament, and equally disappointed by in this event?
No, I think honestly it was a lot of what we saw in Weissenhaus. I think, well, Hikaru didn't make it to the quarters there, but judging by the quality of play in classical, he certainly should have. He was pressing Sindarov the whole way, and then he won his other two matches quite convincingly. So yeah, Vincent was really good again. Jan, of course, had his moments, but flamed out a bit. Yeah, I wouldn't say there were any particular revelations, as in when it comes to the relative strengths of the players. The only thing, yeah, the closest to it was that Vincent showed again that he's for real.
Are you surprised to see Gukesh struggle in this format?
No, but
just the expectations around it have been pretty high as the world champion coming in.
Yeah, I think we have 3 out of 3 events which have been difficult for him, and I'm sure he'll grasp things better at some point. But I mean, for the moment, it's not close.
We've had eyes on the future, and I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but obviously with this victory, you also book your ticket straight in to the Vegas Slam. We're going to Vegas. How about that for our next stop on the circuit?
No, I'm really looking forward to Vegas. I'm, having played 8 days here, I don't mind it being cut down to 5 either. So. Yeah, I think it's going to be another fantastic event, and I'm sure we'll see some new faces there.
Not just the only change, 5 days, right? There's the talk of from 90-30 down to 45-10. That's definitely going to change things and what allows us to condense. I don't know how familiar you are with the idea, too, of the new format where round robin, getting knocked out of round robin play puts you in kind of an inventive double elimination bracket where you can finish all the way back up to third. What do you think about that approach to the format, if you're aware of it?
I didn't know that, but
okay.
Well, I'll try not to get knocked out. But I do see the point that people often they live in the now, right? So for them, either playing for 5th or 7th or watching it's maybe not that interesting or like exciting. Like playing the games in themselves is interesting, but fighting for those places. But then when you know how many points these places can give you in the overall standings, it makes it more exciting for sure. And yeah, making it all the way up to 3rd, that's quite significant. That's a lot of money as well. So. We'll see what it will bring.
Another player who's booked his spot into Vegas, Fabiano Caruana, and you guys signed up with Team Liquid. Teammates there have been watching some of those streams. Is this a new chess bromance budding?
I think Fabio and I got to spend some time together in Singapore. I mean, some with, obviously, as people saw, with our shirts off, and some with them on. And he's a great player and colleague. And I feel like since we're not competing for the classical world championship like against each other anymore. Like it's kind of easier to be more open and in our discussions. So I'm definitely enjoying talking to him, and I think he showed a very decent level here as well. Like there was one moment, of course, in our game where he didn't totally grasp the position out of the opening, but apart from that, I think he was really good in the classical format.
Well, Magnus, with our fourth and final game coming to a close, we are minutes away from the closing ceremony and awarding
no tie breaks, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, robbed of more chess action, but that's because of the brilliant display of chess across all boards, including yourself grabbing that top spot. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Once again, congratulate you on your victory. We can't wait to see you there, strut across the stage and accept the top prize.
I'm also looking forward to that. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Magnus.
Congratulations.
And as Magnus makes his way down into the player arena, we will recap the day itself, the whole event, if you will. 8 days of incredible chess play. And here it was from the beginning. Hikaru Nakamura, he was staring down or up a tall mountain to climb. Entered the day down 1-0 against Magnus Carlsen, the world number one. And try as he might, he could not fight through that brick wall defense.
Yeah, just brilliant display by Magnus. Very professional, he called it. Ultimately, he was never really in doubt. Hikaru tried to create what he could, tried to just eke out small advantages, but Magnus always in control. And Tanya, in great spirits as well. It feels like Magnus is really up for the whole season.
So much of I think his joy comes from simply the chess he's played, not just the scoreline, not just winning it, but I think he's been so honestly happy with the chess that he's produced for the most part. You know, it's given him joy. He spoke about that in his interview with Sverre. Good to see him in good spirits going into Vegas as well. And very interesting when he said, you know, Hikaru wasn't pushing as much. You know, he doesn't consider himself perhaps just quite there yet.
Yeah. Well, he's still waiting to be tested, right? And I think until he's taken down in a lot of ways consistently, right? Yeah, sure, stumbled maybe at Weisenhaus, but just as quickly as he does, he comes right back into form and takes the top spot. I think for himself to really feel like he's being challenged, it's going to take more than one punch.
I think Hikaru just needs to beat Magnus in a big stakes game. Other than a Speed Chess Championship final, Hikaru's never done it. In order for this rivalry to really continue to blossom, Hikaru needs to stand up.
Do you remember, David, there was this interview earlier that we had done with Magnus where we asked him who his biggest rivals are, and he said, well, there are no tier 1 rivals. Maybe tier 2 and maybe Hikaru.
There you have it. With all of our games in the books here over the course of 8 days, we can put a nice little bow on our tournament tree. Let's take one final look at it there. The winner's bracket. It's Magnus Carlsen taking the top spot over Hikaru Nakamura on our final table. But just to track their journeys real quick, first he had to get through Noterbek Abdusattorov, and then Fabiano Caruana, his very teammate over there at Team Liquid. Of course, for Hikaru, it was running through Arjun Erigaisi and then the defending champion in Vincent Keimer, finishing in second place, runner-up to Magnus Carlsen. From there, we can go down to the lower parts of the bracket, third through fifth place. You can see Fabiano. He reversed the tail of Weisenhaus, taking a victory over Vincent Keimer in 1.5 to half a point fashion. Arjun Erigaisi getting it done in fifth place up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then Jan Nepomniachtchi 2-0 over Noterbek Abdusattorov for seventh place. Noterbek fought tooth and nail to his last breath, but could not mount the proper game today to extend to a tiebreaker. Our lower bracket was ninth place for Pragnananda over Richard Rapport, and then Vidit and Gukesh. They will share 11th place, exiting Paris, France.
Wow, I think well-deserved. Hard to argue with any of the placements there. It was an endurance test for those players who were with us to the final day today, and ultimately, I'm surprised, disappointed, no tie breaks, but I think very, very fair results.
And Magnus said it, right? Fabi, incredible form, had that moment of slip against him, but on his A game as well. Hikaru as well in the knockout stage, so impressive, earning that spot in the final. But Magnus Carlsen, I think he was in a league of his own in this one, in the Paris Slam.
In a league of his own, and the person who was closest to joining him in that league was Hikaru Nakamura, and we managed to get a word from him as soon as the game ended, so let's go to that.
Hikaru, it seemed to be a tough tough draw on this game to get a lot of things going. A lot of people struggling to get much started with white. How did you feel?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I haven't looked yet, but my wife told me that after, after G3, G6 or something, apparently white's just much better after A4, which is pretty comical to hear. But yeah, I think in general, it's hard because obviously I just lost the match, so what I say can be construed as being negative, but I think that today especially, it was just a very tough position to play. Magnus himself said that, or tough to play from the white side to create anything. I mean, if it's as early as having to play if after F4 it's already kind of nothing, it's really, really hard to be unhappy with the result. I mean, I tried to keep the game going. There were multiple moments very early on when I could have forced a draw. There was a knight repetition. I could have traded the knights on G4 at least 3 or 4 times. And I felt like at some point Magnus was a little bit sloppy. He let me get this E4, and for a second I thought maybe I would have something, but it was just never anything special. So that's just how it goes sometimes.
I think her analysis seems pretty spot on based on what we saw from the computers as well there. But how are you feeling about your chess in general now? You were a little bit frustrated after Weissenhaus. Do you feel like things are ticking upwards again?
Yeah, I think, as I said in one of the other interviews, if you were to ask me a month ago, or even after Weissenhaus, would I go on to win the American Cup, get 8 classical games, gain rating points, and finish second here? I mean, I would take that over, say, 2 games in the American Cup and winning this event, because the thing is, the freestyle events are a lot of fun to play, but at the same time, I have an outside chance to maybe make the candidates if Norway chess goes well. So having these multiple paths and having these opportunities is very, very good. So I'm pretty happy.
Speaking of that, though, how going into Norway chess soon, how important is that for you?
Well, I mean, I'm not thinking about Norway chess right now because I'm going on vacation on Wednesday. I'm going to Japan for a couple of weeks, so just getting away from everything. Yeah, Norway chess will determine a lot because as it stands right now, I have quite a few freestyle tournaments, and I have the Esports World Cup in the summer. I think that, as I said in the other interview, if I'm able to maintain a 10 to 15 point cushion over Gukesh by the end of Norway chess, I will make a real attempt to qualify for the candidates, or for the rating spot, I should say. If not, I'll just play the World Cup, or the FIDE World Cup, I should say, and we'll see how it goes. But I feel pretty good, and I'm looking forward to the upcoming tournaments. I think I played pretty well, and really, I mean, it's hard to expect to win every event, so I'm not that unhappy.
We're very thankful that you're taking the time, Hikaru, and good luck in all the tournaments to come now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I'd say a very measured and reasonable response there from Hikaru, coming off of a tough loss here to Magnus Carlsen. Again, rolling all the way back to the way he evaluated the position. Not the easiest position, not the best of the RNG draws that he could have been given from the position lottery. Such is life. And I think he did as much as he could with the position to try and find any openings and winning chances. Today, it just didn't go that way.
And he did it from the very first move, going for the approach that he did, trying to create those imbalances, being successful in it, but it was never out of control for Magnus Carlsen. I think he relied on his piece activity, and he delivered when it mattered the most, time and time again, against Norderbeck, against Fabiano, and today against Hikaru.
And now off to a well-deserved vacation in Japan. Color me jealous on that one, but rest up, Hikaru. You very much deserve it after your display here, and already what seems like an incredibly busy calendar through the rest of the year, not for just him, but for all of these top players.
Yeah, the players were talking about 2024 as a busy, hectic year, but 2025 is shaping up to be crazy for the players. Not only the Grand Slam, also the World Championships cycle for kind of classical chess. So many things that the players are going to be kept busy with, but that just means more chess for us.
Right, the induction of chess into the Esports World Cup, which he cited as well. So much to consider, so many different, formats, and again, demands for which they have to find a way to split their time. Again, I think that, is going to play into the conversation of who's in top form and when for each of our events.
Yeah, this is incredible, of course, the freestyle chess calendar. We've got Vegas coming up next. Everyone's really excited about that one. But coming to David's point about the World Championship cycle as well, one has the feeling since Magnus stepped away from the crown, there's been this renewed ambition amongst his own generation, the likes of Fabiano Caruana, the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, to really make an attempt to get into the candidates, to fight for that ultimate glory eventually. And I think that will be also a huge part for the players' calendars.
We've done it all week long. We've put this man to the test to find a move of the day. Which move impressed you the best, my friend? It's the 8th and final day. What do you got for us?
Well, it felt appropriate to give this one to Magnus Carlsen since he was rock-like in his defense against Hikaru Nakamura. Here, it was an only move for Magnus, but of course, he spotted it. He actually saw this one 6 or 7 moves in advance. That is what's actually so impressive about it. This position, after a bunch of exchanges, there have just been a flurry of trades the last few moves. White has just taken a bishop on the edge of the board with his knight. Exclamation point for Hikaru Nakamura. And White here is a pawn up, but Magnus saw that the black knight now, which was about to drop anyway, could give itself up for a pawn. Knight takes pawn here, the move of the day, because this is a double purpose move, a double threat, a knight fork, and this knight dropping. Hikaru here, if he had picked up the knight, would have been stuck in a level endgame. And just to show Magnus's point as well, after the white knight saved itself, instead of retreating, running away when the game would have continued, pawn to g5, a nice way to trade the knights and bank the draw.
A move that sealed the envelope on $200,000 for Magnus Carlsen. Quite a paycheck here in Paris. Wonder how these guys think about spending that kind of money.
Oof, yeah, that's a good question. Hopefully straight into the bank. No.
Drinks on him later? No?
I'm up for
The night is young.
Oh, man, how would you spend your 200 grand? A trip to Japan? I don't know. That actually sounds pretty good to me.
Big party in Vegas?
There you go. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Hold over
Put
to
me
Vegas.
on the guest list.
Roulette wheel? No, I mean, I don't recommend.
Always bet on black. 200K or nothing. I mean, it was such a classy move, I think. And to your point, the way that he just has seen the future in so many of his games, not just this one. Again, he did it 3 times in this very game today, the confessional booth, and then quite literally in the preceding minutes, we would see every single one of those moves come to fruition. But across all of his matchups, like he said here in the studio, maybe not even being able to put a specific finger on it, but just the idea that he started to understand the positions a bit better here than he felt like he was able to back in Germany.
The flow, as he said from the very start, was there. The rhythm was there. It was for all of us to watch in the round robin the very first day, right? He lost one game, but he finished at the top of the table, tied alongside Nordebek Abdusattorov in that one, and then never really gave a real chance to any of his opponents in the knockout stages. And I think the biggest motivator, the biggest change factor here was the fact that he didn't make it to the finals, the fact that he got knocked down by Vincent Keymer. You know, Magnus Carlsen, he wants the championship, and I think that's what it was for him. He was just hungry for it.
Hungry for it, to say the least. The king regains his crown, if you will, after it was stolen from him, in a way, back in Weisenhaus. And now he puts a target on his back, you know, looking towards Vegas. I think as well, a lot of people are going to wonder, what are the learnings here for each of the players? We even had conversations as early as, you know, with Gukesh in this very studio about what is it that players need to work on and develop in terms of skills here for this format as opposed to others. And there are no hard and fast answers to that just yet, it seems. By all accounts, it seems like intuition and a feelings. Again, something that nobody can necessarily describe beyond that is what services most of these players best.
And sort of unlearning these patterns that you familiarize yourself with. I mean, you know, as he mentioned, Keymer's been a player that's sort of taken him by surprise with the kind of performance that he's had, and it's clear to everyone in the field that he exactly knows where the pieces belong. When you get that starting position, he feels freestyle chess. So it's really not about the experience here. You know, the youth are doing it as well. It really comes down to that sort of these unconventional patterns, and perhaps that's the reason why Arjun Aragaisi has been the other youngster who's impressed so many of us here. Simply understanding breaking patterns, the ability to be creative and innovative on the board, and that's what freestyle chess demands.
And I love to see that because even as Magnus said, Vincent has kind of been the one guy to so far insert himself in the conversation alongside the older generation. Arjun gives me hope, both with his performances coming into this event, but through this event, that maybe he can join the likes of Vincent in challenging the old guard a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing I will mention is that from our top 5 here, it featured 4 of the top 5 from the classical world rankings as well. The 1, 2, 3, the Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi there, 3 of the most experienced Chess 960 players. and experience clearly playing a role. Arjun may be the one, although he's world number 4, who kind of made a surprise there. Vincent, the interloper. But yeah, either way, it feels like practice. That's the only way to train that intuition, that intangible thing that we mentioned. And I think the likes of Gukesh, the younger players, they just have to play more, train more. And by the end of this season, by next season, they're going to be really challenging the older guard.
So in some ways, maybe not too many surprises in terms of how our top 4 ended up, breaking out. Very familiar names here in freestyle chess. Then is Arjun the pick for the surprise of this tournament? Very much the way that Vincent Keimer was last time around?
Whoa, I mean, I think if you have to talk about who's impressed us the most, it's got to be the champion, right? There's no competition with that, his quality of play. But yes, if you talk about a player who makes his debut here and the performance that he had, let's not forget, defeating Fabiano Caruana in the round robin, defeating Magnus Carlsen in the round robin earlier on, and also his matchup here, beating Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, and just everything that he's put on the board, his ability to adapt to freestyle chess. I'd agree with you. I think we had Javokir Sindarov do that alongside Keimer and Weissenhaus. Arjun stands out as a name for sure here.
It's also a good reminder, too, right, that we are not promised this same 12 at future events. There's going to be maybe more turnover, new names that crop up either through Freestyle Fridays or other open qualifier tournaments, and that's one of the exciting things about the format. Very few people's spots are guaranteed, let's say, when it comes to making it to the next event and keeping their hopes alive in the overall circuit run across the course of an entire year.
Yeah, it's a real meritocracy. Everyone has a chance to qualify. Any Grandmaster can enter these events, these qualifiers, these play-ins. I'm looking forward to the likes of Anish Giri, who joined us in the studio. He's in the Freestyle Chess Players Club. Maybe he'll get a chance at some point. Wesley So, who was dominant against Magnus Carlsen in 2019. They had a match. It was a landslide in Wesley So's favor. There's other players who are going to come in and shake things up.
Who's going to survive that bloodbath of 3,000 people in just these coming weeks?
It's going to be awesome. It's not easy to get your spot, and everyone fights super hard for that. I think the one player I'd love to see on the circuit, Hans. I mean, I'd love to see him back. He missed out on the Paris Slam. I'm not sure what the reasons were, but having him sort of play and fight against the best in a format that requires you to have no opening preparation, that requires you to have your pure chess skills from the start, I think he's the player I'd love to see in the mix.
I think that's an absolutely massive call out. Everybody in the chess world still waiting on bated breath for answers around that. And again, we are wishing him the best and hope to hear a resolution from that soon. Perhaps we'll be at future events, but up to him to qualify in many ways. As it stands, we had Magnus Carlsen taking down Hikaru Nakamura in this one. That's your 1-2. Fabiano overcoming the guy who took him down last time around at the final table to effectuate a third spot and get that final ticket to Vegas. Vincent, still a cool 4th place finish. And by all counts from there, Arjun Erigaisi is the surprise, coming in 5th place. The hometown favorite, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, finishing in 7th, and so on and so forth. But with over 100 games played over the course of 8 days and the chess delivering on every single level, we have nothing left to do but to crown our champion, as he is so deservedly so, as we go into the player hall for our closing ceremony. Magnus Carlsen, your newest champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Circuit.
What a week it's been. 8 days of exciting freestyle chess matches and the 12 world-class players playing in this tournament. Thank you, Paris. It was amazing. Before I like to welcome the first 3 places on stage, I would like you to see some highlights from this tournament.
Paris became the stage for something extraordinary this week. A world-class city, the perfect stage for our 12 Grandmasters. Magnus, Hikaru, Fabiano, Vincent, Arjun, Maxime, Jan, Nutterbeck, Pragnananda, Richard, Gukesh, and Vidit. Thank you for 100 games, 8 days, and countless unforgettable moments. From unpredictable openings to breathtaking tactics, the freestyle format once again delivered high-stakes drama and moments of pure brilliance. Every match felt fresh, every move a bold expression of style. The grand final, a much-anticipated showdown between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, two of the game's most creative minds battling for the title. Magnus Carlsen held Hikaru Nakamura to a draw on the second day of the finals, cementing his victory as the winner of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris.
I'm very, very satisfied with being able to seal the win today with, I think, a very clean performance. I was focused, played very sound chess, and just didn't give him any chances. So, while yesterday I wasn't that thrilled, today I think I did everything as well as I could.
Meanwhile, Vincent Keimer and Fabiano Caruana met again in a rematch of their unforgettable clash in Weissenhaus, this time playing for third place. Caruana edged ahead with a win on the first day, and a draw on the second was enough to secure him his spot on the podium. Paris gave us passion, surprises, and stories that will stay with us. A huge thank you to the players, commentators, organizers, and fans who turned this event into something special. Your energy, insights, and enthusiasm brought freestyle chess to life.
I couldn't be more happy. It's just so exciting, and it's now the third big tournament that we had. I'm ecstatic. It's perfect.
Perfect. I would now like to honor the top 3 of this tournament. The third place, he is known for his laser focus, for calm decision-making and absolute consistency. He won both matches against Vincent Keimer in the finals, and I would like to invite Fabiano Caruana up on stage. He is known for absolute energy, creativity, and his fighting spirit. He found his path to sharp ideas, bold decision, and he executed them in a world-class manner. So, I would like to welcome up on stage Hikaru Nakamura. Yep, you go here. Just for the photo first. He came to Paris, and he saw and he conquered. His clear goal was to win this Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, and he absolutely delivered. With his precise calculation and unshakable nerves, he won this amazing tournament. So, to his second win in Freestyle Chess Challenge in Weissenhaus, but the first one this year after Vincent Keimer's amazing win last time, I would like to welcome the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen, up on stage. It's a lot to carry, but okay. Thank you very much, players. You can now sit down, take your prizes. I will just bring this as well, or you have to. Thank you so much. Now these 8 exciting days have come to an end. It was amazing being in Paris and watching these wonderful games of all of you. You did an amazing job at exciting us and the audience everywhere around the world. So, we saw everything in this tournament. We saw happiness, we saw sadness, we saw heartbreak, all on the board. And now, it comes to an end. But not forever. We're very much looking forward to seeing you in the US. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling conclusion to our incredible 8 days, over 100 games of chess action delivered every step of the way. But it could not be undone that Magnus Carlsen would rise to the top and take a much-deserved crown here in Paris, France. Our second stop along an incredible circuit here in 2020-25 Freestyle Chess. I'm going to be once again joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Howe as we allow the celebrations to continue. Behind us, take your seat, David, over here. It's okay, you can cross through the camera, my friend. It's nice to be inside the playing hall, just to see those handshakes delivered between the players, to have those top prizes awarded, and so deservedly so. A big smile across Magnus's face as he takes that silver plate and $200,000 to his name.
Those are the biggest checks I've ever seen. That's all I'll say. The players should be happy. They should have been smiling more, but yeah, so well deserved for all three of those giants.
Love it. What an amazing week it's been. Just the chess action, you know, players in good spirits, and Paris comes to an end. Can't wait for Vegas.
Can't wait for Vegas, but first, let's just take a moment to reflect ourselves on the week. Top moments. How are you guys now? You know, coming down from the high that was 8 action-packed days.
I think the highlight for me was actually the first day of the final. Magnus, Hikaru, just the energy that was here in the venue. So many people watching, of course, but yeah, it's so many highs. The round robin as well was fantastic. It felt like we got bigger and better. Since Weissenhaus, we stepped forward, and that's only going to continue.
Bigger, bolder, more brilliant on the board, off it. It's been such an incredible ride. I mean, I think what's amazing about this format is that it's so demanding on the players, right? They've got this rapid format, and then they go into these knockout stages and sometimes tie breaks into that. They have to prove themselves all the way, along the way. Every single move, starting from move 1. I think one big highlight for me has been working with you guys.
Oh,
that's been awesome.
Well, you should have gotten there first.
I know,
you should have gotten there first, my friend. Yeah, now you're looking foolish.
Hanging out on the Eiffel Tower with you guys.
I feel like this has become one family, like the siblings broadcast show. Just love it, James.
Yeah, well, and we're not done hanging out just yet. After party.
After party. Do we know where it's happening, guys?
I don't actually know. I heard some rumors, but I think maybe we keep that a secret.
Just in case
we don't need any gate crashers.
Wait, are we
when it
dressed
comes to the
appropriately for it, or you know, this is Paris?
Might have to up the game a little bit.
James.
Throw on a few accessories or something for myself.
I'm taking my favorite part about the tournament back, about working with you.
I was talking about me, not you.
Okay. Then we'll still
I'm
keep
not
it.
throwing shade at that outfit. I was complimenting that blood orange dress earlier today. I'm ready to see some moves on the dance floor from this guy over here.
I've been preparing all week.
Yeah.
That's the nice thing about freestyle chess. We don't need to study openings in the mornings. I've been practicing those dance moves.
What if we took chess moves and turned them into dance moves? You got anything in the tank there? There it is, the bishop.
I'd have to do the knight hop and jump. I'm not sure if that would be wise right now. I could try it.
Oh, the night hop. There it is. All right, I like it. Okay, well, let's. We're not going to hurt anybody right now on the broadcast. We already had a couple of favorite moments. Just final thoughts before we put a neat little bow on this incredible event.
Yeah, Magnus standing up, I think it was the kind of result we all expected ultimately came to fruition, but the target on his back that you mentioned earlier, everyone's going to keep pushing. Everyone wants it so much. They're going to see the amount of money on kind of at stake here. They're going to see the prizes. They're going to just have that hunger, and I can't wait to see everyone be even more aggressive, come even harder for the king.
First season of the tour, everyone wants a slam right now. You know, Vincent's got it, Magnus got it. Who's going to be our third?
Yeah, 2 events, 2 unique winners so far. Next, it's about who might be able to take down Magnus and rip a title away for themselves as we turn our eyes towards Las Vegas, but not before thanking Paris for playing such an incredible host to our second Grand Slam here on the 2025 tour. Thank you as well to you, the fans, for being with us every single step of the way from the bottom of our hearts here at Freestyle Chess. We appreciate you. Keep that feedback coming. Like we said, we're going to iterate event over event and just try to make things better for you. We appreciate the way that chess is being pushed forward by this incredible organization, by these 12 players that you see behind us, and we cannot wait until we see you again. But for now, we shut things down here. We go party like there's no tomorrow, and then we'll see you in Vegas in a couple months' time. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Just take me for a ride. Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
When no one can get us, now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. I can feel the walls glow.